Tennessee women's basketball coach Kim Caldwell gave birth to her son just a week ago yesterday. She returned to coach the Volunteers last night against the number 7 team in the country, Texas. A 12,000-person crowd gave her a standing ovation. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, a lot of ticket text. We'll make some room for you on the phones this morning. Super Bowl set. It's the Eagles. It's the Chiefs. It's actually kind of a great matchup. Nobody wants to hear it here. I've even seen people say they're not going to watch for the second year in a row. Mm-hmm. Is it because the Lions aren't in it? Is that the new thing now where we just pout because our team's not there? Is it just the fatigue with the Chiefs? Is it distrust in officiating? Help me understand why you're going to opt out of the last football game of the year. 2 heavyweights who have been the best all season long. Very good quarterbacks, very good coaches, very good defenses. You're going to miss out, even if you're just, to Tom's point, going to a party. And you're there for the food and the camaraderie, and yeah, it's the fourth quarter's close. You want to see who wins the game. But what are you going to do instead? You're not going to watch the Super Bowl? Like, even people who aren't football fans watch the Super Bowl.
Well, yeah. And some people watch it for the commercials. Some people watch it for halftime. And, I mean, whatever. That's why the ratings are so high. It draws in football fans. It draws in those that just don't want to be left out of something that's going to be talked about on Mondays following the Super Bowl. For me, a lot of it is just simply, I'm going to go kicking and screaming into the offseason. I don't want any part of the offseason, and there's plenty to talk about with the draft and free agency and everything that happens in the offseason. But I will miss the football season. This is the last opportunity to quench that football thirst.
Let's get to Jen in Wayne. Jen, you're on 97.1.
Jen.
Good morning. And good night. All right, some more ticket text. 248-539-9797. This one says, why do I want to watch the evil empire win? Or the worst fan base on earth win? No thanks, Josh in Warren. Ticket texter says, fake dynasty, it's rigged.
It's rigged.
More of that.
There we go.
I know. Yeah. This one says, it's not a great Super Bowl. Philly is the absolute most disgusting fan base, and nobody ever wants to see Mahomes and Travis Swift anymore. Yeah, there's more Taylor references. If you could promise me I won't see Taylor Swift on camera throughout the game, I would watch it. Why are people triggered by Taylor? If they show her on camera, you can't stomach it. What is it about her among all other celebrities that she can't get any FaceTime, or it becomes like your skin crawls? What is it that triggers so many people about Taylor?
I honestly, I don't know, because it's not new for whether it's the biggest sporting events in any sport at any level, for them to show somebody's mom in the stands. Like, do you get upset? Now, I know that Taylor is sitting next to, Mrs. Kelsey, but do you get upset when they show Travis Kelce's mom?
Was it an issue when Giselle was shown as often as
so that's my question. And I mean, we see moms, we see girlfriends, we see wives, we see all of them shown during any of these moments when something happens on the field and we'll just use Patrick Mahomes. Mm-hmm. They flash to Brittany Mahomes. Mm-hmm. Now, when they go to Jackson Mahomes, I think again, it's a trigger.
I get why people don't like Jackson. Yeah, exactly.
Sure. But I mean, I too don't understand why, Heather, why is it that everybody is so triggered by?
I have no idea. I don't even think they show her all that much. I mean, they show her. Yes, she's there. She's a mega superstar. They show her. I don't know. I have no idea.
Didn't last year someone did like a count of how many seconds she was on, and it was under a minute for the whole game?
Oh, I think it's like under 30 seconds.
Yeah, it might have been. It's like 4 seconds here, 6 seconds there.
Yeah.
And then they cut right back to the football.
Yeah. It's
how long are the commercials? You know what I mean? Like, not every second is going to be ball in hand, quarterback rolling out. Like, there's going to be a couple pauses. It's okay. We're not new to this.
Yeah. You just rather see random people in the crowd. Versus...
I want to see celebrities that are there. Like, show. I like seeing them. I like seeing her.
So when it was obviously when the Rams were in it, it was a who's who in LA.
Sure.
And especially because it was in their home stadium. But yeah, I mean, it brings out the stars, and you want to see who's there.
Let's get back to the phones. We got Paul in Madison Heights. Paul, good morning.
Hi, good morning. You know, I absolutely have been devastated, of course, with the Lions' loss. It was devastating. But you know what? I've been a Lions fan for a long time. I've had my face shoved in it more than once, and I'm still a Lions fan. I'm going to continue to be a Lions fan. That being said, the football that's been played since the Lions exited the playoffs, absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
My God. Saquon Barkley, of course I'm watching. Saquon Barkley is the reason to watch alone. I'd like to see him get 200 yards in that game. And you know, I don't know. All I can say is this is going to be a good Super Bowl, and people should watch it for the good of the football. Because if you're really a football fan, this is a great matchup.
It is. And last year was a great matchup for people who claim not to want to watch. You got overtime. And 2 years ago, these two teams played, and it was 3-point game, final possession, right? Last weekend, 2 days ago, Chiefs and Bills, Josh Allen's got the ball, 3 minutes to go in Arrowhead. That's drama. You don't want to watch how that ends? You have no interest in seeing if Josh Allen dethrones the Chiefs. And for people who thought it was fixed, the refs didn't make Kincaid drop the ball. You know what I mean? Like, there's still a chance for the Bills to win the game. There's still a chance for the Eagles to topple this dynasty in Kansas City. There's still reason to watch this game. And maybe it is just for the football junkie, because you can nerd out with what these teams do. Spagnuolo and these creative blitzes, Fangio, the complete opposite, right?
Yeah.
Shell defense, keep everything in front of you, come up and tackle. They both have, Chris Jones and Jalen Carter, these game wreckers in the middle. Like, this is a good football game.
Yeah, it's the Kansas City D-line against the Philly O-line.
Yeah.
Like, that's going to be an epic battle. And, you know, is this the defense that is the ultimate kryptonite for Patrick Mahomes? And an offense that hasn't been as dynamic as it was in their first two Super Bowls, or the last two Super Bowls.
Let's get to Jen and Wayne. Try again. You're on 97.1. Good morning, Jen.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you guys?
Good.
Doing good. Yourself?
Good. So, don't shoot me. I am a Green Bay Packer fan,
Oh, no, Jen.
but I live in Michigan, and it has been such a wonderful season. Actually, a few years, you know, watching my friends and my family get so excited. Right now, with them being in mourning, I get it. It was tough. It was a tough watch for me because I rooted for them. It was a very tough watch. But we are football fans, not just Lions or Packers. We're football fans. If you're not going to watch the Super Bowl just because your team didn't get in there, then why are you watching the whole season and amping yourself up and all the excitement to see who's going to be there? Philly, this may be their time to beat KC. Philly is an outstanding team. I would love to see KC lose this. I would love it, and I think Philly can do it.
I think they can as well. And Jen, before we let you go, I just want to get your thoughts on your quarterback, Jordan Love. You think he is the guy that can eventually get you back to playing on Super Bowl Sunday?
Absolutely not. If you, I don't know if anybody noticed, but every time he got hurt and Willis got put in, we started scoring. I am a Willis fan. I don't think Jordan Love has it yet. I really don't.
Interesting.
I think that's honest.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's fair, rational, rare from a Packer fan. Jen, love it. Thanks for calling in. Let's get to Mason in Detroit. Mason, good morning.
What up, Joe?
How's it going?
Good. All right. So here's the deal on Britney. Taylor Swift.
Mm-hmm.
It's a celebrity shot. She doesn't look like a football fan. Now, if she appeared as a celebrity like a football fan, the irritation would go away. It's like a celebrity shot of her. And that's what irritates people. It takes away from the game for people.
So, Mason, let me ask you this. First of all, she wears Kansas City Chiefs gear, and she cheers when the Chiefs do something well, especially her boyfriend what more do you need to do to look like a football fan versus just a celebrity that's there?
Sit in the freaking stands and not
come
in
on.
a box.
Oh, right, yeah.
No
Okay, you
celebrity
expect
does.
Taylor Swift, one of the biggest stars on the planet, to sit in the stands?
Roger Goodell sits in the stands.
He's not one of the biggest stars on the planet. And
Does he sit in the stands?
I don't think
Like
he
he
does.
sits among you and me.
Yeah.
Sometimes he sits in a box, but a lot of times he sits in the stands.
I don't think I've ever seen the camera pan to Roger Goodell and I see him in the stands. I see him on the field before the game, but then when they pan to him during the game, he's in a box.
He's not sitting in section 223
Right.
snugly between two guys chugging beers. Like he's in
Yeah.
preferential seating.
Yeah, I mean, it might be Jack and Coke club level seating, but,
But
it's not real, like the real seats.
Yeah. I mean, if you're talking about Taylor Swift, like that would be a major security issue for her.
Yeah.
Not
it only
gonna-
takes
yeah.
one nutcase.
Yeah.
Do you want me to read some of the texts of why people don't like Taylor Swift?
Sure.
It's political. She supported Kamala and Joe Biden.
The election's over.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, no, someone
Who
didn't vote the
cares?
way I voted.
Right. Who cares? That's the beauty of this country.
More of those we'll just avoid. All right. All right. Coming up next, Heather's News and the 2 Grand Slam. It's 97.1.
Hey, a personal injury of any sort is, in fact, by definition, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who makes it personal, and that injury attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Before we get to the 2 Grand Slam, Heather, what's going on in the news?
A Detroit man is facing numerous charges after shooting at a woman along with her 2 kids on a highway who he thought was somebody else. A case of mistaken identity is costing this man greatly. James Murden was arraigned on Sunday on 17 total felony charges, including attempted murder. After authorities say that a woman was driving home with her 2 children. This was the day after Christmas when shots were fired. Investigators were able to determine that the suspect mistook the vehicle that the woman was in for somebody else's, and he thought it was somebody else in the car altogether. They're not releasing a whole lot of information about everything or even this woman's condition. I guess she was shot. Anyway, he's in jail. His bond was set at $300,000.
That's crazy.
Oh my gosh, it's wild. The rivalry between American and Lafayette, Coney Island is
it's continuing.
Growing stronger than ever. So after Lafayette closed temporarily due to this rat problem, right? The owner of American is now claiming that their neighbor is hurting their business. Grace Quiros had held this press conference on Monday to voice her frustration and set the record straight, saying that Lafayette's rat problem is not their problem. I mean, it could also help her business. I mean, instead of going, you're not going to go there. You're going to go to American. Right?
Yes. I mean, the concern is if you're simply divided by a wall.
Oh, I know.
What keeps them out of yours versus theirs? And I understand her concern.
I do too. I get it, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'd be upset too. It's not our fault, not our problem.
No. It was so windy on Monday that the Mackinac Bridge was...
How windy was it?
Yeah, exactly. It was so windy that the Mackinac Bridge was partially closed. The bridge authority prohibited vehicles from entering the bridge except for passenger cars, passenger vans, and empty pickup trucks. This is so scary. I don't know. I don't have a fear of bridges.
Yeah.
But I've always there must have been a story where one of these little cars went, or maybe it wasn't little.
Yeah.
I don't remember sometime in my life where a car went over the side of the Mackinac Bridge. And I'm always I get a little like anxious when we drive over it, especially if it's kind of a windy day. So anyway, motorists were also asked to reduce their speeds to about 20 miles per hour while approaching the bridge, be prepared to stop. I'd be driving on over the graded side closest to the middle, and
I've gone over it before when they've had some of these warnings, and it's amazing how much Mother Nature and the weather always kind of amazes you. But when you're in it and it does kind of move, you can feel your truck shaking.
Nope.
You're like, yeah, this is
I don't like it.
A little dicey.
Yeah. You guys, a bunch of people were injured on Sunday when a car slammed into a crowd of pedestrians leaving the Eagles' playoff win. Do you hear about this?
No.
There's video too. It's alarming. A total of 8 people were injured. This car just plows into this large group of people. They were all gathered near Philly's city center neighborhood. Of course, celebrating, having fun. Thankfully, it doesn't appear that any of the injuries are life-threatening. But when you watch the video, you clearly see this vehicle slamming into a bunch of people. People are going flying and running around. The driver has been taken into custody, is facing multiple charges, including aggravated assault, driving without a license, simple assault, and reckless driving. Thank goodness everyone's going to be okay, but very scary. There's a guy in Texas, 25 years old. He could be facing child endangerment charges after a TikTok video went viral. And this video showed him using his 3-month-old baby as a snow brush to clear off his windshield.
Oh, I saw this video.
So, Texas got the snowstorm and got snow. So there was, a half an inch maybe at most on this guy's windshield. But I got to be honest, I watched the video and it
made you uncomfortable?
It made me very uncomfortable.
Really?
It made me very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. A lot of people at first thought it was a doll. because it's not just like he takes this 3-month-old and just like gently glides it across the
Right. I didn't know it was the baby was 3 months old.
3 months old, and
Yeah.
it's going back and forth. Like you got to support this baby's neck. It made me very uncomfortable. Anyway, enough people were uncomfortable by it as well. Cops did a welfare check. Baby's okay, so that's good. But it
Yeah.
sounds like this guy could still be facing some charges.
Wow, I didn't know the baby. I saw it as well, and I think of all the different things that we, the fun that we have with our kids, pulling them around the snow. I used to, slide them around the ice, but not at 3 months.
Not at 3 months.
No.
That's an infant. That's a newborn baby.
Yeah.
Can't be doing that stuff with your child
It's Heather with the
for
news.
likes, right? Like that's what it's for.
Yeah, it's
for
We're trying to
attention.
get
No,
likes.
it's for attention.
Come on now.
$2 grand slam. Let's do it.
A great way to get likes would be winning the $2 grand slam and
yeah.
$2,000. It's time to play. Rules are simple. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly, $2,000 if our contestant can get them all right.
Our contestant today, Eric in Wixom. Eric, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you doing?
You're
Good.
sounding confident. You're sounding alert. This is a good start.
Thanks.
Eric, have you played before?
Yes, I have.
How'd you do?
I played a couple of times. I think I got 7 the last time.
Oh, seasoned
we
vet
got
we've
a
got
competent
here.
caller. Might be our best one in 2025 so far.
Heat check.
All right, Eric, your time is going to start as soon as I read the first question. Are you ready to play?
Yes, I am.
Okay, here we go. Who did the Pistons play last night?
Cavaliers,
Who did the Red Wings play last night?
the Kings,
What is the state capital of Delaware?
pass.
Who is the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles?
Nick Sirianni,
Jalen Hurts played his final season of college football at this university.
I'll pass.
This band had the 1990 hit Thunderstruck.
AC/DC,
LeBron James was born in this state.
Ohio,
Who leads the NBA in points per game this season?
pass.
Steph Curry played at this college.
Davidson,
What is 14 times 7?
God, 14 times 7. 78,
What is the state capital of Delaware?
Wilmington,
Jalen.
We got to a 6. Right?
6.
Okay, cool.
6, yeah.
Not
All right,
bad.
there you go. Yeah.
And some of those were really
the
tough.
math question. I should have got that.
That's
It's all right. It's okay.
It's a tough one. Yeah.
On the spot, too.
Uh-huh.
know.
Yeah. Trying to do it in your head. Forgot to carry the 2.
Carry the, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I realized that.
No, that is a tough game, but you got 6 out of the 10 right. That's
Yeah.
some good money right there. Wait, $150?
Great. Mm-hmm. Yes, I'll take it.
Yeah, we'll put
All
you
right.
on hold. Make sure you get taken care of there, and we'll go through this. The $2 grand slam is brought to you by Femininio Law. John, hot start. The Pistons play the Cavs. Wings
Yep.
played the Kings, but then he tripped up the state capital of Delaware.
Yeah, it's not Wilmington. It's Dover.
Head coach of the Eagles, he got that. That's Sirianni. Jalen Hurts played his final season at this university.
That's Oklahoma.
I thought he would have got that one.
I thought so too. Oklahoma, where the wind blows. Anybody want to sing along?
No, I want to let you keep going. You want to sing Thunderstruck?
No, I can seat dance to it.
It was AC/DC. He got that right. LeBron James was born in the state of
Ohio.
He got that one right. NBA. This is the tough one. Who leads the NBA in points per game?
Yeah, I didn't think that this one was. I didn't think anybody was going to get this one. That's Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah, with Oklahoma City. Steph Curry, everybody knows. Davidson. And the math question, 14
Tripped him
times
up.
7.
Got to carry the 2. 98.
98.
6, that's a pretty good showing, though.
It's a very good show.
It was a competent one. We've had less than competent ones in 2025 so far, so it was nice. Hopefully this is a hot streak for us.
I feel like Eric met the moment.
Yes.
I don't know if I could say the same for you over the weekend. You may have met your match.
Yeah. It's a tough weekend.
Times you bit off more than you can chew. A story with John Jansen next. It's 97.1. Hey, a reminder, download the Odyssey app and listen to 97.1 The Ticket on the app for a chance at the ultimate trip to Vegas. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. John, you bit off a little more than you could chew this weekend?
Well, ends up, no.
Oh.
Successful, but in the middle of it, there were some moments where I thought I was going to get crushed. And there were moments where, because this is a project Jack and I took on together, where I think Jack was a little bit concerned as well. So I've talked about the fact that we moved houses. We've been in our house now just a little over a month. And in our old house, in my office, I had a closet. And in that closet, I had put a lock on the door, and that's where I stored my firearms. Mm-hmm. And in the new house, I have an office, but there's no closet in it. And so not having a safe, wanted to find a safer way. I did put a lock on the closet. The firearms were locked up, but I wanted to make it a little bit more safe and easier on my life to be able to live and go in and out of the office easier. So Jack and I were at Tractor Supply on Sunday.
This is before the Lions game, you're telling me, right?
Yes. Yeah. No, this was before.
Sorry,
the Lions were playing. Yes. You just set everybody back an entire week.
Before the NFC title game that should have had the Lions in it, but didn't. Go ahead.
Right. And so we're walking around. There's a couple of things I had to pick up, and we see their gun safe. So I'm start asking some questions, and they actually had the one that I've been looking at online, had it available, one that was still in the box. So I thought, you know what, no better time. It was on sale. We ended up getting it. And so the question I asked them was, do you guys have a company that will deliver this? No, we don't. We used to. But because of the cost, and it was costing so much to have customers use this moving service, that we don't have an association with one anymore. But he goes, honestly, I think you can do it.
He challenged you.
Just sized you up. It was like, yeah, you got this.
How heavy is this?
Yeah. And he said, well, he goes, you could take off the door. And once you take the door off, the door only weighs about 100 pounds. And the safe itself is about 600 pounds. So he goes, and if you get an appliance dolly, you can rent one from, Home Depot or wherever.
Sure.
It honestly shouldn't be too bad.
It's on wheels?
The dolly is. No, the safe is not.
I know what a dolly is, but is the safe on wheels?
No, not at all. No. And so it comes bolted to a couple of brackets that if you're setting it in a basement, you don't want it to be on the floor. You can leave it on that.
Okay.
Or you could take the base off. Anyway. So Jack and I are kind of looking at each other, and I'm like, hey, bud, do you think you're up to it? And he goes, I won't be much help, but sure.
How old is Jack?
Jack's 14.
Make sure you don't crash into a wall. He can guide you.
Right. And so we end up, and one of the biggest questions I had was, how am I going to get it out of the back of my truck?
How are you going to get it into the truck?
Well, so forklift.
Okay, so the store would do that.
Yeah, they put it in the truck for you. Yeah,
which
it's a forklift. Yeah, no problem. Hey, it looks easy.
Did the forklift come home too?
No, the forklift did not come home. And so we get home, and then we're staring at it, and we're kind of, we're doing the dude thing, right? We're standing there trying to come up with imaginary ways that we're going to safely move this into the basement. So it's not a first floor office, it's the basement office.
Do you have a door wall down there? Did you go around back, down into the basement?
That's how we eventually did, yes.
Okay, good.
So and the new house has wider staircases, so we thought, well, maybe we'll just take it down the stairs. And I thought, nah, you know what? I don't want to get in the middle of the stairs because I'm going to have to be the one that's holding onto the dolly, and I didn't want to have Jack underneath helping, and I didn't want to just be doing this completely by myself.
Thinking, and maybe Lisa was too, was please,
dear
Lord, don't take it down my stairs, because if you
crush the stairs?
Yes.
Well, so I was thinking about that, right? And, okay, I'm not as heavy as I used to be, but I'm doing the math on it okay, if I'm walking up and down the stairs, or if I'm walking up and down the stairs with, say, a couple of buddies, right?
John.
We as a group, weigh similar to what this safe weighs.
But not on one spot.
Yeah, and it not with moving. A sharp, jagged edge, right? It's very different than a foot. Even if you as a human weighed 600 pounds going up and down stairs, it's very different than a safe that's, I don't know, is it rectangular?
It's
and like the dolly, the wheels of that, and all the weight in those particular spots causing little divots in your. I'm guessing they're wood. I don't know. I'm just making
carpet
assumptions.
going
Okay.
downstairs. Yes.
So
Anyway.
stairs were not an option.
Yeah, anyway, glad
Stairs
you
did
didn't do
not
that.
become an option. But the problem is when we moved in, we had sod put down because it's new construction.
Okay.
And so there was sod put down, and we obviously have snow. And it's not I can't just pull into the back because there's a hill that goes down to where the basement, the walkout is.
Mm-hmm.
It's obviously all covered in snow. And so we get down there. We finally get it out of the truck. We get it onto the dolly, strap it on, and then I'm looking at it going, okay, how are we going to do this to get down so I'm not slipping myself, let alone with the safe? So maybe this is not the right way to have done it, but it ended up being successful where I'm like, okay, I'm going to use gravity to my favor. So I'm going to pull it down the hill instead of push it down the hill, because if it starts to get away, I'm not going to be able to hold it.
It could crush you, though.
That's
the problem. It starts to get away.
I become the speed bump,
yeah, exactly.
and it stops on top of me. So we end up going down, and the hardest part actually was trying to get over when you shovel. There's this little snowbank on the side, and of course, I didn't think about it until I was into the middle of the snowbank that I should have cut away at the snowbank before doing that. So we ended up pulling it through the snowbank. I'm on the way down the hill, and thankfully it was cold enough that the ground was frozen, so we didn't sink into the new sod. And Jack is at the top, and I kind of peek over the top, and I can see him laughing at me, knowing that if it goes either way, it's falling, and there's really no chance that we are able to upright it.
Did it have to go into the basement office, or could it have it did? Like you couldn't have stored this safe in the garage?
Oh, no. It's cold in there. You got to have climate control. These are.
Oh, I know nothing,
yes,
John.
Yes. No,
I'm
I don't
just
want
curious.
my guns to rust and.
Well, they're not going to be exposed to water.
Well,
they just get cold.
They are when I use them.
Well,
and
then
then
you would clean them off,
clean them.
correct?
Yes, I clean them off. But yes,
just
but I
wondering,
also want them.
Okay.
I want them next to me.
Well, I mean, it seems like you could have.
If I need
gotten it
one, I
down
don't want to
into-
have to run out to the garage. Anyway,
Well,
So you pulled it off.
so we pulled it off and eventually get into the house, and we pull it into the office, and it was kind of one of those moments where on the way down the hill, it was teetering one way or the left or right, not on top of me, but left or right. And I kept telling Jack, I'm like, hey, don't let this fall. And that's when he starts laughing. I'm
Okay,
like,
Dad.
dude, this is serious. Like, stop laughing. And we eventually did make it happen. My question in the middle of it, though, is there was a moment where I thought, this is going to end badly. And I have no idea how I'm going to, again, lift this safe up if it falls on its side. Have you been in a situation where you bit off more than you could chew and you didn't know it? You kind of anticipated, like, I don't know if this is going to work or not. You got into the middle of it and you're like, you know what? I can't do it. When did you hit the pause button? And did you do it in time before you wrecked something or you wrecked yourself? And then how did you get out of the situation?
Story time, 248-539-9797. Texter says, why didn't you call TJ? Gotta help you.
Yeah, TJ. Oh. Like I said, there was enough weight moving this thing around.
Did John say strap it on? Question mark.
I did, yeah. And I heard that when I said it out loud, yeah.
Very rookie mistake. This one says, I'm in construction. I've seen many times owners will move their safe into the basement before construction is finished to make it easier. Next time you know.
Yeah, but we didn't own the house before construction was.
Yeah, that doesn't always work out that way. So you guys tell us, times you bit off more than you can chew, what damage was done. Tell us your stories. It's 97.1.
Hey, don't let the cold creep in. If you need your furnace service today, do what I did. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, the best prices, and they offer same-day service. Plus, there's a 5-year warranty on their work and their parts, so you know you're covered. Save a bundle with their winter bundle, up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. And I'm calling them this week, actually, on that generator. Call for details or visit them online at mastercraftheating.com.
Times you bit off more than you can chew. John got away with it.
Yeah.
600 pounds safe. It's him and his 14-year-old.
Yeah. Jack was a rock star. I don't know how much. I mean, obviously we got it in there, but yeah, he never asked questions. Did laugh at me a little bit.
Texter says, I moved a piano in the basement with my wife.
Oh, my goodness.
The plan was to go one step at a time. After about the fourth step, all the weight was on me. My wife couldn't hold it, obviously, so my only option was to jump on top of the piano and ride it down. The piano is broken and still in the basement 15 years later.
Yeah, it's tough to tune that one.
Bit off more than you could chew.
At least you wrote it down instead of it riding down on you.
Yeah.
Ticket Texter says, I ended up tearing up my basement stairway wall when I tried to move my full freezer down there. That's from Jeff. This one says, first Heather asked if the safe has wheels and then suggest you keep it in the garage. John, poor John.
Questions that, okay, I hope I didn't respond in a way. I hope I was respectful.
You idiot.
No, yes, because
Dumb girl.
I understand the thought process of wanting to, hey, the easy way is to just back your truck into the garage,
Be done with it.
drop
Right
it off, and
there.
be
You're
there.
right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
I heard Jim struggled to carry the chicken wire for his catio. That's from Tom. Let's get to your stories.
Ow.
Poked me. Jacob in Shelby Township, what's up?
How's it going, man?
Good.
So I got a little bit of a story. I was 16, and I got a twin brother who was also obviously 16 at the time. And my dad had just bought us our first safe, and it was, on the sticker on the side it said 750 pounds.
Uh-huh.
So we didn't have the luxury of a walkout, and it needed to go down in the basement. I was the guy on top. I was the one holding the dolly. The problem is where I had to hold the dolly at, the corner of the safe was right on my forearm.
Oh, yeah.
And so every single step we went down, it was like 750 pounds, just smash, smash, smash.
Mm-hmm.
And then once we got to the bottom, I turn around, I look. Every single step all the way down was completely bowed and cracked.
Oh, no.
See?
Yeah, we had to replace the whole staircase.
It's not cheap.
But yeah, that was quite an experience. I was practically in tears the whole time, and my dad just kept saying, just keep going, just keep going.
You got
We got
it.
this.
Yes, momentum. Keep the momentum
there's no
going.
turning back.
Let me ask you this. Do your parents still live in this house, or how did you get it out when you guys moved?
So actually, the house is getting demoed because I'm a licensed builder. I'm going to be building this new house. And I've got a deal with the demo company that they're actually going to crane it out.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Yeah, so no worries on that. They're just going to pick it up and put it in the back of my truck, and then we're going to put it in storage. And the new house is going to have a walkout, thank goodness.
There you go. Yeah.
Lesson learned.
Yeah. But just wanted to share that story.
I appreciate you
doing
sharing.
it.
Yeah.
Tim in Farmington Hills, you're
How
next
do you
up.
flip the coin on who's on top and who's on
I
bottom?
don't know.
Hello?
Hey, Tim,
Hey,
what's
Tim,
up?
sorry. We got a conversation.
Hey, so I got a quick story about a gun safe as well. Must be pretty popular. I had the same conversation with the person I bought the safe that you had regarding how I was going to get in the basement. It wasn't economical to have it delivered because it was almost the same price as the safe.
Yeah.
And they said, all you got to do is take the door off, and they will reduce the weight. That worked out great. They put it in the truck for me just like they did for you. When I got home, I do have a walkout, but I did not want to put any ruts in the grass. Believe that.
Uh-huh.
So I decided to take them down the stairs, and I'm doing this myself, by the way.
Ooh.
The safe weighs 400 pounds without the door. It's about another 100 pounds with the door. So I took the door down by myself, no problems, 100 pounds, no big deal. When it came to the safe, I pulled it off the truck, put it on the dolly, rolled it up to the steps, got it up both steps. Then when I walked it down the basement, the only issue I had was when I got down on the landing. I had to make a 180-degree turn.
Right.
That was challenging, but I didn't hit the walls, and I successfully got it down there. And I felt pretty accomplished doing it myself.
Oh, heck yeah. Well done. Did you, when you got down and you're making that 180-degree turn, did you actually have to, climb over the top of it to get to the other side to help make that turn?
No, I just had to keep it on the angle the entire time. I did not have the luxury of putting it down. I had to keep it at that. I'm sorry, keep it on the angle the whole time, and just make that rotate. Keep it on the wheel. So I had to follow it all the way through. So, yeah, but it worked out pretty good. But it was a little scary, but I had to do it.
There you go. Well done.
Made it happen.
I can't. I'll go back to the Twins. Bowen every step on the way down. Now he's a builder.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's how we got into it. He had to build the stairs first.
Learn the hard way. Jason's next up in Royal Oak. Jason, times you bit off more than you could chew.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Love the morning crew. Shout out to Heather. What was I going to say? I got to get to work soon. Okay. I mean, I'm autistic, so there's a lot of times when I try to bite off more than I might be able to handle. This might be a little bit emotional story, but I'm going to try to tell it without emotion. I think the falls up north, the biggest falls in Michigan, I think it's the Quamanon Falls.
Falls, up in the UP.
Yeah. Because we also have falls by our cottage, but I get the names mixed up, you know. But the Quamanon Falls. Okay, this is the first time our kids and I are there. We're there with our kids. And, you know, the Quamanon Falls are awesome, but they're kind of strong, you know. But there are parts where you can cross, you know, to get to, like, the other side, like the island part or whatever it is. But you shouldn't do it because there's a boat there, you know. But my son wanted to do it, you know.
Okay.
So, you know, again, I'm a risk taker. I'm autistic, you know. So my wife and I, you know, we take the kids, Logan and my son Quinn, across the falls. You know, one of us is holding on to each of them. You know, and we are able to get across to the other side pretty easily, right? And people are like thinking we're crazy, you know, because other people do also cross the falls, you know, like, but they're generally like not with kids, you know, but they're kids, and our kids are quite young. All right, so. You know, so we're back on the other side, and it was kind of easy to get across, you know, to the other side. So we can take the boat back, you know, back to, like, you know, the side that we came from, or we could, like, try to go across again. So I'm like, you know, we should just go across again, you know, because people are like, you know.
So, Pat, hold on.
Crazy.
I'm sorry, Jason, let me ask you this question. When you say going across, you walked across?
Yeah, but like we didn't walk really close to the place where it like falls off. You know what I'm saying?
The edge.
Yeah. We know what you're saying. It had to have been a much calmer area.
Yes, so exactly the edge. So like I'm gonna keep. Okay, so we decide, and it's kind of like I kind of convinced my wife and my kids. We got to cross this way. We can get across the other way. All right, or go back across. And I'm trying to go the same route that we came, you know, that we went the other way. But the current, when we're going back across, you know, trying to head back where we came from, the current is, for whatever reason, a lot stronger. And we can't like, you know, it's very hard to find our, like, footing and stuff. And I can't remember if I had my daughter, Logan, or my son, Quinn. But there were a number of, I mean, I was, like, preparing. There were a number of times when I almost slipped, but I was, like, trying to not let her get scared, you know? And there were, what was I saying? And I was preparing, like, you know, if I lose my footings totally, you know, I got to have her on top of my stomach, you know, and ride down the falls so that she doesn't get hurt.
Goodness.
Jason.
Oh, my goodness.
True story. Bottom line, you know, we all got across, but I'll never do that again. But I wanted to show my kids that you can do anything in life. That's it, guys. All right. I'll talk to you later.
Thanks,
Bye.
Jason.
Thanks.
You can walk across any waterfall if you really want to.
Next stop, Niagara.
Let's go, baby. What? Wow.
Mentally preparing that you may be going over the falls.
I'm glad everyone survived.
Same. I didn't know how that story was going to end.
Well, I didn't know when it was going to end, but
He goes, well, that too.
Emotional. Yeah, we lost one of the kids.
Sean, I thought there was at least a 10% chance he was going to say they lost the kid at the
we
falls.
went over the falls. Yeah. Oh, maybe this is a news story Heather had a couple of years back.
How do we pivot from this? How do we possibly? Yeah. Okay, glad everybody's okay. Times you bit off more than you can chew. Hopefully avoiding death, you know. We'll take more of your stories next. We're also going to get into some Lions football in the 8 o'clock hour. Brad Holmes has been so good, but is there one big mistake he made? It's 97.1.
The Red Wings were missing key pieces and found themselves down 2-0 early, but fortunes changed as seconds after goal number 2, and Detroit ripped off 5 unanswered goals of their own. 5-2 the final. Marco Kasper scored his 8th and 9th of the year. Coach Todd McClellan said his group didn't forget it, though. Patrick Kane was also placed on injured reserve yesterday, retroactive to January 21st. Michigan basketball needed a win last night at Chrysler Center, and a win they got over Penn State 76-72. Leading scorer Vlad Golden was sick and collected just 4 points. Trey Donaldson led the way with 21 and 7 assists, including the biggest shot of the game to give the Wolverines a lead. With 24 seconds left, it was a 3. Cleveland Cavaliers have been struggling lately, but they got a Pistons win last night, 110-91. Detroit shot just 38.5% from the floor. Unhappy Bulls star Jimmy Butler was set to return to the floor yesterday against the Magic until he walked out of practice. According to ESPN, Butler was told he was being replaced in the starting lineup, which kickstarted the latest flare-up. He was hit with his 3rd team suspension in the last few weeks. The length indefinite, but it'll be a minimum of 5 to 6 games. Without Butler, the team usurped the Pistons in the standings in the 6th spot with a win as well. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Eight o'clock hour is here. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We got Gov and Greg behind the glass.
Yeah.
It is John's birthday. Happy birthday, John.
Oh, thank you.
Happy birthday.
You are officially 49.
Yes. That final year of. I'll be halfway in another year. Halfway.
Yeah.
To 100. Yep.
Let's hope.
Why did you say that? You don't think he's going to live to be 100?
I don't. Oh, I don't think many people do. I mean, in reality, the average lifespan of a man is what, 70-something?
Early 70s, maybe?
Yeah.
So you're
I cannot
probably
do that.
already halfway, but it's okay. I've considered myself halfway too, so.
Middle-aged.
Yeah.
Yes. We'll see.
And
Only time will tell.
hopefully you do. Hopefully you do.
So, yeah, so this is
hope
how
you're
I'm going
right.
to play it. I'm going to let it play out.
Oh, of course you are. And you're officially pushing 50.
Yes, I am.
There you go. Inside a year now. All right, so you brought up a story about times that you bit off more than you can chew. We've got great ticket texts and great phone calls, long stories and you-knows. We're going to get to all of it. 248-539-9797. We do have Lions football to discuss this hour as well. Brad Holmes has done a great job. There may be one glaring miss. We'll get to that this hour. Or thing that you might want to do over. Back to the phones we go. Chelsea, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hi. So I have a story about when I bit off more than I could chew.
Okay.
And I was at a national volleyball tournament. I'm 30 years old now, but I was about 16 years old, and one of my teammates had dared me to try to eat a whole can of Pringles.
Oh, wow.
And I did. I did eat about the whole can, and just about in one sitting. And I ended up in the ER, and I was in there for quite a few hours. They made me drink this green slime drink. Which is really interesting, but pretty funny story, and my coach wasn't too happy.
Why
So
the
why did
hospital?
you end up? Yeah.
I cut up my throat. The shards of the Pringles, I couldn't chew them properly, so I swallowed them whole pretty much.
Oh my gosh!
Throat. Yeah. I couldn't talk for about 2 weeks because it was really cut up. So yeah,
Oh my
mom wasn't happy either. I was in Orlando, Florida, so she was like, I don't even know where the hospital is here down here. So yeah, crazy story.
Double dog dare you.
Yeah, definitely. I was the dare queen up until that moment. So.
Who would have thought?
Yep.
How long before you could eat again? Were you you had to be on soft foods for a couple of days?
Yeah, no, I was definitely on soft foods, a lot of applesauce, a lot of pudding. So yeah,
ice cream,
shake, smoothies.
Yep.
Wow.
And once she popped, she couldn't stop.
Exactly.
I'm happy we asked because I'm going, how in the
Me
world?
too, because I'm thinking.
Right, yeah.
You ate a lot of food. You got to get
It
your
doesn't
stomach pumped.
seem like a wild amount of.
She literally bit off more than she could chew.
Literally. And lived to tell the tale.
Yes.
Just barely.
Ticket Texter says, I bit off more than I can chew. The caller before the update, I played a drinking game for every time he said,
Oof.
A risk.
Long day ahead.
All right, let's get to Leon in Livonia. Leon, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good morning.
Long-time listener, first-time caller to this show. Excuse me. About 4 years ago when I bought my house in Livonia, took a lot of time getting my little man cave together, everything. I picked out a recliner 2 years before I bought the house. Mm-hmm. I wanted this recliner. As a plus-size model, this recliner would hold two of me.
All right.
It had the remote control that everything was automatic. It would even stand you up.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
It would even stand you up. It cost a little over $1,000. Paid extra money to get it delivered. I bought a sofa bed, too. In case of emergency, somebody's got to sleep downstairs, we got a sofa bed.
Mm-hmm.
Delivery people come out. I paid for installation as well as assembly. Sofa bed, they take it downstairs. They look at my side. This recliner's not going to get in there. I'm trying to make this as quick as possible. I said it will get in there. I've done measurements. I've done this, that, and the other thing. They left it sitting right by my garage.
Oh.
My wife and I took the door off, took the screen door off, took the banister off the downstairs, and it was a lot of work, but we got it in there. And I realized they didn't put anything together. We put everything together. Took pictures, went to the furniture store to complain because I wanted some money back.
Yeah.
Sure. Of course.
And they say, well, there's nothing we can do. They're an outside party. And they blew me off. So I disputed it on my credit card. I got a free recliner.
Hey.
Oh, there you go.
I got a free everything. I didn't, because I had told them I don't care if my credit card company disputed it or not. I wasn't paying. And I just wanted some money back. I wanted it with a free recliner. Still got it to this day. Loving it.
All right. So I want to know this. What was the moment? Because I've kind of done this too. Like I've got the sofa and recliner picked out that I want to put in the office. I haven't done it yet, but after having gone through all of that and the 2 years that you had dreamed about sitting on it, what was it like the moment you first sat down?
The same way it is every single day. Absolute heaven. I
Oh,
love
man.
it.
All right.
It's got the button. You just press a button. When I shave, I shave my head, so I can. The back will fold down, so I can sit there while my magic shave takes effect, and not mess up my recliner. And after I wash my head and everything, I hit the button. It folds right back up. I got a nice headrest. I'm good.
Oh, man. It sounds like
Living
you got
the
a little
dream.
slice of heaven.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Well, Leon, call back anytime.
Yeah.
Hey, love you guys.
Thank you.
Leon.
Thanks for listening and calling.
Get to Mike and Wesley. That's such a great story.
Yes, it is.
He did the work. He got paid back for it. Now he's
Yep.
got his own, as you put it, slice of heaven. Mike and Wesley, what's your story?
Hey, good morning, guys. Way back in the day, I was in 10th grade. I weighed 90 pounds soaking wet and decided to drink 3/4 a fifth of whiskey at a football party.
Oh.
And let's just say that was the day that my parents found out I drank.
No hiding that.
They had to drag me around the neighborhood, try to sober me up. Woke up with a handprint on my face from my dad trying to sober me up a little bit. And let's just say from that day on, I can't do shots of any hard liquor anymore because just the thought of it kind of
makes you nauseous.
brings back bad memories. Yeah, bad memories.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think we've all
Glad
been,
you lived.
Not
I was gonna
there,
say,
but,
Yeah. 90 pounds soaking wet. That's a heavy dose.
That's
Yeah.
no kidding. Wow. All right, then. All right, so we'll keep taking those ticket texts. You got some fun stories. But I want to bring up the Lions thing with Brad Holmes. He's done a great job. I don't bring this up to start a fight, to start a war.
Oh.
I generally don't have a big opinion on this, but I wonder if people do. Jalen Carter's on a tear. And Aaron Donald has said that his replacement is here in Jalen Carter. LaShawn McCoy was a teammate of Aaron Donald, and Shady shared the story. He's been a disruptor. He's been a game wrecker. He's one of the many stars in this Eagles team, and he's a player that Detroit passed on. They took Jahmyr Gibbs instead, moved down, added Sam Laporta. John, was this a mistake? If he is in fact Aaron Donald in the making, and he's breaking out in a big way this season, was that a rare Holmes miss?
So the question is basically, would you rather have Jalen Carter or Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta?
Mm-hmm.
It's such a tough call because of what he is doing.
So to put some numbers on it, Jalen Carter, third in pressures among interior defensive linemen in the entire league.
Mm-hmm.
For a guy who you wondered about conditioning, he's played 1,000 snaps this year, the second most among interior players, and he grades out as a top 5 pass rusher on the inside in the entire league. And I really feel like he's been turning the corner maybe in the second half of this season. And in the divisional round of the playoffs, when Aaron Donald watched him, he said, "Hey, that's me." That's pretty high praise, John. Aaron Donald is one of the 5 greatest defensive players in the history of the NFL.
Yeah. That's him, only bigger.
Right. His talent was undeniable in the draft, and if he's putting it together now.
If we go back to the draft, and I was a proponent, and it was a little bit outside of my character to go with a guy that had some off-the-field issues. And I just felt like his talent, when you have a talent like that, you're willing to put up with a lot of baggage that may come with it. Now, I don't know that now obviously we're not doing Philly radio, but I don't know that I've heard since he's been in the NFL, maybe a couple of bumps in the road his rookie season.
Mm-hmm.
Rookies have that. In the last 2 years, I don't know that we've heard about any bumps in the road.
No.
So he has not had some of those off the field issues that some predicted he might that might follow him throughout the course of his career.
There was the driving incident at Georgia,
sure,
and issues with his weight. Remember, that was a big deal at the pro day.
I kind of feel like it's a push in regards to Gibbs and Laporta because of what they provide the offense, and you're getting 2. And maybe he has the impact of a couple of players, and if he is going to have a career like Aaron Donald, it's hard to say that. But you're talking about a running back that wasn't even a full-time, your number 1 lead back who had over 1,400 yards.
Look, if he is Aaron Donald, and
nearly 2,000 yards, all total.
Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs in a shared season flirted with a 2,000-yard season. Gibbs is phenomenal, and I think his role should only grow next season. That's what makes this so tough. Like, this is kind of the renaissance of the running back. We see it with Saquon Barkley. I think Detroit and Baltimore and Kansas City's using a couple backs, and they run the ball quite a bit. I don't want to downgrade Gibbs because he's a running back. I think that's a mistake that I and a lot of people made at the draft. Yeah. But if Jalen Carter is Aaron Donald, that's the better player. I don't know that he is.
If you're going 1-for-1.
No, even with Laporta. If Jalen Carter is Aaron Donald, if he's one of the 5 defensive players, best players to ever play the game, yeah, you screwed up by not taking him. Well, I don't think there's really a debate about that if he's Aaron Donald.
Right. And so, yeah, okay, there's a lot to still be determined.
And that's what makes this a tough question.
Right. And because we're talking about this is year 2 of all 3 of these guys. But you also have to look at the impact on the team. You're looking at the impact of Jalen Carter on the Eagles defense, one of the best defenses in the NFL right now. You're also looking at the impact that Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta have had on the Lions offense. The best offense this year in the NFL. If you take both of those guys out, is it still the best offense in the NFL? I doubt it.
248-539-9797. I don't want to start a war. I don't have some massive opinion. I want to know from you guys, and we want you guys to weigh in on this. Jalen Carter was compared to Aaron Donald by Aaron Donald. Was that a miss by Brad Holmes, or are you cool? Gibbs and Laporta is actually a win. It's 97-1.
Hey, the FanDuel Kick of Destiny is back, and this time it's every Manning for himself. This Super Bowl, 2 legends will take the field in a sudden death field goal showdown. Peyton versus Eli, live from New Orleans, and it's going to be one kick to claim the ultimate family bragging rights. Who's going to rise to the moment? You can pick your winner now in the FanDuel app, and if you back the right brother, you're going to earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live during the Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 p.m. Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to thefanduel.com/971 Detroit and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. Again, that's fanduel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
High praise. And Jalen Carter has been a game wrecker. He's a huge part of that Eagles defense. And he's a player that we talked a lot about leading up to that draft.
I actually think you'd be kind of foolish if you said that you would take removing the emotions of and the fun and enjoyment we've had in 2 years of watching Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta. And he had, kind of a historic rookie season for a tight end. I think you'd be foolish if you said anything other than Jalen Carter. Because it's and let me ask you this question. If you were to make a trade right now, Jalen Carter for Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta, would the Eagles take it, or would you take it? I think the answer is the Eagles wouldn't do it, but as a Lions, you'd do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, because it's not a need for the Eagles first and foremost, but I don't even think they'd do it anyway.
I'm just talking about the player.
This is about the position. All I got to say is in the Super Bowl, you have Chris Jones and Jalen Carter.
Yep.
And the Lions don't have that interior presence. I'm sorry. You can
Lee McNeil's good, but he's not neither of those guys.
I'm surprised Aaron Donald went there because as much as I've been impressed by Carter in his second year, and he went through some growing pains, to go all the way to him comparing him to himself might be I don't know if I can trust that yet. I will say this. It's all hypothetical because you don't know how the draft would have played out. If Gibbs falls to 18, you could have both. And I don't care what happens at the next ones. You would have been drafted in the 40s. They maneuvered around. You wouldn't have had 34. But think about it. If Gibbs falls to 18, there's a real world where you could have had Carter, Gibbs, and Branch. Do you buy into Gibbs going to the Patriots? There was
the belief after the draft that Gibbs never would have been there. I think that was hinted at and talked about.
Would you have rather taken that risk of him not being there, knowing what we know now, the impact that he's had on this offense, versus knowing that you had Jalen Carter?
So the argument back on draft day was it doesn't matter who the running back is. This Lions offensive line is going to make life really easy, right? And I think there's truth to that. But Gibbs has been so spectacular that he's kind of flown in the face of the running back position isn't worth it argument. He had nearly 2,000 yards all-purpose in a year where he split carries and targets and touches. If he was the full-go running back, he's Saquon Barkley. He may have put up better numbers than Saquon Barkley. So that's what makes this tough. It's why I don't have a huge opinion. I would agree with you, Tom. Interior pressure is more valuable than a running back. But the players aren't one-to-one here. Carter is not Aaron Donald at this point, and Gibbs is running like one of the best, if not the best, running back in the sport.
But can you imagine a defensive front with Aiden Hutchinson coming off the edge and Jalen Carter and Aleem McNeil? Because Aleem McNeil was here, and so was Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, that's a Super Bowl front.
I mean, I don't know if it makes a difference this year because if the two went down, they still might have eventually submerged and stuff. I do think this is a more fair hindsight to some degree because I think it could have actually played out rather easily. And at 6, you would have taken Carter. Let's say Gibbs is gone. The rumor that was there was that they wouldn't be able to get him at 18.
Mm-hmm.
You just sit at 18? No, you sit at 18, you take Laporta.
Well, you get Laporta at 34 or 20. Yeah, 34.
No, at 34, you take Branch.
Oh, okay.
You get who you want. You don't get Jack Campbell, but you have Jalen Carter, Sam Laporta, and Brian Branch. And then I go to free agency and pick up Saquon Barkley.
Okay, we're playing true fantasy football
That's
now.
not fantasy. You could have done it.
Yes, you could have done it. Yes. But if I'm looking at Jalen Carter and what he is now and what I also think he will continue to develop to be, the ability – now, one of the faults of this defense is last year was the secondary. Now, all of a sudden, you're applying pressure with Hutch, Aleem McNeil, Jalen Carter, put anybody else on the other side. I don't care. That's badass. That would be unbelievable. The ability to rush and get home with 4 – hell, the ability to rush and get home with 3 at that point.
Yeah, no kidding. Look, I know you're not allowed to question Brad Holmes, but the question today is, was he still right to pass on Jalen Carter for Gibbs and Laporta in the trade back? 248-539-9797. Mike and Celine, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas. This question is a great way to start the day off, but my 2 cents is like the 89 draft. You got Troy Aikman, Barry Sanders, Deion Sanders, Derek Thomas. You can't go wrong. Just be glad the Lions didn't pick Tony Mandrich, right? You can't go wrong.
Yes. Avoid the landmines. Draft the all-pros. And there were a lot of really good players in that draft. So you don't have an issue with it.
100%.
All
No, you can't go wrong with any of those guys. Like I said, just be glad that you nailed the home run.
Yeah, and that was his best draft, arguably, Brad Holmes. When you talk about Branch, Laporta, Campbell, and Gibbs in totality, all in the first 2 rounds. Yeah. Corin in Columbus, what did you think? You're on 97.1.
So, so you give me Jalen Carter being Aaron Donald, but you didn't give me a comp for Jahmyr Gibbs. So, am I trading Jahmyr Gibbs for Aaron Donald? No, but would I trade Jahmyr Gibbs for Antonio Gates and LaDainian Tomlinson? Yeah, I think I would keep Antonio Gates and LaDainian Tomlinson, because you read off everything that Jalen Carter did, but if I'm not mistaken, Jahmyr Gibbs, like you said, splitting backs, almost hit 2K this year total yards. He was number 1 in yards per carry this year. When David Montgomery went down, his production, he averaged like 150 yards and 2 touchdowns. Like, it was insane what he did. So if you're going to give us the impact of Jalen Carter, then also give us the impact of what Jahmyr Gibbs did. Not just that we had the total number 1 offense, but what was his role in that offense? He was as impactful as Jalen Carter was on our offense. So no, I don't think I'm just going to willy-nilly just. If you phrase it as Jahmyr Gibbs and Aaron Donald, then everybody's going to take Aaron Donald. But give me another Hall of Famer that Jahmyr Gibbs is comp to and that Sam Laporta is a comp to, and then let's see if it's actually a fair trade or not.
So I'll counter that, Corin, by saying, do you think the old adage is defense wins championships? Is that still true?
2 top 5 defenses are in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Both offenses have been sluggish.
It's tough. Okay, so I agree with you, but our defense would have been. If you look at the injuries that we've had, I don't think it's too far to say that we would have had a top 5 defense this year if we had Aleem McNeil and obviously Aiden Hutchinson and CD and all of our Rodrigo and Derek Barnes and all of our linebackers all season. You saw how impactful it was just to have Anzalone back. So I think we would have had a top 5 defense. We did have a great. What do we have? I think H. Hutchinson had like 5 sacks in the Tampa game that we lost when we only gave up 20 points, and we outgained them by over 150 yards. So yeah, I do think defense wins championships, but we have that defense.
I would. Splitting hairs here when we're talking about top 5 or top 10 defense. I think it's top 10 defense. I don't know that I would have gone to top 5, but with
Carter they would be top 5.
Sure, but then the question is, what type of defense do you need to pair with the number 1 offense? Do you need a top 5, or do you just simply need a top 10 defense?
Well, and could you have drafted a Devon Achane in the 3rd round? Who was super productive, and he'd be running behind this offensive line. The thought behind running backs all along has been plug and play. If I'm getting to the 2nd level, if I'm giving them separation, good. Like Barkley, his career took off running behind Philly's offensive line. The idea here is any explosive back would be feasting in Detroit's offense. I don't say that to take away from Jahmyr Gibbs, because I do see him as someone who he takes what would be a 5-yard run and turns it into a 55-yard run. He's great. He truly is great.
But the one that we can't answer is length and impact of career.
Right. Running back careers tend to be shorter.
Right. Is there an expiration date that hits Jahmyr Gibbs before it hits Jalen Carter? Odds are yes, but we don't know what that looks like.
Aaron Donald says Jalen Carter is my replacement. We talked a lot about Jalen Carter in that draft. Brad Holmes passed on him. Was that a mistake? You guys let us know. It's 97.1. And we talk about the new year. You get to your resolutions, and you've got things you want to improve. Maybe it's a better diet. You want to work out more. Don't forget about your smile. Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. If you put off seeing a dentist last year, make a plan to come and see them in 2025. If it's been longer than a year, if you're feeling self-conscious, all the more reason to go to Brightside Dental, because they're not going to judge you. They're not going to shame you. They just want to take care of you. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. Brightside Dental offers same-day appointments for dental emergencies. They've got 9 Metro Detroit locations, including the newest in Trenton. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. We're going to get right to the phones on this one. Jalen Carter has really broken out this year. Aaron Donald says, that's my replacement. Brad Holmes done a great job. This is not a referendum on Holmes, but the question is, was it a mistake to pass on Jalen Carter? They still got Gibbs, flirted with 2,000 yards, sharing the football. And they got Sam Laporta in that trade back. So we'll get to the phones, get your thoughts. Mike in Livonia, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, buddy? So, Cookies, here's the deal to me, man. We can't say it's a mistake if they weren't willing to draft him regardless. So if you look back at when, Brad Holmes was talking ahead of that draft, he kept on preaching culture, and he was hinting at the fact that they were looking for certain players with certain characteristics. And so they've been really, adamant about this. They don't want players to give them 100%. They want players to give them 200%. And so Jalen, was he talented? Obviously out of this world talent-wise. But at the end of the day, they're not going for players that just give you talent. I mean, you can even ask yourself, like, how the hell did we pick out Jamison and J-Mo? Because he's a little shaky when it comes to his attitude at times and stuff like that. But they saw something in him that he's willing to maybe be a part of this team and give his all. And you could tell that, after some tough love, he's kind of switched it around in that regard. So for us to kind of feel like, well, Jalen Carter, if you look at the Eagles themselves, they've had issues with Sirianni. They've had issues in the locker room, and
I mean, they're in the Super Bowl again, though. But I don't think we should do the Eagles locker room's an issue when they're playing in their second Super Bowl under Sirianni.
In 3 years,
yeah. I don't know about all that. I think the argument for Gibbs is that Gibbs is as dangerous a running back in football. But part of this is, are they going to use him like that? I mean, if they're going to still split the carries, then I'm not getting the full Gibbs experience in the next couple of years here, where Carter's going to play 80% of snaps. He's going to impact the quarterback. He's going to lead that front. Quickest way to the quarterback's up the gut. Guys, I don't have some big opinion. I just wondered if this was something that anybody was second-guessing out there.
Yeah, and, I mean, you can second-guess, say, he was never on Brad Holmes' board because...
Should he have been, though?
But that is the question, is should he have been? And hindsight being 2020, you put him in that room with Aleem McNeil, you put him in there with Aiden Hutchinson, and the character guys that you've already drafted, don't you think you get the best version of Jalen Carter? I think they raise him up versus he brings them down.
Yeah, say if you have a great culture, you bring a guy in and get the most out of him.
Yeah.
Jay in Milford, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going? The argument that he had bad character, it doesn't really make any sense because he was in a separate car during somebody else's car crash. So he was just doing dumb kid stuff anyways, and we all do, so it's irrelevant. But anyways, the main point that I was calling in about was, for 2 years, me and a couple friends, Vince and Steve, were talking about Jalen Carter and Devin Achane over Gibbs and Hendon Hooker. In that draft, Achane and Gibbs have all the same measurables: height, weight, speed, everything. There was no reason to reach at a running back in the first when you could have a top 5, top 3 defensive lineman, and Hendon Hooker was worthless, but that's not really what we're talking about. Running back can wait. Pacheco in the 5th or 7th round or whatever he was in.
Day 3, yeah.
That.
Well, I mean, but part of the argument, Jay, is if you don't make that trade, then you might not end up with Gibbs. And I know you could get Achane, but you wouldn't have Sam Laporta either.
I don't care.
Okay. I'm not going to argue that. I mean, I've said I think the most impactful player between the three of them, and if you put Gibbs and Laporta together, is still Jalen Carter.
Pat in Redford, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. When you brought up Cookies about the splitting the carries, it did bring Gibbs' stock down just a little bit in my view, but I'm going to deal with hopefully facts or that because I don't have the stats, but I look at it as what's been established in the last 3 years. And we've definitely established the offense. And I know that it's, there's a window there, but, barring the injuries again, I think it's a matter of taking care of one unit, and I'll get to why I think it was a good pick to take, to take Gibbs and Laporta, is because you're talking about, one guy that could change the game on the defensive line. You're right about that. But so can Gibbs. And now you've got Laporta, who actually, if he can come in 100% next year, who knows what, his ceiling can be. So I'm happy with the picks only because we've taken care of some things. We've taken care of, the offense. It has a credible, I don't know how you would even, the word I'm looking
Identity's
for. Identity's
the word.
credible.
Yeah, no, there's a credible identity. I mean, this Lions offense wants to run the ball, but they don't want to run it for 4 yards a pop. They want to also have explosives.
Yeah.
They want body blows with Montgomery, but also knockout blows with Jahmyr Gibbs. To justify Gibbs, though, you got to land more knockout blows. He's got to play more. We can't be going into playoff games going, boy, I wish he would have carried the ball more. If he's a first-round tailback, if he's a 2,000-yard back, and he is all of these things, feed him. And if they feed him, then you could sell him as a better pick than Jalen Carter, but not if you're going to put training wheels on him.
Right. And so the question is, can he have a season? Can he have a season like Saquon Barkley had this year?
I think the answer is yes.
But then the question is, okay, to get to this point for Saquon Barkley, he's also missed a couple of years in terms of wear and tear.
That's why people get hesitant with the running backs. I know Holmes doesn't. He's very confident in the picks he made. We bring it up to get what you guys think watching Jalen Carter on the ascent. Let's get to Heather's news.
So the owners of Harpo's Concert Theater in Detroit are apologizing after hosting a concert featuring bands associated with neo-Nazis. So the owners say that they were actually duped by the event promoter who had asked them not to promote the show online, said they didn't know anything about this association until the show actually started. And then as soon as they learned about these allegations, the owners say they stopped the concert during the second act. So there was 7 bands performing. So it was during the second band. The Detroit Police Department were actually called there. They were responding to threats made against the show. They also ordered Harpo's to close over some licensing violations that were going on as well. Anyway, the venue says that, hey, this is on us. It's our fault. We should have done our due diligence, made sure we looked into the acts we were going to be hosting. So they're taking full accountability. And people who were really upset by this say, hey, yeah, we are upset, but I think this apology is sincere. I do believe that they probably didn't know anything about it. And we think they're being honest. So hopefully they'll start looking more into the bands they're hiring in the future.
Do the deep dive.
Yep. A Michigan Ford dealership has been sued by 8 Mile Style, which controls part of Eminem's music catalog. So the lawsuit was filed against LaFontaine Ford St. Clair on Monday over an online ad that they used that started running last fall to promote a limited edition Detroit Lions Ford F-150 pickup truck. So the ad uses the song Lose Yourself by Eminem. And it also has a caption that reads, you only get one shot to own a special edition Detroit Lions F-150. And they're saying, hold up, wait. You never got the rights to use this song. We know that the song is extremely valuable because it was previously licensed to Chrysler for a 2011 Super Bowl ad. And they made a lot of money, millions of dollars by using the song and his association with it. This has nothing, well, it does have something to do with Eminem because it's his song, but he is not the one. No, he is not the one that's filed this lawsuit. Anyway, they're asking a judge to award monetary damages and they want the dealership to pull the ad immediately. Yep. Katy Perry is coming to Detroit for the first time in 8 years. She'll be at Little Caesars Arena on August 8th as part of her Lifetimes tour. She just announced on Monday that she's adding a whole bunch of U.S. dates to the tour. It's already going to be in Australia, South America, and Europe. So she'll be here. Tickets go on sale at 10 a.m. on Friday through Ticketmaster. The last time she performed in Detroit was in 2017, back when the LCA had basically just opened. So exciting news for sure. There's a Detroit guy who is facing numerous charges after he shot a woman and into her vehicle where she had 2 kids on I-94. This happened the day after Christmas. The woman's vehicle just had multiple bullet holes. She was shot once, had to be taken to the hospital for her injuries. This man, James Murden, was arraigned Sunday on 17 total felony charges, included attempted murder. And it turns out it was all a case of mistaken identity.
Oh, boy.
He thought the vehicle and the person driving the vehicle was somebody else, somebody that he knew. No word on why he was going to shoot that person. Right? I don't know the backstory, but anyway, he didn't realize that it was not the person he thought it was in that car.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Shot at the wrong person.
Yep. Finally, a Florida man turned orange after going on an extreme diet.
Turned orange?
Yes, he turned orange.
What was he eating?
Well, he went on.
Oranges?
Let me tell. No, he went on
Carrots?
an extreme carnivore diet for 8 months. He was only eating hamburger meat, cheese, and full sticks of butter.
So I approve, but maybe not for 8 months.
Yeah. So he's in his 40s. He landed himself in a medical journal because of his diet. So his hands, his feet, and his elbows turned orange. He was diagnosed with this condition where your cholesterol gets so high that fat starts to build up underneath your skin, which can then cause
Holy
these
cow.
orange and yellow deposits. Anyway, who knows how long he'll live to share his orange skin. But
that's bad.
he says he was actually feeling really good on this diet, but some blood work said otherwise.
Maybe too good.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. Download the Odyssey app. Listen to 97.1 The Ticket on the app for a chance at the ultimate trip to Vegas. Coming up next, we're talking Super Bowl. Are some of you guys really sitting this out? Be honest. It's 97.1.
Hey, from Heather's news story, there's a segue here. Your New Year's resolution is to lose weight. You can get there faster than you think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us now and you can lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10 or 100 or anywhere in between, Ideal U works and it works fast. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days. I lost 50 in the prescribed 40 days, and I got to eat real whole foods, not limited to just steak and butter. It's not shakes and bars, so it is something that you can stick with. It's a lifestyle change. Ideal U's weight loss coaches work with you every step of the way. Your coach will help you lose weight, and they're going to help you keep it off. It's always the hardest challenge. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal U is a Michigan-based weight loss company. They've helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90% of Ideal U customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Sign up now and get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your new year off right. Lose weight and get a $200 Visa gift card along with it. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us.
Wings come back down 2-0, win the hockey game against Todd McClellan's former team, the team that fired him. Wings 11-3-1 in their last 15 hockey games. And what a night it was for Marco Kasper, Red Wing rookie that didn't even make the team to start the season. He has more than a point per game over the last 10. And I think McClellan's empowered these young guys. It's Kasper on the top line. It's Johansson playing with a fellow rookie, Simon Edvinsson, 2 young players in the top 4. He's empowering these guys, and they're stepping up. Soderblom got a goal yesterday as well. The Wings win without Kane, without Tarasenko, and without JT Compher. This is all very good. The context I will include for people is, unfortunately, everybody else in the race is on a similar tear. Like in the last 10 games, everybody else is picking up 12, 13, 14 points. So what we say is control what you can control, keep winning hockey games, make it interesting. Do I wish that they would have made the change to McClellan sooner?
Sure.
Yes, obviously.
Yeah.
You still got him for another half a season here. Try to squeeze out every single win you can get because they will be in the thick of it.
Yeah, I mean, when any time something works and you seem to have fixed a problem, and in this one, it's just simply losing was the problem.
Yeah.
You sure wish that you went there sooner.
Yeah. And again, it's Kasper's playing confident. I think Johansson has become he wasn't even playing, is now a contributor and playing big minutes. Yeah. We're pretty happy with the way things are going on the ice.
Well, and here's what you want to see now is they came home, had a nice homestand, 3 wins in a row. Last road trip, they were 1-3. They're going out west for a 4-game road trip. Is it going to be better than the last time they went on the road? It's a little. I mean, the challenges are different, right? Teams are different. It's a West Coast trip. There's a time. All the things that complicate going across the country. Are they able to solve some of the issues that they had the last time they went on the road?
You would have to think so. I mean, otherwise it's not going to
happen. I sure hope so. And then it goes to Todd McClellan.
Well, my point is, if they are truly on the ascent and it's not just a coaching bump, but it's been enough time now. It's over a month. I feel like we're getting to the point where, no, this is something we can exhale and say, oh, no, this is who our hockey team is.
Right. So then the question is, did you dig yourself too deep a hole? Getting back to, did you wait too long to make the change? And now that you've made that change, right now you're just simply trying to hold serve and stay within striking distance, and eventually you're going to have to make up that ground. They've made up some ground in the last week, but you're still 2 points under the cut line.
In the last 10 games, Detroit has picked up 13 points. That's good.
Yeah.
In that same span, the Senators have picked up 15. The Rangers have picked up 15. The Blue Jackets have picked up 15. Canadians, who are behind them, have picked up 14. The Islanders have picked up Canadians are ahead of them. Islanders are behind them. Both have picked up 14. Flyers and Bruins each with 12 and 13 points. So they haven't made any progress despite playing better hockey. But you just keep playing better hockey, and you trust that
that's going to stay.
Again, Lucas Raymond is pacing for 100 points. He's, I think, in the top 15 in scoring in all of hockey right now. You have a superstar blossoming, and you have young players who are settling in now as NHLers. So there's your update on the Red Wings. John, just to put a bow in the Jalen Carter conversation.
Yeah.
I think this is where I arrived at, because I really did come into today's show with no big overarching opinion about it. I thought it was thought-provoking to ask the question.
Sure.
To wonder aloud, hey, Jalen Carter's having himself a moment. Aaron Donald says my replacement is here. Should the Lions have drafted Jalen Carter? Where I'm at right now is I'm cool with Gibbs and Laporta, but they got to feed Gibbs. If they are feeding Gibbs and they are getting everything out of him, if he is Saquon Barkley, all right. But if he's going to be in this like split carry thing and we're always asking for more than give me the 80% snap share. Give me Jalen Carter, the game wrecker. If they're going to ride Gibbs, I'm cool with it. That's where I'm at today.
Are they getting the most out of Gibbs by the way they're using him, though?
Yeah, moving forward, I think they need to give him the ball more.
Okay, but my point is, yes, you give him the ball more and he's averaging over 5 yards a carry, you're going to get more production. You're going to get more explosive. But are they actually using him in the best way that he can be used so that he doesn't break down at the end of the year? And I'm not talking about saving him for future years down the road.
Okay. Yeah, no,
I'm just talking
cool
about for the season. Can he have a Saquon effect and yardage and in production if they use him more, or will he break down by the end of the season?
I think he's bulked up. I think working with David Montgomery, they've talked about that. He's squatting now. He's lifting weights. He never really did that stuff before. He should be maturing into an every down back. Saquon Barkley's not being rested because they got to get him to the finish line. They rode him. And I'm not worried about if Gibbs doesn't see 2027 or 2028. Like, it's staring. I know you're not either. It's staring you in the face, though. Let's make the most of that pick moving forward here so there's not seasons where we're left wondering what if. All right, John. Super Bowl is on the horizon now.
Oh, yeah. Less than 2 weeks away.
Are people really going to sit out the Super Bowl? Are we doing this again?
So last year, this is where it kind of gets into the question, which one stings more? Not having won a playoff game this year with anticipation and expectations so high versus last year where you're 30 minutes away, and it happens literally 2 weeks before the Super Bowl. I guess I kind of understand it more last year than I can this year because you felt like you were going to go. At halftime of that San Francisco game, you were up 17. You didn't have chance of the 5 months of buildup to make plans for the Super Bowl, but you felt like, hey, this is our moment. We are in. And then all of a sudden, the rug was ripped out from underneath you, and San Francisco goes. Last year, and I watched it. I wanted to see who was going to win. I wanted to watch the game. It's the most viewed sporting event every single year. It's the biggest sporting event that this country has. But I'm not going to sit there and say, Lions fans have to watch it.
I'm not going to go to your house and like hold your eyelids open and say you will watch the Super Bowl. I just find a lot of the
You're just going to question why they won't?
Yeah, I think it's performative on social media. I'm not going to watch. Well, if you didn't watch last year's Super Bowl, you missed a classic, an OT thriller. If you didn't watch last weekend, Josh Allen's got the ball 3 minutes to go at Arrowhead. You're not going to tune in for the drama? I question it. So the Lions are out, so we're going to pout?
I think it's more of a participation by the Lions. I don't know that there were a lot of people that tuned off the AFC Championship game because Lions couldn't be in that one.
Sure.
But I don't know that they were 100% bought into watching the NFC Championship game. And now the Super Bowl is one that the anticipation was there. And I don't know, maybe it's on in the background, maybe it's wallpaper, maybe you flip over just to check on the score. I don't know what it is, or you just want to see the commercials, halftime show, whatever it is. I do think that there's a lot of people that they're done. They don't want to participate in the party that they thought they had a seat at.
So the Lions are out, we pout. Is that what we do now? If the Lions aren't in it, we don't care. I mean, they've played 58. This will be 59 Super Bowls. The Lions have been a part of 0 of them. I've watched all of them that I've been alive for.
Yeah, but the Lions, for 57 of them, didn't have a shot.
Right, okay, but
for 58 and 59, yeah, they were supposed to be there.
Can we call it what it is? I mean, they weren't close this year. They didn't win a single playoff game. They were eliminated by 2 touchdowns at home in the first playoff game they played. Like, last year, you're on the doorstep. This year, they weren't. You're not going to watch the Super Bowl. So maybe, is it Lions fatigue? Or is it Chiefs fatigue? What is it? The people who are legitimately not lying, not doing this to be performative, you're not watching the Super Bowl. Why? It's 97-1.
A back-and-forth game between Michigan and Penn State on the hardwood last night came down to one shot with 24 seconds left to give the Wolverines the lead one final time. That's head coach Dusty May. Before the game, the Wolverines dropped out of the top 25. MSU up another spot to number 7 as well. The Lions are close to inking Broncos assistant John Morton as their next offensive coordinator per The Athletic. Morton coached under Campbell in 2022 and was previously an NFL OC. According to sources of Tony Garcia, so far all signs point to high school offensive lineman Ty Haywood selecting the Wolverines as his college destination. Haywood stands 6'5" and 285. He ranks as the number 4 tackle in the country. The Red Wings were 5-2 winners over the Kings, despite LA hopping out to a 2-0 lead in the first period. Lucas Raymond led the charge of 5 straight for the Wings after that. Marco Casper netted 2 of his own as well. The team off until Thursday, now enjoying a 3-game winning streak. Patrick Kane was hit the IR shelf retroactive to the 21st yesterday as well. The Pistons lost 110-91 to the Cavaliers. Mobley and Kate Cunningham led all scorers with 22. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Uh-oh. Birthday party broke out in the studio. Who are these guests?
We got a visitor. Obviously, Lisa is here, and this is Teddy. So if you're on Twitch, you get a chance to, the first opportunity to see Teddy. Teddy, can you say, go Lions? Say it louder. Go Lions.
Go Lions.
Nice work.
So,
Oh, he's repping the Lions today.
He's repping the Lions. Oh,
There
there,
it
we
is.
go.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Got our Hutch jersey
Hutch.
on.
Mhm.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Can you say happy birthday to your dad?
Yes. Yes. Oh, yes, that's what I talk into every day. When you're on your way to take Jack to school. Yes. Not great radio, but
You know, it's adorable radio.
It's
Just
adorable is
me.
what it is.
uh-huh. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So anyway, what were we talking about?
So I was asking people if they were going to watch the Super Bowl, and we can do that, but I do recommend people go to Twitch and watch this because this is father-son bonding at its peak right now.
Twitch.tv/971 The Ticket. You get a chance to see Teddy and everyone else here in studio, except Lisa. She's avoiding the cameras right now, but taking a video of Bring Your Son to Work Day.
And happy birthday, John, from all of us as well. I know donuts, Lisa hooking it up.
Yes, yes.
Great taste, by the way.
Yeah, a little shout out to the Looney Baker.
That's right, Livonia staple.
It's our go-to.
There you go.
I'm hoping there's raspberry donut in there. There's a bunch of
You got
raspberry
a head
donuts.
nod.
Yes,
That's
yes.
a good note.
Yes. Teddy likes the sprinkles.
Who
Teddy,
doesn't?
did you get sprinkles? Sprinkles, yes.
So let me just set this up again for people who are
Yeah.
tuning in for the 9 o'clock hour. We know the Super Bowl doesn't have the Lions in it. And I know last year people were very sad and they threatened to not watch the Super Bowl. And I want to know, are you actually skipping this or is this like a performative complaining on social media? Is it the Lions are out, so we pout? Is it fatigue with the Chiefs? Like, what is it? Because if you opt out of watching these late season games, I'd say you're missing out. Last year's Super Bowl was an OT thriller. AFC title game was a great game. This Super Bowl, underrated, unpopular opinion, should be a great game. These are two good quarterbacks, two good defenses, two good coaches, and they played a hell of a Super Bowl just 2 years ago. So help me understand why it is we wouldn't watch the final football game for 8 months.
I think there's just more of a despise for the fan bases than there is for the actual teams. Now, I think there is some Chiefs fatigue. I think whether it's Travis Kelce and some of his antics around what he does, or I hate to say it out loud, but is it part of Taylor Swift?
We had those texts early.
Yeah, I get all of that.
She doesn't
and
look like a football fan,
She
you
doesn't
guys.
look. Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to look like a football fan.
I hated that comment.
Why does Taylor Swift trigger so many people? She doesn't get that much airtime.
Well,
they show
she's one of
wives
the biggest stars in the world.
They show celebrities and wives at all these games anyway.
Yeah. So it's interesting how people are viewing this game, but I get it not liking the Eagles. I mean, who
Sure.
likes unless you live in Philly or you're Stony, like who likes the Eagles? No one does.
They're not likable, but it should be good football, and it's the Super Bowl for crying out
See,
loud.
I'm with Jim in terms of the game itself. Like, I really look forward to it. There's some legacies on the line here. Like, I think if the Chiefs win, he might already make it anyways, but Steve Spagnuolo is going to be a Hall of Famer.
As a defensive coordinator.
Yeah, I mean, the first three-peat. Drop the mic, right?
Yeah.
But no, I think more in Chiefs fatigue. I think there's matchup fatigue. This is the second time the Chiefs have had a repeat opponent with Philly. They had it with the Niners. And then you go to the year where the Chiefs played the Bucks. It's Brady and Mahomes. Well, that got old because of the AFC championship matchups. In general, the NFC's been garbage lately. It really has. When you really look at the NFC, the only two Super Bowl champions last 7 years were by quarterbacks they got in the offseason, Stafford and Brady. It's just, to me, even if you go a step back even one more, Philly winning it against the Patriots, there just hasn't been that many more new unique teams. The teams there haven't been many fresh teams other than that one Rams-Bengals game. I just think we don't get to see Lamar in this environment. We don't get to see Josh Allen.
Yep.
We don't it's just old. I mean,
I understand that, but these are the best. Like, these two teams were in that tier, and they're in the power surge at the top all season long. These are two of the best teams from the jump, and they're going to meet in the Super Bowl. It's Mahomes, it's Hurts, it's Spagnuolo, it's Fangio, two great defensive minds. It's two teams that are going to give us a hell of a football game the way they did 2 years ago. It came down to who had the ball last 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Why opt out of that?
So, as a football fan, right, part of this is, there's a lot of different reasons why people watch the Super Bowl. It's commercials, it's halftime, it's the
party.
It's the party, but it's also, this is the last opportunity that we have to watch football, real football. And I know there's the UFL and all that stuff, and maybe you'll find yourself another, kicker. But this is the last opportunity to watch football until next September. Real professional football.
Yeah, and I do
it's
think
not real. According to some.
Well, it's rigged.
Well, we're gonna get those texts again today. It's rigged. And
yeah.
I don't know. I think it comes just across as kind of a sore loser. I understand being sad that the Lions aren't here, but I'm going to take my ball and go home. The Lions aren't here, so I'm going to pout. Lions haven't been in 59 Super Bowls. I'm kind of numb to that fact. I don't like it, but I'm kind of numb to that.
But again, you're missing part of the context. Is for 57 of them, they weren't going to be in the game. They didn't expect to. They didn't think they had a chance. Now, all of a sudden, 58, they were 30 minutes away from being in it. 59, They were one of the betting favorites. They were the betting favorite for a majority of the past 7 months.
I guess some of it is when you lose by 14 points at home in the divisional round, not even in the
you
NFC
didn't
title.
earn it. I get that.
And then I watch Philly drop 55, and I go, you know what? The best team from the NFC is there. As awful as that is to admit that, as hard as that is to admit it, that's where I'm at. Let's get the phone calls in. 248-539-9797. Max, you're up. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. I have a statement. Well, I have two statements. The last one will probably trigger some people. The first one, the Chiefs are just the modern Patriots. 7-8 years we saw the Patriots go to the Super Bowl, Tom Brady, and we got tired of Tom Brady. And now it's the Chiefs' time, and eventually there'll be another team to replace the Chiefs and go all the time. Myself, I'm a Chiefs fan. Now, here's the triggering statement. People that are complaining, it's just the same old teams in the Super Bowl. Maybe if your team was better, you'd make the Super Bowl.
Well, that's what people don't want to admit to themselves. It's hard to say that.
Yeah. And the Lions last year, I live in Detroit. I'm traveling now, but I live in Detroit. I root for the Lions, and I was rooting for them to go to the Super Bowl. I wanted them to go this year because it would have been a historic Super Bowl. Either the Lions would have won their first one or Chiefs get the third one that no one's ever done.
Yeah.
Again, it's just people, if you want your team to go, do better. Be better at football. You complain, and I'm going to watch because I'm a football fan, Chiefs fan, so I was born in Missouri. I'm going to watch it. No, I'm not going to sit out.
Well, of course, you're not going to sit out. I mean, that's almost cheating to be like, well, I'm a fan of one of the two teams playing in the game.
Yeah.
But I think people watch Super Bowl for different reasons. I think football junkies like John use it as the last football game for a very long time. But I think there's other people who go to the Super Bowl party. They like the commercials. They're interested in the halftime, the pop culture of it all. You're going to miss all of it.
There's a lot of traditions that people have. I mentioned earlier, I've got a buddy that's going to go up north. They've done it. He's done it with his buddies for, generations. It's something that their parents did, and now all of a sudden they get a chance to do, and they still go up with dad. And it's there are certain traditions that people have. We just feel now like we have a seat at the table, or should have a seat at the table.
Yeah, I understand being sad the Lions aren't there. I wouldn't bring me to the point of not watching, and I wonder how much of it is performative. Like, are you guys honest? Be serious. I don't want to call you liars. Are you actually going to watch something else or do something else instead of the Super Bowl? 248-539-9797. Mateo in Ecorse, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I'll admit I'm a little bit salty about the Lions not making it. I'm a season ticket holder, so there's that. But, yeah, there's a couple reasons in particular I'm not going to watch this year. And I am an avid football watcher, so that means a lot coming from me. So, I feel like, if you're an NFL fan, you kind of already know what's going to happen. It's the same thing with the Chiefs every time in a big game. Patrick Mahomes comes back late and does it. that's the first reason. Second reason, I think the halftime show is going to be garbage. They need to get a rock band in there, not some rapper. And then third, I think both fan base, like you guys mentioned, both fan bases are just so. I just can't stand them. I don't want to see either of them be happy. So those are my three reasons.
Yeah, it's the classic. Someone has to win.
Yeah, I mean, somebody has to win. There's going to be two teams playing it. Somebody is going to win, and it's not going to be a fan base that we feel very good about. The Chiefs, it's an embarrassment of riches, and the Eagles, everybody, I don't know that anybody has a close friend that they might call an Eagles friend.
Only Stoney.
Yes.
If we made a list, if we were tallying,
he's supposed to be transformed, though.
Reformed or yeah. If we were making a list of reasons why people aren't watching the Super Bowl, we could throw both teams are unlikable, Lions heartbreak, Chiefs fatigue. Like, help us fill out this list. 248-539-9797. We'll keep doing this conversation. Plus, coming up next, are we the last show standing? It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you like they did for me and build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
He's a big boy.
He is a big kid. I mean,
Teddy?
Yes, that's who I'm talking. Who did you think I was talking about?
clarifying
As
for
I
the
walk
audience.
in here, I'm like, man, he's a big boy. He's a big boy.
He's here to celebrate John's birthday. John turns 49, pushing 50 now.
Mhm.
Got donuts. Lisa's here, but having a good time. In fact, I think John's a little caught up out there.
I think so too.
I did want to point out, we'll read some ticket text. I did want to point out that our show is the last show standing. Mock draft fever is something that takes over every NFL city when their team loses, and it's inevitable, and we'll get there too. I know the midday show loves them a mock draft, and I'm 99% sure the afternoon show has dipped their toe in the mock draft waters. Our show is holding strong. John has not sent a mock draft in his prep. I have not passed along a mock draft. We'll get there.
Neither have I.
Heather has not passed
Surprisingly.
along a single mock draft
Can you believe
take
it?
or story in the week plus since the Lions have been eliminated. So I'm not patting ourselves on the back because we're going to succumb to it too. I just wonder how long we'll make it before we crack like everybody else. I don't know, maybe it's tomorrow. Some ticket text on the Super Bowl. Are you going to watch? I can't even believe this is a question, but you do have fans saying enough is enough. The league's rigged, or I can't do it because the Lions are out, or I can't do it because of Patrick Mahomes. I can't root for the Eagles because they're obnoxious fans. We've been tallying up and building a list of reasons why people aren't. And I wonder if it's performative or if it's honest. If you're actually going to find other things to do. Not going to go to the Super Bowl party. You're not going to tune in for the commercials or the halftime show or the football itself. It's an unpopular opinion, but it should be a really good football game. These are two really good teams, two really good quarterbacks, two really good defenses. You're going to miss all of it. Ticket Texter says, typical Costa trying to force his opinions on others. He really thinks highly of himself. You guys can disagree with me. We've got the phone lines. John, you pointed out, hey, this is football. It's our last football for a while.
Yeah.
That's maybe as good a selling point as any. Ticket Texter says, Teddy looks like he's ready to decide what school he's going to commit to, sitting on your lap.
He's ready to roll, and I had to help get him outside because once he finds a place that he has fun, he doesn't want to leave. Plus, they left the box of donuts,
and he's
separating
already had one.
him from Oh, trust me, there was another donut waiting for him in the car. That was the carrot to get him out.
Heather, you asked if he had already had a donut. Was that because he appeared to be
Well,
little
he was
jittery?
no, he was eyeing them.
Oh, yeah.
No. He looked like a typical 3-year-old, but
Okay.
he was eyeing that box. Did you see how he casually made his way over to the donuts, got in that chair eye level, and he was looking at it? I was curious if he had one yet, and if not, maybe he should.
Yeah,
But
he could have an indefinite amount of donuts. There's nothing that would fill him up. It was great to see him. But in terms of the game, I am curious. One of the takes, if you don't like either fan base, or if you just simply have Patrick Mahomes, Kelsey, Chiefs fatigue, the Eagles do have an opportunity to dethrone the champs. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say I want the Eagles to win. I haven't decided who I'm rooting for yet, but if you want to see somebody dethrone the king and knock them off, and by king I mean Patrick Mahomes, this could be the day that it happens.
And this is the best team to do it. I mean, I could.
And they're going for something historic, right? It's never been done in a row, 3 in a row. And you go back to, the first 2 were Green Bay, and I think it was the last pre-Super Bowl was Green Bay, so they had 3 championships in a row. But this is an opportunity to do something that hasn't happened in the quote-unquote Super Bowl era.
Yeah, again, Eagles deserve to be here as much as we wanted and desperately believed the Lions could be there. The best teams are there, and sucks when it's not your team, but that's the case. Ticket Texter says, Jim, shut the F up. Says, we're about to witness the least watched Super Bowl in a long time, and it's all on the NFL. You like when the Ticket Texters are mean to me.
Yeah, I do. Because they echo a lot of times what I say during the commercial breaks.
The internal thoughts,
or
too?
internal, yes. The internal voices.
But we're about to witness the least watched Super Bowl in a long time, and it's all in the NFL. So if I'm understanding this correctly, they rigged the games to get the least watched matchup?
Right.
That's quite the take.
Yeah. It
can't be both. If they rigged it, they would have put Buffalo in. Or they would have still had Kansas City for Taylor in the three-peat, but they would have put the Lions in, and then they would have had the Lions lose because of the liability. They wouldn't have this matchup if they were rigging it.
Right.
I don't think so. I think these two teams just happen to be the best teams.
And you brought up the numbers yesterday. Who was the most watched team in the NFL this year?
The Detroit Lions.
Wouldn't you want, if you were going to rig it, wouldn't you want the most watched team? Because since this matchup has been decided, not only there's a lot of people that are just, whether it's Chiefs fatigue, you don't like the Eagles, you don't like the fan bases, whatever. ticket prices for the Super Bowl have also declined. Where they were, I think before we were talking to especially Lions fans, the average ticket price reported a week ago was right around $4,900 to $5,100.
It's dipping a little bit, you said.
Yeah, it's down to about $4,500 a ticket, which, okay.
A steal.
Right, yes,
It's
for
clearly
a game,
still a lot of money.
But yeah, there is a certain sentiment that the people aren't as interested in this game. But it doesn't also mean that they're not going to watch.
Correct. I think both things can be true. Last texter says, some rapper. Kendrick is one of the most popular artists today.
Lisa and I were having this conversation off air about the halftime show. Yeah, not just some rapper.
She is definitely going to be watching for halftime. That is when I will take my break and let her enjoy the moment instead of and fight the urge to make stupid comments to just, be me.
Oh, there's one more text I have to read. It's a curious question. Is the baby taller than Colin?
I mean, we'd have to do a side-by-side comparison.
Stop it, this poor man.
Yes.
Let's get to Heather's news.
Next year.
Okay, really cool. Something coming to Detroit. You'll be able to stay overnight or maybe multiple nights in one of the most iconic and historic buildings in the state. So a hotel is actually coming to the top floors of Michigan Central Station,
This is so cool.
And along with the hotel, obviously more will come with that, right? There's going to be more food options, more drink options. It's going to be really exciting. I still haven't made my way. We had plans to go do the tour when they were doing the tours, which I think you maybe still can do, but family things got in the way. We never got to do it, and we were going to do it as a family. So I still want to go and see it, but this is cool. No word yet on when the hotel is going to open, but it is coming. So
probably pretty pricey to stay
I'm
there. I like the beer.
How long has this been going on?
Oh, I don't know.
I think it's been going on for quite a while. The party or the Oberon?
The party.
I think it's been going on. I mean, I've talked about it.
Yeah.
I mean, for several years. So I think they've been doing it for a while.
So Oberon's great, and then that day, and I'm sure they still do it, they have like a habanero version of Oberon as well. I don't know how you feel about spicy beers, John. It's quite the experience.
Yeah,
I'll
probably pass on
Yeah, it
that
wasn't
one.
for me either. I gave it a try.
No. The beer debuted in 1992, so perhaps the party's been going on for a while. A Michigan Ford dealership facing a lawsuit by 8 Mile Style. It's actually this company that owns part of Eminem's music catalog, and they're suing LaFontaine Ford St. Clair. They filed this lawsuit on Monday because of an ad that they've been running online. The ad started running last fall. It was an "Use Yourself" and also a caption that plays into the whole music. It says, "You can only get one shot to own a special edition of Detroit Lions F-150." And they're saying, hey, hold on.
Yeah.
That music is expensive and it's going to bring in a big revenue, and you need to make sure you have the rights to it. So anyway, they want monetary damages, and they want the dealership to pull the ad immediately. If you haven't heard, Gen Z, they're really struggling with adulting, right? A few weeks ago, we learned they can't change a light bulb. They can't hang photos without hiring somebody to do that. They can't identify a wrench. There's all different things that they're just struggling with. And now we're learning that they also lack basic cooking skills. In fact, making a simple omelet with one ingredient, an egg, is too stressful for them.
Wait.
Well, an omelet's more than one ingredient.
Well,
I mean,
some cheese, fine. What? You can make an omelet any way you want.
They're easy.
But you could make it with just an egg.
Well, that'd be just
that would
eggs.
just be an egg.
Well, it's different than scrambling an egg, though, John. It's different than
'cause you're
a
folding
fried
it?
egg. Yes. It's the
so
omelet.
folding it that makes it an
different
omelet?
than opening and making a fried egg. It's different than making an omelet. Making
John,
scrambled
I'm
eggs
with
is
you in
different.
this very this
You
important
need
distinction.
some ingredients inside of the folded egg to make it an omelet.
Throw in some cheese, some tomatoes,
Your
some
point
spinach,
is they
whatever
can't
you
even
want.
cook eggs.
That's what I'm saying. It's all about the egg more than the
That's
ingredients in it.
unbelievable.
So the new survey found 42% of those aged 18 to 28 said that they could not whip up a basic stir fry. 27 couldn't figure out how to make a soup. Omelets, another big no-no. 61% of Gen Zers say they can't make an omelet.
I
It's
don't
too
know that
stressful.
I believe it's too stressful.
Stressful.
What
Yes.
the hell what is so stressful for these young individuals?
So they said why they can't make this type of food. One, they said they didn't grow up in kitchens the way that older generations did. And they have food delivery right from their thumbs, their fingertips.
And
The
you
food
can do
delivery
that
That's why
every
they're all
meal.
broke.
Yeah, wow.
I know. Well, and they have to hire out somebody to come hang a
Right.
photo for
Yeah.
Seriously, a stir fry. Throw it all in a pan.
Fry it all up.
Yeah,
Mix
put a
it
little
all
sauce
together.
in there. Looks done.
I'm just telling you. I'm just glad it's taking the heat off of the millennials. So let's just focus on all the
Yeah.
things Gen Zers can't do.
I still find it hard to believe.
I agree. Finally, somebody put a list together of the most popular Super Bowl foods by state. The top foods include a buffalo chicken dip, which is the most popular in Michigan,
Okay.
hot dogs, baked potatoes, fried green tomatoes, and I don't even know how you say this, Nofala soup. No, I don't know if I'm saying that.
Yeah, it's obviously not
Nofala
in
soup.
Michigan.
It's
yeah.
a German soup. Anyway, only one
Huh.
state likes that, North Dakota.
I'm going to break out the bacon bombs.
What did you say
Michigan
was?
We're the buffalo chicken
Buffalo
dip.
chicken dip.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can get
respectable.
behind
Yeah,
that.
sure.
Definitely some of that on the plate.
Yeah, I've heard about you've talked about
Oh,
those.
the bacon bombs.
bacon
yes,
bombs
yes.
before.
I'm going to save that till we get closer to the
was gonna
Super
say, I
Bowl.
don't know the
Yeah.
bacon
Oh,
bombs.
you'll love them.
I'm very excited.
Yes.
It's 97-1.
Hey, Super Bowl 59. It's one game, two teams, and endless possibilities. And there's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown, who's going to take home the MVP trophy, or win the coin toss, FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every single moment. With live betting all game long, you can jump into the action, adjust your bets, and ride the wave of excitement from kickoff to the final whistle. Plus, to make the Super Bowl even sweeter, new customers can score $200 in bonus bets when you make your first bet. That's just a $5 bet. All you have to do is win, and you're going to get $200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/971Detroit and bet with FanDuel. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. FanDuel is an official betting partner of Super Bowl 59. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're having a good time today, celebrating John's birthday. You had another donut?
Finishing. Oh, yeah.
How many have you eaten already?
The calories don't count on your birthday.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, they're all. It's all free. It's a free day, so I can eat as many donuts and whatever else I want.
I say, what's on the plans for today?
It's a busy day. Got to head to Ann Arbor, and then we've got Jack has a basketball game. Ruby's got a basketball game. I was just telling Heather, I might actually see Teddy again. That might be the only time I get to see him today because I won't get home from all of the other kids' events until probably 9 or 9:30, and he'll be in bed. So
Yeah, because you're not the only birthday in the house today either.
no, yeah, Lucy, but she's not in the house. She's in
Well, I just mean in the
Lafayette.
family, but yeah.
And Ellie's is tomorrow. So
Oh my gosh.
But we'll celebrate both birthdays, all of them tomorrow.
Loaded up in January.
Yeah.
Yeah. Off season.
We go back 9
Not a lot of
months. and
playoff
you-
hopes in Washington.
Anyway, Heather, you shared that you saw something, a relic, a fossil.
Yes. So over the weekend, took a longer drive. So I wasn't behind the wheel. I was in the passenger seat, and we were, driving next to this vehicle. And I always like when you're at like the same speed as somebody or you're stopped at a stoplight, like I always just look over, just something to do. And I looked over and I had to do a double take because I saw the driver. He had in one hand, I don't even know what you call them,
CD cover?
a CD cover or a case.
Yeah.
Opened up in one hand and he was putting a CD into his car in the other, probably driving with his knee. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to that because I was focused on the CD because I was thinking, wow, I haven't seen a CD in a very long time. And when I do see CDs, I see them more in like, I used to have them all a book, right? Like when you used to have a CD player in your car, you had that big book of CDs. So I was just shocked that somebody is actually still listening to a CD in their car when you now have access to so many other ways of listening to music.
What year is this?
I know. That's why I did what's happening?
This was a CD player like in their car?
Yeah. I mean, well, he was driving and putting it
So
in.
I don't think it's unusual to have a CD player in your car. A
No.
lot of older models that are still on the road obviously have those. I think it would be a much rarer occasion, obviously, to have a cassette deck.
Oh, well, gosh. That's,
But
yeah.
I think that, in fact, the truck that I have now is going on 3 years old, and I'd have to go look. I don't have any CDs. I'm not going to play one, but I think there might still be
I'd
a
like
CD
to
slot
put a bet on that
in it.
that you don't.
But I know it's the first truck that I've had that doesn't have a CD. So the one I had before that was probably, I don't know, I guess we're talking maybe 6 years old. So maybe it's 9 years ago now that I guess you're talking a decade. Math sucks.
It's like I've seen some that will still
got that one when I was
maybe
40.
Older cars that would have one like in the glove box. Sometimes there's a CD like.
Wait, in the glove box?
Yeah. Yes. There's no new cars have CD players
Right.
installed. You
But
can
if
get one installed.
Like
So aftermarket, but from the I think you can still get them from the
aftermarket, you could probably
factory.
go to an audio, maybe, but they're not right in your center like stack there. They're like off in the glove box.
So if you have an older car, you may have a CD player,
Sure.
but to actually be using CDs in 2025.
I threw away all of my CDs. When we moved to our new house, I found my old book and I flipped through it and I was like, oh, this brings back memories because a lot of them were like mixed CDs that I like illegally downloaded off Napster or something crazy, right? And I had all the words written, each song written in Sharpie on there, like whatever mix. And I looked at them and then I'm like, threw it all in the garbage. What am I going to do with them? I don't even own a CD player in my house. Like I don't even have one. I couldn't even listen to one.
No, and it's not like record players, which have kind of become
Well, those are cool.
yeah, cool.
Yeah.
You got your vinyl. Yeah. Nothing's cool about the CD.
No.
We're starting to get some on this one individual on Twitch. My 2020 base Trax does not have a CD player. So I'm curious. So your car,
My car does not.
Does you're
cars,
sure?
Yes.
Okay.
The last few cars that I've had do not have CD players. Almost all of my cars have not had CD players.
I can't even remember the last time I would have physically held
Held
onto
a
a CD,
yeah.
let alone. I mean, your car may have it, but as you pointed out, like
Do you remember when they used to make them for your
the visor.
Yes. So all you had to do was like.
I had one of those.
Yeah.
All right, so I bought a Chevy Cruze in 2012, and it had a CD player.
Okay.
And then I got rid of that and got an Encore in the fall of 2020, and it didn't. And I think just kind of reading between the lines in our minivans of 2016 that Kelly drives, it does. It has a CD/DVD player.
Okay.
So I think the transition happened right around then and stuff. But I'll go to this point. We've recently renovated our office, and I had some CDs with some old games on it for the station. I kept those because you just never know when something archived might be needed.
But how are you going to get them off?
There, you could download it still on a computer and then transfer a lot of different ways. Use it to externals, that kind of stuff. But I had probably 20 CDs that were new.
Not even unwrapped?
Yeah, and I threw them in those big crates that we're throwing out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, nobody's going to use these. Don't hang on to these. You might think it's stupid to throw something out that's never been used. They're out, guys. They are, to me, if you still have a car that has them and you listen, good, so be it. You're probably older and you're stuck in your ways, but.
Doesn't hurt anybody.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, so the question is obviously, is anybody still using CDs?
Sure.
But do you have outdated technology that you are
Right.
still using?
Yeah, like a home phone.
Oh my gosh.
Does Gator still have a home phone?
No, it's to say that out loud seems absurd, but I don't know anybody, save maybe Gator, that still has a home phone.
With an answering machine.
Oh. An
Right.
answering machine.
Yeah.
You
I don't
remember,
think people.
I used to, when I was a kid, I always used to
Remember the
record
tape?
Yep.
A little tape.
But here's the other thing too, like for an answering machine. You mentioned the answering machine and all that. Unless it's a business call or I'm leaving a message for like a worker, like, hey, can we have the stove fixed or whatever? Does anybody even leave a message anymore?
Very rarely.
Almost never. If you don't answer and I start hearing your voicemail, I hang up, and if there's something I actually have to ask you, I'll text you.
Right.
And then you can
Somebody
get back
did
to
this with
whenever you
me
want.
yesterday, though. I left a voicemail for somebody that I've never really talked to, but I'm going to be working with here in the next month. And they responded via text. I said, hey, if you want to text me back or call me, feel free. And he texted me back, which I thought he was going to text me back.
Yeah.
But it was an introductory thing, so I left a voicemail rather than sending a text.
It was
I
a
think
business.
It's,
Yeah.
business, very surface level, not someone that you're
Yeah.
like close with, right?
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, if I'm calling a buddy and they don't answer, just hang up because they get the notification that you called.
Right.
Caller ID comes up.
My mom will leave voicemails now that I think about it. It's like the only person in my
Yeah.
life.
My
that'll
dad
leave-
does too.
Yeah.
Now, do you guys still hang on to DVDs?
No.
We do at our cottage. Now we actually have internet up there, so we can watch anything.
Mm-hmm.
But for a while, the only form of entertainment on the TV would be the DVD player. So we have all of our DVDs are on this massive shelf. I mean, hundreds
Yeah.
of DVDs
It's
are up
your
at the
artwork
cottage.
at this point.
That is
Yeah.
what's there. Yeah,
How about VHS?
Oh, please, John.
I've got a ton of VHS.
I do too.
I've got a whole bunch of the old Michigan replays. So a friend of mine, Tom Wozniak, shout out to Tom, had for years, every year, as long as they probably had VHS tapes available, would record Michigan replay and the Michigan football games. He was cleaning out his house, and he said, hey, do you want any of this stuff? I took it all.
I don't blame
But
you
you
on
don't
that.
watch them.
Yeah, that's a little
Well,
different.
I have no way to watch
Right,
them. At some
exactly,
point, I will get
exactly.
them converted to
what?
digital.
The cloud?
Yeah. So that I can actually watch them because I want to see the games. I want to see some of those old. I mean,
Yeah.
you start losing people and you want to be able to see and remember what they sounded like, what their mannerisms were. All of that's different stuff.
But this is their plan, guys, to get rid of all the physical stuff, and then one day they can zap everything digitally, and we have nothing. That's their plan.
Is this signed the NFL's rigged guy?
Yeah. Okay. Who is? And we got to ask the question: who is they?
We know who they is.
It's Taylor Swift. It's her fault. We'll get more of your thoughts. 248-539-9797. Anybody using CDs? What's the old technology that you're still hanging on to? It's 97.1.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight. You can get there faster than you think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us now, and you can lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10 or 100 or anywhere in between, Ideal U works, and it works fast. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days. I lost 50 in that first 40 days that you're in the program, and I got to eat real whole foods. So you know what? It wasn't shakes or bars, so it was something that I could stick with even when my 40 days were done. And to this day, I'm 3 years in, and I'm down a total of 70 pounds. Ideal U's weight loss coaches are going to work with you every step of the way. Your coach is going to help you lose weight, And here's what I just mentioned. They're going to help you keep it off, which is generally the hardest part. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. IdealU is a Michigan-based weight loss company that's helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90% of IdealU customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Sign up now, get a $200 Visa gift card, start the new year off right, lose weight, and get $200 in a Visa gift card. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us.
Download the Odyssey app and listen to 97.1 The Ticket on the app for a chance at the ultimate Vegas trip. You can also use the app to listen to any of the show that you missed, podcasts, or the rewind. On today's show, we wondered aloud with Jalen Carter playing as well as he is. Aaron Donald says that's my replacement. Is that a rare Holmes mistake? If you missed that conversation, go back. We talked about the Super Bowl. If you say you're not going to watch, is this performative or are you serious? Is this Lions are out so we pout? Is it Chiefs fatigue? If you missed any of that, go back with the Odyssey app, rewind. We brought up CDs.
Yeah.
Relics, technology that you're still hanging on to. Heather, you observed with your own eyes.
Yes. Somebody opening a CD case, taking the CD out while they were driving
And
I'm guessing rocking out to
playing
whatever
it,
they were
yeah.
playing. And I was really curious to know what CD it was, but couldn't see that well.
couldn't roll down the window and hear. They weren't playing loud enough. Hey,
Sir.
roll it down. So that's the other thing, too. When was the last time you
rolled down a window?
Yeah. That's the
I've never.
The universal
Never?
signal is. what?
I've never been
My
in a
first
car
car
that has
did.
the crank window.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
I've never, no. I mean, I've seen them. I know what it
Yeah,
is.
well, yeah, but that's the universal.
But-
hey, you want somebody to roll the window down? You don't just sit there and go.
That's the universe.
Wait, can you do that again for the camera?
John, if you did that to me, I would be like, what the heck?
You're doing like a weird wrist thing.
I-
I'm
Yeah,
almost
you
wondering
roll
if you're
the
like,
window
That's the
down.
universal signal to roll down a window.
You know what
I'd be
I'm
like,
thinking.
This guy is crazy. What
Are you
is that?
serious?
Yeah, I'd be like, what? You want spin? Like, what do you, what? Like,
you
what?
rolling dice? What
Well,
are you
yeah,
doing?
no, I'm
never-
not.
I've
I'm not
never
Costa.
seen
We're not
that,
going on
John.
a spinners swingers cruise. No, it's because you used to. I mean, to roll the window down, this was the motion. So every time you pulled up next to somebody and you wanted them to roll the window down, you did this.
I guess if they're 49 or over, you do that to
49
them.
or
But
over.
otherwise,
How would you signal for someone to turn
hey, and they just
down?
Yeah, they would just wave at you at that point.
No,
you
I'm
did
not-
this.
I'm not
Hi,
like,
there's
hi. I'm
crazy
like, hey,
Heather from the
hey.
morning show.
You just point
Yeah,
down. Yeah,
Yeah,
you just
I'd be
point
like, hey.
down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right. I'm going to look at a woman in the car next to me, wave at her, and point down. Oh, no. Sure. That's going
John,
to go
there's
well.
ways to do it appropriately. That's not like, oh God, what's this creeper doing?
Right. So it's literally, I wave at somebody next, and then I go like this.
And you think this is more appropriate? This is weird. What is this?
Yeah, roll the window down,
No.
not, hey.
Nuh-uh. I think you're maybe like volume, turn the volume. I would know what I honestly wouldn't know what you were doing.
Wow.
Anyway.
The roll the window down. When did that go away? Like, it's been 30
I
years,
say 20,
right?
20 plus.
Sure, yeah, I know you hit a button and the window goes down, but
I think my Cordoba had it. But that was like an 81, and I had that in the 90s.
I'm trying to think. I mean, I had a truck in college. I think my first truck out of when I got in the league had a crank window.
I think they went away a little bit sooner in cars than they did trucks. I think that they did kind of the whole
Probably, yeah.
nostalgia thing with trucks with the more vintage look there for a while. But some people are like, what are we talking
Yeah.
about?
What? I mean, I know, but I don't.
Yeah, we get them on Twitch.
How old are they?
Yeah. Well, I have no idea. There's no picture. Yes.
That
Send
says they're
picture.
old right there,
Yeah,
'cause younger
exactly,
people put
yeah,
pictures.
Yeah. Hey, wave, point down, send picture.
All right.
Now we're getting creepy.
I just feel like I found out something about John today in the fact that when he says pointing down, it means something in a car.
Oh, okay. Let's go back to the context. All right. And I said, if you're waving at a woman in the car next to you, you do this and then you point down. You in your mind think, hey, roll your window down.
Yes.
In
But not
today's
in your
envi-
mind?
I don't think in the woman's mind, you think that's what they're thinking?
John, yeah, if you go like this and you did this, yes, I would say the window. If you went
I
like
would
this
never
and
do
were
that.
like,
I would never do that.
then I
Oh
would
my
be
gosh,
like, oh
no.
my God, this guy's crazy.
We know how your brain works, so I understand. But for everybody else on
Yes.
planet Earth, I think that's just, hey, roll your window down. Let's get to the phones.
Sorry.
Dre in Detroit, good morning.
Good morning. Unfortunately, I have several of these antiquated items in our home still. The Blu-ray player, which will play the CDs, I got tons of those. But
boy.
I don't use either one of them anymore, the Blu-ray player or the CDs, but they're just there in the home. But my biggest pet peeve is the landlines. My mother-in-law lives with us and my wife, so we got our own personal landline, and my mother-in-law has one. I tried to cut them both off this weekend, my wife is not having it, and so it just drives me nuts. And here's another thing, just a nice nostalgia piece. There's, our house has a elevator in it that the prior owner built because he had a disabled son, and it has a rotary phone in there, which it has my daughter, when she was younger, she didn't know what it was. She's 24 now, but it's an old rotary phone. I wish they had an analog line that still hooked up to it just to see if it works, but I don't want to take that out just because of the nostalgia. It's a good conversation.
Sure.
Have you ever used a rotary? I've never used a rotary phone.
Yeah, I've used a rotary phone.
What about like a phone booth?
You've never used a payphone?
Yeah.
You've never used a payphone?
No, I've never used a payphone.
Oh man, when I started driving, it was okay. You'd go get gas, and then if you needed to call someone, you would pull up. Every gas station had a phone, so you could pull up to it, and it was all at car height, window height, so that you could pull up, put the money in, and sit and talk in your. It was the original car phone.
Sit in your car?
Oh, sure.
Oh, I've never done that. I used payphones more when I was a kid. Like I remember going to the roller skating rink.
Yeah,
and
call mom and dad and get picked up.
Yeah.
I don't know what I mean. I guess a payphone. If I need to like transform from Clark Kent into Superman, like I've never at all in my life
they don't
used
really
a payphone.
exist much anymore.
Yeah, and none of them have that much magic, bud.
Jim, do you know what information is?
411.
What are you asking me?
You'd have to call information to get like somebody else's phone number or something like that.
Never done that.
I barely remember what it means.
Oh, I used to have to do that. Sure, I remember. I'm okay. Okay, my birthday, 49. All right, I'm old, and used to be able to call from. You used to be able to call and get the exact time.
It used to cost more to dial long distance.
I know, like call and collect. I never did it, but I know that was a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you used to call the movie theater to get showtimes. And then if you missed it, oh my gosh, you'd have to wait for 2 minutes.
Like scribbling down times on my little pad of paper.
Yeah.
It's like I said, he has a landline. None of us have landlines.
No.
I still remember my landline growing up. Do you remember that number? Like your home phone
I can
growing
rattle
up?
it off real quick. It's still my CVS number.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes
sense. So don't rattle it off.
Sure, I guess, yeah. Well, hey, give me some more points.
I had a landline up until 2005, I think, when I moved out of being single and moved in with Kelly. And I will say the 2003 power outage, having a landline was gold. Seriously, because nobody had cell service.
Yeah.
And I did have the ability to contact other people who had landlines, like my parents and things like that. And there's something to be said, like completely relying on all this stuff. Jim doesn't even know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
No, he has no clue.
Yeah. I mean, you've never. So it doesn't surprise me. The rotary phones, even when I was young, were somewhat rare.
Yeah.
But I mean, the phone that was attached to the wall that used to have a cord that would always get wrapped up and tangled. And if you wanted to take it in the other room because you wanted to talk to your girlfriend without your parents hearing, right, you had to unravel it, and it literally stretch across the house.
Yep.
Doug, does Gator still have a landline?
I believe he does.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Yes. He gets frustrated when I call his cell phone instead of his landline.
At home?
No. That behavior's probably stopped, to be fair. He used to get frustrated. You know I have a landline. I'm like, yeah, I know.
Yeah, but your phone is probably in your pocket. Your landline.
Look, it's,
I guess you could have a remote phone.
I always use the analogy that, I remember being at my grandparents' house and they had a rotary dial phone. And I'm like, whew, wow. And I'm like, so I always try to adapt to the next thing.
Yeah.
Because eventually you become that.
Yeah.
And could you imagine walking all the way across your house
to answer the phone?
To then make a phone call
yeah.
where you dial a long distance number 1 7 3 4. Well, the rotary.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. And
well, there's a 9 in there. 9.
Yeah. Yep. So I try to be as quickly as I can.
An early adopter.
I
is
do.
What you're
but
saying.
the problem is, I get in. Like, you don't know. Like, what happened to curved TVs? What happened to 3D TVs?
They don't
like
all
those
hit.
things. Yeah, they don't all hit. And
what was the battle between? Was it Blu-ray and?
See, we don't even remember what the other thing was.
There was what was the other? There was the competition of who was going to be the next digital disc. It was.
I know there was a battle, but nobody remembers because they lost.
There was it was between like Sony and something else. I don't know.
Doug, what's the plan for you guys?
Well, kind of a sobering loss for the Pistons. Nice win for the Wings. Michigan guts out a win, all stuff that we will touch on. But we're only 9 days away from the NBA trade deadline. Will our team be active? We will discuss.
It's next, 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson radio program on a Tuesday here in Detroit as January winds down and the page is getting turned on sports seasons. So we morph from what was an all-encompassing football season into winter sports, which are having a degree of success across the board between the Pistons, Red Wings, Michigan, and Michigan State. Kind of fun to follow them, of course, and they've given us plenty to talk about, and we will get to that. Gator continues to battle a bad cough. He is under the weather. He will be back, we hope, tomorrow, but we'll see how the big fella's doing, and look forward to getting him back. In the meantime, we welcome in Kang, the producer from Behind the Glass. Sir, how are you today?
I'm good. Do you think Gator's out with the thing he warned us about with the Lions? Remember that whole thing before when the playoffs were going on? Against the Commanders, he was like, well, we got to watch the practice report and see who's injured, who's not. And then he's like, well, don't forget about illness.
Well, he said, don't forget about the flu going through the locker room. And I said, what do you know? And he goes, nothing. And I said, so why are we bringing up the flu? You know, flu goes through locker rooms. You've heard that story before. I'm like, yeah, but why are we bringing it up now? Like, what? No, I don't think he has the flu. I think he says he has a cough. So we shall see. Anyway,
he jinxed himself.
He might have jinxed himself. If he had the flu, I would say he jinxed himself. But I don't know. He's got some sort of cough. So hope to get him back tomorrow. Last night was a busy night. It was a good night to have a multiple TV setup, to have the Pistons-Cavs game on, the Red Wings and Kings, and Michigan and Penn State. And look, Red Wings with a very nice win. They're right back in the thick of this thing. They're 3 points out of the number 1 wild card spot. They're 2 points out of the number 2 wild card spot, but they've got played 2 more games. They're actually 3 points out of the 3rd seed in the division. So they're right in this mix, and some things are happening that are very exciting with this Red Wing team. But they're hovering. And they beat a team that was hovering in the West last night in the Kings. So it was, always good to get those wins when they're on the road and you're at home. Take care of business. Michigan and Penn State last night, weird game. Michigan kind of playing with one hand tied behind their back because they do so much through the 4-5 ball screen at the top of the key, and Vlad Golden was sick, and so he didn't give him very many minutes. And they got him one out. Felt like they were about to run away and hide, and then late Penn State went on this incredible run where they hit a bunch of threes. I think they had 3 threes in a row, 13-1 or 13-3 run or something like that. And next thing you know, Michigan's down 5 with 1:50 to go, and they came back to win by 4, which was pretty important finish that we'll go into some detail as the show goes on. But I want to start with the Pistons. Pistons lose to the Cavs 110-91, and unfortunately, because of the way things are jumbled up in the East, they move from the 6th seed. They drop to the 8th spot. Cavs appeared to be a bad time to get them right. We talked about it yesterday. They'd lost 3 in a row. They'd given up over 130 points in 3 of the last 6 games. There was an emphasis on defense there. They're the best team in the East, and they played like it last night. I do not think they got the Pistons' best shot. Piston fans that watch this team and pay attention to this team, and that was a stagnant offensive night. And it felt like they got either late in shot clocks or too early in shot clocks. They were finding themselves playing a lot of one-on-one, and it obviously didn't work. Early in the game, they were only getting anything out of Cade and Jalen Duren, but listen to these shooting percentages. This is 4 of the 5 Piston starters. And this is what we're talking about. Stagnant offensively, yeah, just bad. Tobias Harris went 1 of 9 from the floor. Ausar Thompson went 0 of 6 from the floor. Tim Hardaway went 3 of 8 from the floor. Cade Cunningham went 9 of 26 from the floor. Jalen Duren went 6 of 11. Malik Beasley, after a rough start, also went 6 of 11. They were the 2 guys that shot it a little bit. Marcus Sasser a little bit. But last night was sobering, okay? Look, you're trying to figure out what this team's ceiling is. And at this point, Cleveland had their way with Detroit. Was it a little bit of a slow bleed, like a 5-point lead, became a 10-point lead at half, became a 15-point lead going to the 4th, and the Cavs won by 20? Yeah, that's how it was. But that's a somewhat methodic dismantling of our Piston team. And look, they're better than they played last night. Credit Cleveland, though, for forcing them to look that way. And you still got to like this team, and you still got to like where they are. The wild thing is the trade deadline's 9 days away. And ESPN did a story today about the teams that are most likely to be active at the trade deadline. And it was a Bobby Marks story, and it's a deep dive, man. It's every team, some proposed trades, what their top assets are, things to keep an eye on. And the Pistons have had this interesting gear shift in that being the only team with cap space in the league, they were the team that was poised to take on your bad expiring contract, to make the salaries work in somebody else's move. Detroit was going to be that team. Yeah, we'll take that contract and we'll take your young player or your future draft picks, right? They were going to be a facilitator where they didn't make a move that really was significant in the big picture with the Pistons. They were going to take on somebody's bad contract and get future assets for it. Well, do you do that now when you're kicking around on the fringe of I don't want to even call it contention, but you look like you could make – this doesn't look like a team that's if they make the playoffs, is a for sure one and done. I don't make a move and give gas to a team that looks like a for sure one and done in the playoffs, which is what the Pistons have been basically since all those Eastern Conference Finals runs. They go to the playoffs and they get swept. They are first-round fodder. This team does not look like first-round fodder. So do you give it gas is the question. Do you make a trade instead of being a facilitator in a 3-team deal where you take on somebody's bad contract so that you can get future assets? Do you actually try and improve yourself now? I mean, 9 days to go. Trade tiers, the number one team in tier 1, according to ESPN, on the true deal makers list is Brooklyn. Number 2 is Detroit. So they're expected to be active. Do you give it gas, or do you stay the course, or do you add? Because you can make a case for all three. Because the stay the course argument is, hey, we're not even sure what these guys really need yet. But what we see is a promising young core. Who's the guy that they need to go outside? Who do they got to acquire above? And what I mean by that is, did they decide that, hey, Jaden Ivey's not the guy, let's go get ourselves a shooting guard? Did they decide that Duren's not the guy, let's go get a big? I don't think they would do that, but you get my point. Like, is it too early even to make that decision? And just stay the course and then keep your flexibility moving forward. All debate points. 248-539-9797. Some of the trade ideas kicked around for Detroit are interesting. Some familiar names. We will get to that today at 10:20. Plus your phone calls and feedback. It is Open Lines. It is Carson Anderson, and it is 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, they're Lions fans all season long at the University of Michigan Credit Union, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions. What an epic season it was. Lions, boy, they created a buzz in this town. They had back-to-back NFC North championships. Jahmyr Gibbs shattered the record for most touchdowns in a single season. And to celebrate this and all that they accomplished this year, UMCU has a great offer for you. Right now, earn 4% on CDs. That's right, secure your funds and watch your savings grow with confidence. Confidence, like the confidence you have that the Lions will be back in a contending position next year. Like the confidence you have in Gibbs continuing to grow and being one of the best weapons in the league. Celebrate this Detroit Lions season with 4% on CDs at UMCU, and you only need $1,000 to get started. Promotions, they're available, this one for a limited time. So join a winning team today. It's easy. I did it. You can too. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. Some restrictions do apply. Doug Harshgater out today. Open the show with some Pistons discussion just 9 days away from the trade deadline, and the Pistons listed as one of the most likely teams in the NBA to make a move a week from Thursday. And look, they've really got three different directions they can go. This isn't really a buy-sell kind of thing. It's do you buy an expiring contract to be a facilitator in a 3-team deal where you get future assets, draft picks, maybe some young players? Do you buy with the idea of trying to add gas to this machine and make the playoffs and do something in the playoffs? Or do you stay the course and just say, you know what, let's keep our flexibility moving forward and give this group more time together to figure out who's not going to work out, where it's not going to happen, who is a player that isn't going to pan out to the expectation that we hope, because, I mean, you could make a case that they've got sort of someone in every position that could be the man eventually. But 248-539-9797. We'll run down some of the possibilities coming up momentarily. In the meantime, D is in Detroit, and he's on 97.1. Hi, D.
DK, what's going on? You rolling solo today, huh?
Gator's out sick again, so, yep, right back at it.
Do your thing, homeboy. But, hey, check this out. We got to ride the course. At least I feel this way. I'm not giving up on Jalen Duren. I damn sure not giving up on Ivy, because Ivy proved to me he can play with Cade. So you got two young players right there. I'm definitely not moving. I'm giving Malik Beasley a 3-year extension today, because he has proven he is worth every penny. If anything, bro, Tim Hardaway and Tobias Harris, let this play out the rest of the year, and if we have to make upgrades at them two positions, we'll do it. But, DK, this young core, man, we see what a disciplined coach can do for a young team, bro. This time last year, what were we, 5-40? Come on, man.
The funny thing is, that's not really even an exaggeration.
5-40 last year, and look at what we're doing now. It's all in the coaching, bro. So I'm riding with this young core. I'm not trying to bring in no Zach LaVine, none of that, man. Let's just, like I say, Tim Hardaway and Tobias Harris, those are the two players that are really holding us back, bro. Love the show, man.
Well, you know, the thing is about Beasley is I was a bit of a skeptic. And the reason I was a skeptic is because his best seasons, I felt like, were the years he was on a bad Minnesota team and somebody's got to get all the points. Now, he could always shoot it. He's having he had a few years in there where he wasn't shooting it this well, but he is turning into the best version of himself on a team that doesn't suck. And, sometimes NBA stats they're intoxicating, but you go, okay, he's on a bad team. He's getting a lot of shots. He's not going to be as good on a good team. I'd hold off a little bit on Beasley, and it's not because I don't love what I've seen. I just want to see it a little bit more. A little bit more.
You don't have that much time, though. I mean, you got half the year, and then you got to make a decision, right? I mean, you don't have to make the decision right now, like D is suggesting.
Well, he said he'd do it right now.
Yeah,
I wouldn't do it right now.
No.
But yes, I would do it before the season's done if he continues it. But I
love what Malik Beasley's brought to this team. It's hard
Everybody
not to.
does.
Yeah, it's hard not to. It's been a free agent signing that's worked out. He's helped open the floor so much for Cade and the rest of the Pistons. He's a shooter. And, yeah, it's you could tell that he's got great form, and when he's locked in, he's locked in. He has confidence, which is big for shooters. And like I said, he's spread the court out a lot, so I wouldn't mind bringing him back. D mentions letting go of guys like Tobias Harris and Tim Hardaway. Sweet. You want to let go of the worst players playing. I don't think – or players that aren't as good as everybody else. Everyone wants to do that, but sometimes when it comes to trade talk, you got to give up something to get something. And then maybe draft capital, and then you try to tie in one of these guys into that deal. I think the Pistons are trying to walk that tightrope right now, Doug, where you mentioned, the core of this team. You want to let this core continue to develop. You want to help them out. But also, I think you got a prime moment here to maybe capitalize on something, where they can get that. Listen, it's jumbled up between the 6, 7, 8, 9 seed. I want the 6, 5, 4 seed. How do you do that, Doug?
Right. I mean,
if
I don't make a trade for a team that's going to be first-round fodder, and they're in a position where I can see them winning a round of the playoffs. I can also see them being first-round fodder. My guess is I mean, I guess if it were me, I'd be inclined to either take on salary and be the facilitating team in a 3-team trade or stay the course. And it's because we've seen how much better Cade has gotten. It's the unfortunate part of doing this is it takes time. And I think the good thing about what we're seeing with Cade, you can see it with virtually everybody. It can happen, and it could happen. And are you stunting a player's growth by trading for a player now? Now, probably not. I don't see them trading for someone that's going to take away playing time from like Jalen Duren. And if you get another shooter, you take it away time from Beasley, or you just put more shooters on the floor together. I don't know. But I'd probably stay the course unless you can get that. And there's not a lot of young players that you could add to this and think they're going to be around for a while that are available.
So I don't think you have to make a big move. I'm not against it, though. And I'm going to throw out a name that you don't like, but I think they should absolutely give a call on. And I think you'd help this team a lot. And it's Zach LaVine. Mm-hmm. He's having a hell of a year, okay? He's got a couple more years on his contract. But I think he brings shooting, athleticism, a second scorer, if not the number one scorer on this team, which they need desperately. Because sometimes there's going to be nights when the shooters are off, like Malik Beasley. But when you have a second guy like Zach LaVine on your team, Beasley's going to get more open looks, and I think you still, and this league, you need 2-3 guys, star-type guys, all-star guys. Cade's one for sure. I think Zach LaVine, I know it's a big splash. He's 29 years old. He's playing the best basketball of his career. I wouldn't be against a move like that. And I think you still get to keep your core intact. You don't have to trade one of those guys.
Well, I really don't like him, and it's personal. It just don't like the way he plays the game. But there's no doubt that if you get Zach LaVine, you're adding gas to it, and you're trying to win in the playoffs.
Yep, then that's what I want to do.
I don't know how accessible he truly is to Detroit. There's discussion. His name is getting thrown in there in a 3-team deal with Jimmy Butler getting moved and Bradley Beal getting moved from Phoenix. And Chicago would move LaVine to help facilitate the trade and get themselves future assets. The Jimmy Butler thing, we could start there. He's 35 years old. He has a $52 million contract with a player option for next year, and there are no credible reports that the Pistons are involved. The Suns are a team that is apparently interested, and Bradley Beal could be moved to a third team, but we want Bradley Beal. He's a $50 million player, and he's 31. And I would guess probably no. There's a couple of suggested trades for Detroit. These are minor deals, but in this story by Bobby Marks, he suggests that Detroit does two things. They send Wendell Moore Jr. and a 2027 second for Jabari Walker, a third-year pro who's barely in Portland's rotation anymore, but he was a double-figure scorer at times last year, and he had 17 in a game against the Pistons. But he would be, I feel like, a depth guy. And the other one is sending a 2031 second to Golden State for Kevin Looney, who's a 30-year-old, $8 million expiring contract. And I don't know that either of those moves really are significant impacts. They're just depth guys. But those are suggested moves from ESPN. There's one player that is allegedly available that I would go after. And one move that would be a move, and one reporter suggested it to Detroit, it would be a move for sure. We'll get to that today at 10:31. It's Carson Anderson, Gators Out Sick today, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. Look, I'm looking at feedback coming in here, and there's some interesting stuff because we're only 9 days away from the trade deadline for the Detroit Pistons, and we have a team that is in the mix here. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I've always thought of, I am not trying to win anything if I don't think what I currently have can't win a round in the playoffs. Why would I add more to a team that's not going to make a deep run? I mean, you could make the case that why add more to a team that can't, with that trade, doesn't win a championship. And I could understand that. But I think sometimes it's about taking those steps forward, getting a little bit better while your core is getting used to winning. You milk what you can out of what you have. This feels like a team that I would probably stay the course and keep all the assets for future moves. But I mean, taking on somebody else's salary on an expiring contract to facilitate a 3-team deal, you're not really truncating all that much. But here's some of the feedback that's come in, and then we'll get to these two moves. One I'd be in favor of, but nobody's suggesting it could happen. But he's a player that's allegedly available, and I'd make a run for him, a run at him. And another one would be a move. Oh, it would turn heads, and Detroit would react for sure. We'll get to those in the coming minutes. Here's the feedback. Asura is going to be a work in progress offensively, but please stick with him. He's so naturally gifted. Allow him to grow, please.
I don't think anyone wants to trade Asura Thompson, right?
No, the question is, do you want to trade for somebody who plays instead of him? Right? That gets some of his minutes.
Yeah.
That's how I interpreted that text.
Did you? All right. If it's like that, yeah, I think they know what they're doing with Asura. I think he's clearly developing. If he develops an offensive game, a jump shot, watch out, because he's got all the athleticism in the world. He's got the work, the drive. He plays defense. He had a little health thing earlier this year. Hopefully that's past him. But yeah, I think you definitely want to continue developing Asura.
Well, I mean, you don't have to look far to see his twin brother who's scoring more. He's not exactly a shooter necessarily. Didn't he hit the game winner last night, in fact?
Yeah, they're like twins, Doug.
I know. So you can see, you can kind of see
it. No, those guys are good, man. I like both of them.
I'm over the Tobias Harris experiment. Back-to-back 2-point performances from your $25 million man. He's not a stretch forward we need moving forward. I don't know that they see him as a stretch they're going to need moving forward. I kind of feel like he's a veteran to help keep the train on the tracks and try and help them win now, but
yeah, but you know how I felt about Tobias, the signing of Tobias before they did it. But I'm not there at practice. I'm not, in the huddle. Like, I don't know how much veteran leadership he brings to the team to calm them down, to help them where they are right now. Now, on the court, I think eventually you need to help your team if you're going to be on the court. You got to shoot better than what he shot last night and what he's been shooting recently. So, yeah, I think that alarms fans when you're not, pulling, holding up your end on the court, because leadership can only go so far.
They need to get Cade some actual help, get rid of Tobias and Hardaway. It's from an unnamed texter. Miles Bridges will be a Piston at the trade deadline this year. Well, that's a bold prediction there from an unnamed texter. Will says, I'd argue the Pistons need to find their next version of Blake Griffin. It actually makes sense this time, the way Cade Cunningham is playing. 248-539-9797. All right, so here are a couple names. According to this Bobby Marks story, and this would be a move I'd be really interested in. Detroit didn't get mentioned for this player, but if he's available, Colin Sexton, 6'3" shooting guard from Utah, 26 years old, makes $18 million this year, $19 million next year, and he shoots it better than Malik Beasley from three. Is he averaging 20 points a game? He's in that ballpark, 20 points a game. Hold on, let me look it up and see exactly. But he is a shooter, man. And there is talk that he could be had. Yes, please. I'm intrigued that he's averaging 18.4 a game. He is shooting from three. Let me find his season stats. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it's better than Malik Beasley. Shooting 40.6 from 3-point range. If you like Beasley, you'd like this guy. Obviously, people are familiar with him. Beasley is shooting from three this year, 40.4. So I guess it's minuscule, but it is better. It could change in a game. That is a player I would go after. Yahoo's Kevin O'Connor speculated about the possibility Detroit acquiring veteran Draymond Green. And the idea that you could have him on the court with beef stew and you'd have Bad Boys 2.0. I don't know that this move actually helps you in any tangible way, but this would be a move. Oh, this would be a move. Now, I said it laughing, and I'm like, here's a guy who doesn't really care about the team, just throwing it out there. But it's not the first time that this has come up. And that would be a move. That would be a move.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everyone knows who he is. He's this, divisive player, polarizing. I want no part of Draymond Green at this point. I don't know. I'm not sure the Warriors want any part of Draymond Green at this point, but because he's not even playing right now. He's hurt. There's a bunch of speculation of the Warriors need to do something, especially with Steph. He's only got so many years left. I highly doubt this would happen, but if even I had an option, it would not be on my table. What about you, Doug?
I wouldn't do it. The funny thing is, I just think about how much there's people romanticize the Bad Boys era. This would be recreating it. This would be a nod to that era. And I bet if they traded for him, there would be way more excitement and enthusiasm about it than I would think logically would be warranted.
I'm not sure this young core could handle a Draymond Green. He can really mess up a young player's psyche the way he's wired.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. I think that if you're going to bring in a veteran, I think you got to bring in the right veterans, and I don't think he's the right guy. I mean, it's one thing to talk to Steph and all the other guys who've been in the league, Andrew Wiggins, that know what it's like to win. I'm not sure that would work well with Ron Holland, Asor Thompson.
I hear you. 248-539-9797. Dorian's in Detroit, not 97. Want to take it. What's up, Dorian?
Hey, Doug. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I was thinking, because I feel like, you don't need to go for Zach LaVine, but what we really need is to replace the lack of shooting in Tobias, and the more shooting in what Tim Hardaway Jr. Basically, I would say try to go for a sign and trade with Kobe White with Chicago. Go get that guy because he can give you minutes and he won't really disrupt the flow. Plus, he's on a $12 million a year contract, which kind of fits within their setup. Another thing too with the sign and trade, because you're going to have to facilitate. You got the cap space. You're going to have to facilitate this trade with Miami, which will probably send, Jimmy somewhere. But in order for all of this to work, Milwaukee's going to have to dump some contract, and we can get maybe a Bobby Portis or a Connaughton.
I've always been a Bobby Portis fan. I've always been a Bobby Portis fan. I'd love to see Bobby Portis in Detroit, but
and everybody's talking about Draymond, but to me, I would rather have a Bobby Portis and a Kobe White because, in a sense, Portis plays the four.
Wow.
He's a 3-point shooter, over 38%. Kobe can handle the ball because Cade needs help.
Yep.
He doesn't get the bench doesn't help them when he's got to rest.
The only thing I would say, I don't think that everybody's talking about Draymond, but I do.
No, that's just,
Bobby Portis. I mean, you're talking to one of the bigger Bobby Portis fans. I'd love to see Bobby. Bobby Portis is one of those guys that just helps you win. So I'd love to see Bobby Portis in Detroit.
Man, you love yourself some Bobby Portis.
I do love
man.
myself some Bobby Portis.
Find someone that loves you like Doug loves
Bobby Portis.
Bobby Portis, yeah,
you'll be happy.
I'm trying to think of a role player I love as much as you love Bobby Portis. When I come up with one, I'll let you know.
Okay, please do.
Your Colin Sexton take. I like Colin Sexton as a player, but I think I'd rather have Marcus Sasser just get more minutes.
Really?
Because he's a ball handler. They could use an extra ball handler at this point, especially with Ivy out. And I think I see potential in Sasser, man. I just don't think he ever gets enough minutes. He can shoot the ball, he can score. I think he needs more playing time. And if you're talking about not stunting players' growth, I don't want to stunt his growth. So I think you could put him on the court.
That's interesting to me because you were the guy sitting in the office before the name really came up and said you can't have enough shooters. Here's your shooter.
Sasser can shoot too, man.
Well.
Cam Johnson is a name that's out there.
So
He's
Cam
a shooter.
Johnson, I feel like that's is that a realistic target?
Well, the old regime was after Cam Johnson, right?
Yep.
Reportedly. Was that this regime? Or was it Weaver? Because there was that rumor.
I think it was Weaver.
Okay, he's a player. He can shoot. I think that'd be a good fit here. I think Brooklyn, if they're willing to sell off right now, the Pistons could definitely capitalize on that. We got so much cap space as well.
Well, just go get me Bobby Portis. 248.
Did you go to Purdue or something? No.
248-539-9797. Trade deadline 9 days away. Pistons listed in the top tier of teams most likely to make a move. And it's really a question of, do you give it gas and go for it this year? Do you stay the course and say, let's keep any assets we have for future consideration and just let these young guys play in season? Or do you take on an expiring contract for future assets and say, okay, we'll do that. We'll facilitate your trade. What makes the most sense to you? 248-539-9797. Hey, you were meant to have a great 2025. And to do it, to hit your weight goal, to get healthier, to sleep better, you need to show some commitment. This is when something like 70% give up on their New Year's resolution, right around now. Not you, not this year. This is where Show Some Athletic Apparel comes in. It's the best workout gear, high quality, great fit. It's made in Michigan. Show Some Athletic Apparel has the most comfortable performance hoodies and long sleeve performance tees, clothes that are built to last. Use the discount code GRIT at checkout. Go to showsome.com. That's SHOSUM.com. Doug Hirsch, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. Big fella's sick. Hope to have him back tomorrow. It's Carson Anderson program. Bunch of feedback coming in here. And here's what we are getting. Cam Johnson is the answer. He would make this team 10 times better. That's from Angelo in a truck. Angelo, I agree. I think Cam Johnson is going to be one of the most coveted players at the trade deadline. Not sure Detroit can get him. If they could, I'd be all in favor of it. That to me is like the dream scenario. Like, I can't believe they pulled this off. Pistons are moving in the right direction, but they're not one player away from championship contending. Trading away draft capital sucks. I don't know that they trade away draft capital, but if they were, a big move, they probably would.
I don't think anyone thinks they're one player away from a championship, but I think you do want to. I think building confidence by making the playoffs and winning a series, that's a good thing for the future. It's a long play as well, not just as a short-term play, right? And draft picks, I like draft picks, but I also think they have a really good young core right now, and we don't have to depend on just stockpiling draft picks as much as we used to.
Unnamed texter, we can't be a Cinderella if we're not in the dance. I understand not selling our future just to make the playoffs, but if you make the playoffs, you have the ability to make a special run. That's from Christoph and Fenton. I don't think everybody who makes playoffs, Christoph, has the ability to make a special run, and they've got to make a decision quick on whether or not this is going to be this team. I don't want to overplay it. Last night didn't help, but the fact is, depending on the matchup, like I think they could beat the Knicks in a 7-game series. I'm not sure. I don't think they're beating Boston or Cleveland. So this all comes down to, does a trade get you into one of those seeding spots where you could win a series? And actually, it doesn't come down to that. I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. If you are in a position, if you're in a 5 or a 6 spot, with what you have, I'm in favor of a trade because all that does is strengthen the possibility, a trade to help you now. It strengthens the possibility that you're getting through the first round and make a deeper run. And like you said, that might not feel important, but we have so many examples of Detroit teams and state of Michigan teams that climbed up the rungs of the ladder. That it's sometimes, and it feels like in our case, championships, it's almost like you had to lose before you could win. You had to have heartbreak before you got to the top. And I've cited the 2 college teams. Izzo took a team to the Final Four, disappointment, came back, won a natty. Michigan took a college football team to playoff twice before they won a national championship. The Pistons had, can they beat the team in their peer group, the Hawks? Yes, they could. Then they had to beat the Celtics, didn't, and then they did. Then they had to beat the Lakers, didn't, and then they did. The Red Wings felt like they were never going to get there. They were climbing up the rungs of the ladder. Eventually, they got to the Stanley Cup Finals, and what happened? They get swept by New Jersey, which stunned everybody. But it was, you almost sometimes have to get there and lose before you can win. So I'd like to get into a second round and feel some heartbreak and then build from there.
Winning helps build a culture. When the Lions beat the Packers to end their season and didn't make the playoffs, that still helped build something here.
It did.
Dan Campbell was all in on trying to win that game and end the Packers season. And speaking of Lions, Doug, we have some breaking news with the Lions right now.
Yeah.
According to Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network, the Lions have named John Morton as their new Lions offensive coordinator.
Okay.
They haven't named him, sorry, but they have hired. According to Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero.
Okay.
John Morton from Denver Broncos will be the Lions' new offensive coordinator.
So this is an interesting hire. He had 1 year here and went to Denver and helped his resume with what, as the passing game coordinator, he did with Bo Nix. He obviously made an impression on his 1 year, in his 1 year here. And so they know what they're getting. And it feels a little bit, if they jumped him to the front of the line ahead of the in-house candidates, that tells me a lot about their respect and their belief in this guy. Because they had, I thought, some decent in-house candidates. And I hope those guys are happy. And if you look at the net of the offensive staff, they've lost Antoine Randall. They obviously lost Ben Johnson. They lost Antoine Randall L. So they need a wide receiver coach. They have an offensive coordinator now. Who else did they lost JT Barrett, who was their assistant quarterback coach. He goes to the Bears as the quarterback coach. He was here for 2 seasons. So I guess we could say that JT's run was short here in Detroit.
Just had to say that, Doug, huh?
Kind of checks out, doesn't it?
Just had to say it. You've been wanting to say that forever.
It's kind of on brand for JT. Anyway, so they got to replace him. It's going to be intriguing to see what changes Morton brings. Because I think the funny thing about the guy that they just lost was so much more than trick plays, but I feel like the trick plays got the most attention. So, I don't think trick plays are the foundation for an offense, but they definitely get people's attention.
Well, obviously, yeah, they stand out. Those are splash plays. Those are highlight reels or low light reels, depending how it ends up, right? Mm-hmm. They stand out for a reason. But yeah, you can't build your resume on trick plays, and you can't say you're great or bad offensive coordinator or play caller based on just trick plays. But I think trick plays show creativity. I was thinking outside the box. What kind of offensive mind you are. This John Morton signing or this hire is interesting because, yeah, he did spend a year here. Obviously, he left a lasting somewhat of an impression on Dan Campbell. He goes to Denver. They have immediate success with a rookie quarterback. But here's the thing with that rookie quarterback. He's very mobile, and I'm not saying he can only work with a mobile quarterback, but how does that affect anything he has going on here? Because we might have the least mobile starting quarterback in the league in Jared Goff.
Yeah. I mean, he's been here before with Goff.
He knows Goff.
Yeah, he knows what he's getting into. Goff knows what and that's the thing about it, too, is I don't think Goff should make the hire. Let me be clear on that. But this does not come without Goff's approval. I
would agree.
I think that Jared Goff was consulted on this. And so, I mean, there's been some people that have done some really good here in Detroit that are still here. I have no reason to doubt them. I think skipping this guy to the front of the line tells me a lot. Tells me what we need to know, Tells me that they've got a high opinion of this dude, and then we're ready to jump on him at the moment they lost Ben Johnson. We'll hear more. 248-539-9797 if you're just joining us. Yeah, John Morton, not Johnny Morton, not the old wide receiver. Different guy. John Morton is the offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions, according to multiple sources. 248-539-9797. You want to get into that? Let's go to Sheldon in Livonia on 97.1. Hi, Sheldon.
Hey, guys. I was saying for the Pistons, possibly bring back a player that's not shooting that well, but for Tobias Harris, who's shooting horribly, Jeremy Grant and Simons in Portland for Tobias Harris and possibly Tim Hardaway and Wendell Moore. It'll almost be the same, but at least you'll get some defense from Jeremy Grant. And he's a little bit younger than Tobias. And we'll get a lot of scoring from Simons, and that'll be them dumping a salary on us. That's something I think, because what Cade needs is more scoring in the starting lineup.
Why do you think Portland would get rid of Simons?
I just think just for the salary only. He's doing good in Portland. He's young still. It would be salary only because he's still signed for, I think, like another 4 years or another couple more years than,
this year and next year.
Yeah, just only for the salary. It would be a salary trade. That's it. Other than that, talent-wise, I don't think they would.
If I'm doing this show in Portland, I'm hanging up the phone.
I agree. It's only a salary dump trade is why I'm saying that.
Yeah, I can't. That's a 26-year-old player that I think they'd want to build around. But
I agree. Well, I'll tell you one thing. That Colin Sexton really sounded great. I would definitely take Colin Sexton. He's a little 6'3", he plays a lot of defense, and he can score. I would definitely take him, but I'm just really covered in Simons. And like you say, if I was in Portland, I'm hanging up on me too.
Well, at least you admitted, Sheldon, because if I can get Anthony Simons, I'm doing it in a heartbeat. I don't know if there's a trade out there that I would. I mean, there's probably a trade out there I'd like more, but I really, really, really like him, and I have no idea why Portland would give up on him or move on from him. 248-539-9797. Nathan's in New York and next on 97.1. Hi, Nathan.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I love being able to listen to you guys from New York. Get
That's
some
great.
Detroit sports radio in.
Cool.
So I just want to make a point. It's definitely time for the Pistons to do something. I was watching the game last night and thinking about the Cavs just 2 years ago had to do something, and they made a move for Donovan Mitchell. And think about how quickly they've gone from kind of middle in the pack East to where they're at now because they have multiple stars. You need multiple stars in the NBA to win. So, I mean, they got rid of Markkanen and Colin Sexton and made a move for a star, and it's elevated them to a completely different level. So it's time to get Cade another star with him.
It'd be nice. I mean, if you can get a player of that caliber, do you have somebody in mind?
Well, I know it'd probably never happen, but maybe Ishbia will give his hometown a deal, and nobody loves Detroit more than Devin Booker. So, again, I'm not sure how you make that happen. I think you're right. Love to add a star to this team, but I don't think Phoenix is. I don't think Ishbia is doing Detroit a solid. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Get into that Red Wing win last night, which it was kind of an interesting game. They had something you almost never see. Plus, somebody's starting to turn heads. We'll do that today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
The Lions have officially hired John Morton as their offensive coordinator per Ian Rappaport. The former Broncos assistant was hired first to the NFL by John Gruden. Dave Burkett spoke with him yesterday. Quote, I hope Detroit gets him. I know there's other teams that are trying to get him, and I know Denver doesn't want to lose him, but if you can add Johnny Morton, that'd be a good reason to go have a glass of Cabernet, the best one you've got, end quote. Michigan State's 12 wins in a row is the second longest active winning streak in college basketball. They'll look to make it 13 tonight against the Minnesota team they beat by 18 back on December 4th. Tom Izzo weighs in. Hoops Hype talk with Pistons star Malik Beasley on his future in Detroit. Reposted here by Aaron Johnson. Quote, it fits huge. Me and Trajan Langdon have been talking a lot. We're trying to figure out what's going to happen. I still have to get through the trade deadline. There are some championship teams that want me, but I told Trajan I like where I'm at. He told me about the impact I've brought. Hopefully he agrees. He also told me it's a business. If a championship team comes with a crazy deal, the business is the business. We're just waiting for the deadline to go through. After that, I think we'll start talking about it if maybe we can put something together, end quote. According to sources of Tony Garcia, so far all the signs point to high school offensive lineman Ty Haywood selecting the Wolverines as his college designation. Haywood stands 6'5" and 285, ranks as the number 4 tackle in the country. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
As the onion gets peeled on the Pistons approaching the trade deadline, that Malik Beasley quote is one worth talking about. And we will get to that coming up momentarily. Because if it's true, and there are championship teams calling about Malik Beasley, and he's on a one-year contract here in Detroit, what decision do you make? It feels like it would have to be a good deal, but you have to be committed to re-signing him and make sure that you guys are on the same page if you don't trade him. Let's go to Gus in Chesterfield. You are next here on 97.1. Hi, Gus.
Hi.
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call, guys.
My pleasure.
Hey, just real quick on Ben Johnson. Don't we have his playbook? I mean, I don't see why we can't, if it's not broke, we'll fix it, you know? I don't see why we can't use them plays again and just keep going forward and do what we've been doing.
So look, it's not as if Ben Johnson left town and the Lions offensively are going to be completely lost. And it's not as if the Lions were shocked by this departure. So they are so buttoned up in every way, and they've done such a good job. I have no reason to believe, and nor should you or anyone, that there would be a degree of incompetence and lack of preparation for this move to go down. So I think one of the most overrated things is, quite frankly, the trick plays. I get it. They're fun. They're exciting. Everybody talks about them. They are to me a subtlety of a offensive coordinator. I just want to see that the smart play calling, I just want to see him score points. I don't care how they do it. You know, there's so much that goes into play calling. I even struggle with it. You know, play calling gets second guessed more than just about anything in the world of football. But this guy, Ben Johnson, was getting a lot out of these guys, and I just want the new guy, whoever it is, to do the same thing.
Right. It's all about motivation, but it's still fun to have them trick plays in there, and we know how to do them, so what the heck, you know? I think the guys, they have fun with it, too. You know, it's good for morale.
Well, I do know that teams love them. Teams do love putting in a trick play, and they love getting to break that out during games.
Sure. So, great.
All right, thank you for the phone call. I mean, I would say it's a safe assumption the Lions ran more trick plays than most teams under Ben Johnson. I don't think that if John Morton comes in and doesn't want to run as many, I'm okay with that. He doesn't need to be Ben Johnson 2.0. I think they've got personnel that they can beat you in a variety of ways. Just keep doing that. Keep putting 30-plus points a game on the board. I don't care how you get there.
Exactly. The ultimate goal of the offense is score points, whether it's through touchdowns, hopefully touchdowns, and if not, field goals.
Yep.
I think Dan Campbell's the type of head coach, I've said this before, he will let his coordinators be themselves. But he has an idea of what he wants his offense to look like and what his defense looks like. He came out and said at the end of the year, he wants to play man. Right? So whoever was going to be the defensive coordinator, now it's Shepard, they're going to play man a lot. They'll mix in zone, but man's their base. Offensively, if he wants to be aggressive or throw the ball or run the ball, whatever it is, use the tight ends, the offensive coordinator is going to know that, but then they're going to get their own, put their own footprint on how they're going to do that. And whether it's through trick plays or not, the ultimate goal is to score points, which makes me want to ask you, Doug, how do you feel? Do you want more trick plays, less trick plays? I mean, maybe you just already answered it, but I know it doesn't matter to you in the end, but
no.
How do you feel about the trick plays in general?
My gut tells me that the Lions push the limits of what is reasonable in the past, so I probably want the same or less. Just from a standpoint of what, I don't think you should spend too much time on that stuff. You have to be good at the stuff that is the foundation of who you are. And so if they can run the football and protect the quarterback, I'm good. And if they mix in a trick play here or there, that's fine. But if Dan Campbell wants the same, I'm sure he's bringing in John Morton to do the same. So, and it wasn't just Ben Johnson too, right? It was the offensive staff contributing to the way they mixed it up. I'm going to be really intrigued when the Lions play the Bears if they're saving trick plays for that game to just get Ben Johnson. Like
Penei Sewell will finally get to throw that pass?
Yeah, Penei Sewell will throw that pass. If I may make one bold-ass prediction, when he does throw a pass next year, it'll be against the Bears.
Do you think John Morton would even think of drawing up a play for Penei Sewell? Because that is so out of the box. That was a Ben Johnson special almost. But when you have an athlete, apparently Penei Sewell can do everything. We talked to every player, every coach on that team. They say Penei Sewell is like one of the best athletes on the team. Do you think John Morton even thinks about something like that?
Yes, I think he does. And I think he thinks about Penei Sewell running a route. But let's not be fooled here. It's not the foundation of who you're trying to be offensively.
You don't think that was the first question in the interview, Doug?
Yeah.
How are you going to use Penei Sewell in pass
routes? Let me see your library of pass plays involving Penei Sewell that doesn't have him blocking as him throwing or catching. Do I think the topic of would you have run a reverse pass to J-Mo in the NFC divisional round came up? No, I don't. I'm going to guess that trick plays weren't a huge part of this conversation, other than if Dan Campbell wants to let it be known, I like them a lot, and I want you to run them the way Ben did, fine. And it wouldn't be shocking if Dan Campbell said that. I think you could just as easily win a Super Bowl without them. And I'm not anti-trick play. My guess is it probably just gets more attention than is necessary. All right, so this Malik Beasley quote is interesting. And I promised some Red Wing talk. I want to get to that. So we're going to table the Malik Beasley quote till later in the show. But he did say last night championship caliber teams are interested in him. He's on a 1-year contract, and he's talked to Trajan, obviously, about a contract extension. He has been a real positive addition in just about every way. I've made the comment that I would wait as long as I can, which might be up to the trade deadline which is only 9 days away, and just get as much evidence as I possibly can, because I don't think his price tag is going to go up in the next 9 days. My guess is it probably doesn't even really go down in the next 9 days, but I'm taking my time.
Yeah, and you're going to have to take your time. Looking into it a little bit more, Doug. Malik Beasley, due to the NBA rules, because he's only on a 1-year deal, Detroit cannot extend him until the end of the year, which means he'll become an unrestricted free agent this summer. So they're going to have to get in the bidding war with everybody else. I mean, obviously, you have somewhat of an advantage. He's in your locker room. He's in-house every day. You can talk to him. get his mindset. But if he and his agent are set on testing the waters and actually seeing what's out there, then they have the ability to do that.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Get to the Red Wings at 11:20. The win last night, right in the thick of, they hover on the outskirts of the playoffs. They continue to do so, but creeping closer. 11:20, we'll get to that. 97.1. Hey, all you ladies out there, Tuesdays are the day for you at your favorite Twin Peaks. Grab your friends and join them every Tuesday at Twin Peaks for the ladies' night. $4 Happy Dad, Twisted Teas, mimosas, House Long Island's, margaritas, and sangria. $5 lemon drop martinis, green, white, orange tea shots, 10-ounce draft ciders, 20% off all food, half off all wine. And be sure to check out their awesome mimosa flights or buckets of bubbly. Sure to turn some heads. Those great specials run all day long, so take advantage at lunch or come by after work. And don't forget, Twin Peaks has everything to elevate your party for the big game. It's just a couple Sundays away. Party packs are available. Reserved now for the big game. Incredible house-made queso with freshly fried and salted tortilla chips, fire-roasted salsa, and rich and creamy avocado smash and perfect dips, house-smoked ribs, chicken thighs, and brisket. Let's be honest, the big game isn't as special without wings, the best boneless and tenders in the state, all hand-cut and breaded and fried to order. Bone-in, breaded, and house-smoked wings with 14 sauce and rub options to choose from, and the best house-made ranch and blue cheese to pair it with. Upgrade your party today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Feedback coming in. Bring Draymond home, Saginaw Kid, MSU product. Everybody still loves Draymond. I don't know that everybody still loves Draymond. I'm a Draymond fan. I'm a bigger fan of less injured Draymond, 6-7 years ago Draymond, but it would certainly be a move. Pistons are much better with Ausar on the floor. He's their second best rebounder, best defender, and second best ball handler. He'll be a superstar in 2 years. Listen, lover, hey, Draymond, he can facilitate the offense. You can run plays through him while Cade rests or needs to score. I wouldn't hate that idea. Regarding John Morton, is Morton an upgrade from Johnson? That's from Kelly and Fenton. Probably not. But, I mean, you couldn't hang on. I think it's a nice rebound hire.
It's interesting because did you see who Ben Johnson hired for his offensive coordinator position in Chicago?
No, who?
Denver's tight ends coach.
Really?
So the Lions and the Bears obviously have ties. Ben Johnson, Dan Campbell both went after Denver assistant coaches for their offensive coordinators.
Yep.
Sean Payton tree?
Yeah, I guess.
Who got the better Denver coach?
Well, I hope it's us.
And now Josina Anderson is reporting that the Jets are going to look to talk to Lions passing game coordinator Tanner Engstrand.
I'm not surprised. We
You're not
shouldn't be
surprised, yeah.
surprised.
No,
I
of
mean,
course
if
not.
he didn't get the job here, he's going to look around a little bit. It doesn't mean he's going anywhere, but he's going to look around a little bit. Morton is also a former player at wide receiver and a wide receiver coach. It may help soften the blow of losing Randall L. He's obviously replacing Johnson. His coaching resume is actually impressive. So this is not the Johnny Morton, but he is this John Morton did grow up, played at Avondale, played in Auburn Hills, played at Western Michigan, and he was indeed a wide receiver. And he bounced around, fringe NFL player, CFL guy. He was a World Football League guy, might have been an arena ball guy. I feel pretty good about this new offensive coordinator. We trust Campbell and Holmes, and they have had firsthand knowledge of this guy. Sean Payton is considered such a great coach and obviously had a high opinion of him, too, to give him a promotion to come to Denver. On top of that, he helped take a rookie quarterback with an average running game to the playoffs. That's from an unnamed texter. Just heard the Lions hired Morton. Not sure what this team is doing, but I hope the fan base is prepared for a reset next year. No way this team will progress with an offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator that have never done the job before. They will be 8-9 or 9-8, no playoffs. Shoot! Darn it! Thought we had a chance. Guys, walk me off the ledge, please. Seeing a few reports on the socials that AG is planning on taking a lot of our free agent players with him, like Barnes and others. Is this a sign of a mini rebuild company? What's coming? What's happening here? Well, he can try. He could try. But I wouldn't overpay for a Derek Barnes or others. And I would also think that the Lions will be a very attractive place for other free agents. I wouldn't panic right now. Is there some panic setting in?
For that one texter, there seems to be.
Well, another guy said there's two texters back to back. One said 8-8, 9 and.
Well, the one was
8,
the coordinators, and the other was the players, right? Well, I thought actually the Barnes injury might have been a blessing in disguise for the Lions if they wanted to bring him back. Because what other team might want to take a chance on a guy who's hurt, right? Yep. Who was just hurt. Except if it was your old coach, right? Yeah, sure. So Aaron Glenn could absolutely go after Derek Barnes and maybe Ben Johnson as well because they know what type of player he is. They've seen it firsthand.
I would say there's probably only two defensive free agents worth really going to bat for. Derek Barnes is one of them, and Carlton Davis is the other. You can take El Quadin Muhammad and Kendall Vildor and Emmanuel Mosley, and sure. But I mean, I would imagine he'd want those guys.
Isn't Iffy a free agent too?
I don't think so. But one moment, please. He is. My apologies. Yeah, I mean, I could see Iffy being an odd man out here just because they do now have some depth in the secondary when healthy. Okay. Red Wings. I said we get to them. Let's do it. And we'll get back to some of these Lions texts coming in. 4-2 winners last night over the Kings after falling behind 2-0. right in the thick of it here in the wild card chase, and quite frankly, the chase for third in the division. So they're 3 points out of the number 1 wild card, 2 points out of the number 2 wild card. But who is it? Has games in hand on him. Has 2 games in hand on him. And congratulations to Dominic Shine, a Pinckney native, after 7 years in the minors, 8 years in the minors, whatever it was. Made his debut last night. Now, it sucks because Patrick Kane is out, but good for you. And that was a cool little sidebar to last night's game. So, look, the Red Wings fall behind 2-0 on what has to be the worst feeling ever, as Mo Seider played the puck unintentionally back into his own net. It's kind of a weird bounce. Goalie was kind of there in the way, sort of, as what a goalie's job is to be in the way. And it just went off Seider's stick and behind Talbot and into the net, which sucked. And the look on Seider's face, did I say Raymond? The look on Seider's face was like, are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? He more than made up with it the way he played. Wings got a goal back on a Lucas Raymond. I got to tell you, Lucas Raymond is really, really blossoming, but it really started last year where it looked like he'd leveled up. And it was a scramble. He gets a goal. Then later he finds DeBrincat on the 5-on-3. And it's another one of those passes from Raymond to DeBrincat. DeBrincat's got to love Lucas Raymond, given the way he has set him up of late. And that was a thing of beauty. On a 5-on-3, you're looking for a slam dunk. You just want grade A chances. You want those put the puck in dangerous areas, and it's almost like you're afraid to shoot because you want it to be perfect. And they were messing around. It was a 5-on-3. And I'm like, okay, at some point you do have to shoot the puck. And then Raymond, proved to know what they were doing as he goes around the world, passes it to the weak side. DeBrincat just slams it home. So we got a 2-2 game, and then Elmer Soderblom on a rebound off a throw it at the net type chance makes it 3-2. But what's creating buzz is Marco Kasper's goal in the third period. And for Kasper now, that's his 6th goal in 9 games. Not bad for a guy that is he 20 or 22? Why am I blanking on this? He is 20 years old. 20 years old, 6 goals in his last 9 games. Now, one of the things that I am susceptible to doing, and a lot of people are doing, you got the empty netter too, my apologies. So it's 7 goals in the last 9 games. Is short-term results and drawing long-term conclusions. I really want to draw the long-term conclusion that Marco Kasper is blossoming into a star right in front of our eyes. It's probably a bit early to make that statement, but you got to like what you've seen. And a couple of his goals have been wow. Like, they've been wow. And, the patience and the rebuild and all that we've talked about with the Pistons, it applies here. And in Kasper's case, could he be, help out to create sort of a second line that can be counted on to put the puck in the net? Either way, it has been it's been a good 3-game stretch here after having a bad 3-game stretch. And, we wondered where they're going to settle in under McClellan. And, the 1 loss, 7 wins, 3 losses, 3 wins. What it looks like they might be is streaky. And so we'll see how this plays itself out. Got a game coming up against the Oilers, and that is going to be a challenge, of course. Now question is, are the Oilers going to be at full strength? And McDavid, he came back, right? Yes, he did come back. All right, so he will be back. Anyway, that is looming for them. Red Wings making some noise again and making us believe that they can be a playoff team. And to fall behind 2-0 and come back and win the game 5-2. I will say, if I'm going to be critical of something, it's going to be finishing on an empty net. Finishing on an empty net was a problem last night. Took them way too long to deploy. Who misses on multiple empty net chances? Well, it felt like last night the Red Wings did. 248-539-9797. Wings fans, you want to get into it. We've got a Michigan basketball win over Penn State to get into. Michigan State taking on a hot Minnesota team tonight. But you could see it coming before they've put together these 3 straight wins, the Gophers. All that coming up here on Carson Anderson. Kang has a challenge as a dad that we will get to in the noon hour. What should he do? I'm sure there's going to be some experienced dads out there that can help him through this. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Anderson out today, sick. Hope to have him back tomorrow. 248-539-9797. Variety of topics, lots of feedback coming in. Marv writes in, Doug, love the show. Pistons are not going to win a series in the playoffs. They are going to utilize cap space for assets to build for the future. Well, I'm not acquiescing. I am not giving up on winning a series. The way this team has been playing, in spite of the fact that last night's loss dropped them down to the 8th spot in the East. That's how close they are. They're playing still amongst the best basketball of the teams in that grouping in the East that are within like 5 games of each other, which goes from Milwaukee in the 4 spot down to Atlanta in the 9 spot. I would say that Detroit has every bit of an opportunity to get into a place where they're not in the playoff round. And then I wouldn't concede a series to the Pacers or to the Knicks. I think that'd be foolish. But, hey, you don't think so? Got it. Kelly and Fenton writes in the following. If your new coordinators are not upgrades, how do you know they become a better team? Because they have the most important thing. They've got the players. They've got a ton of players. They've got players that are going to return from injury that, barring what would be unprecedented back-to-back seasons of bad luck, with having so many players on one side of the football injured, I'm pretty confident that they're going to be a better team. The coaching it's incredibly important, but I'd rather have the roster that they have than and lose the two coordinators than lose some critical pieces on offensive and defensive sides of the football and keep the two coordinators. And I'm not downplaying their impact, but I think the thing is next year, just look at it as 7 defensive free agents joining this team, because that's what it's going to feel like when they have everybody healthy. Now, they got some work to do. They got to figure out a way to bring back Carlton Davis and Derek Barnes in particular, and maybe Fatu Melifonwu. But, outside of losing all of them, I don't see there being any setback. I see them being better just by getting the guys they lost back. It's not exciting to talk about. It's not, it's not some major move. It's just sitting tight and getting healthy. 248-539-9797. Give me a tush push utilizing Penei Sewell. That's from an unnamed texter. I hope they ban that play. I can't stand it. I know it got stopped this weekend multiple times, and it does have that feeling of you can't stop it, but it's also just boring. It's like the worst part of rugby, and we're going to use it on really, really important plays. Hate it. The interview with John Morton went like this. Dan, let me see your right tackle pass play packages. Morton pulled out 4 binders. Dan, you're hired.
I think that's how it went down.
You think?
Obviously.
Scott writes in, oh no, they hired an offensive coordinator who's never done it before. Total rebuild. Oh wait, Ben Johnson had never previously been an offensive coordinator when we hired him either. So, there you go.
Yeah, I don't know if these coordinators are going to be better, worse, or the same, but I think that you mentioned the players coming back is a huge boost just to the roster itself. And the coordinators, they got to keep the train moving. I think Dan knows he's going to instill to them what kind of game plan that he wants to run on both sides of the ball. And now it's up to the coordinators. They could be better, by the way. We can't discount that either. That texter just mentioned we didn't know Ben Johnson was going to be this good.
Yep. Now, that doesn't mean the formula is to hire a guy with no experience. But it also doesn't. What it's saying is to the person that thinks they're doomed, they're not doomed. Kenny in Rochester, you're next. Hello, Kenny.
Hi, Doug.
What's up?
I think the team is going to be better next year, just because I feel like people are overlooking the reserves that played this year while the starters are on injured. So the thing is, these guys have gained experience. When you look at especially Michigan, the year that they won, you find that the starters were playing just the first or the second quarter, and then the rest they would play like 72 players. And that helped the starters out to just be able to stay off injury. And I feel like that makes the Lions a better team with the depth of players that are playing. And this has really helped Lions. It's a disguise, a blessing in disguise that you get to play and you get all those minutes to be able to help you become a better player. So the injury, it's a blessing in disguise for the Lions moving forward as a team.
I don't know if I'd go that far. And the reason is because it undermined a great chance to win a Super Bowl. guys got experience, yes, and good for them. I mean, if I were to pinpoint one single thing that cost them this year, it's the accumulation of all the defensive injuries that they managed to overcome for a long time. It was really, really cool the way that they did. But I think it was the biggest piece of the pie of blame as to why this team didn't win a Super Bowl. So I can't call it a blessing in disguise. I can say that there is a positive to it that you are focused on there, that they did get some guys some experience. But anyway.
Yeah, there's some positives, but overall, I think I agree with you, Doug. That's what I think cost them the Commanders game and ultimately ended their season early is the attrition to the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
The whole thing that Gator, the tweet that he saw, whatever, the next man up only works when there's men to call up. You know, it felt like they just ran out of men. And did other players get better because of it? Yes, absolutely. But in the end, I think it hurt them a lot and ultimately caused their demise. I think this team could have got by if it was just Hutch that went out and a couple other guys, right?
Yep.
Or if it was just McNeil that went out and Hutch was still there, vice versa. Or a player or two in the secondary. The accumulation of everyone got them. It just did.
Much.
It was just too much.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Art in Monroe. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hello, Art.
Hey, Doug. Always a pleasure, man.
Thank you for calling.
Yep. Hey, listen, I have had to temper my expectations with a harsh reality. And that reality is the Lions could be a better team next year and have a worse record.
There's no question.
I strongly believe our window is still open. But with that schedule, I am convinced we could be a better team and not duplicate the season we had this year. And so I'm lowering my expectations. The other concern I have is there's no guarantee for us that Hutchinson and McNeil are going to come back the same players. And looking at this, I'm thinking McNeil may not even be available the first part of the year. So it's really incumbent upon Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell to find some free agent help and really get some more help in the draft to give us some depth, Doug, because everybody's seeming to talk as if we're going to be 100% healthy when the year starts. I'm not buying that.
Well, whether they're 100% healthy or just healthier, they're probably not going to be 100% healthy. I do think the probability of them being healthier than they were at the end of the season is 100% probable that they are going to be healthier than they were at the end of the season. But your comment at the beginning is something I talked about earlier this week, and that is I fully expect them to be a better team next year, and they might not have a better record. It doesn't mean they can't have success. It doesn't mean they can't win the Super Bowl. But next year's schedule at this point looks like a gauntlet. It looks ridiculous. It looks like the NFL took the list of the best teams in both the AFC and the NFC and said, here are your road games. Go to Philly, go to Washington, go to Kansas City, go to Baltimore, go to Cincinnati, go to the Rams. I mean, it's not all of the best teams, but it's many of them.
Yeah, on paper, it's daunting. Just absolutely daunting.
Yep.
By the way, a lot of ticket texters are texting and letting us know that John Morton was an offensive coordinator in this league before, 1 year with the Jets.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
So this is not his first time being offensive coordinator. For anyone that, if that makes you feel better.
That's awesome. Cool.
He also did get fired from that job.
Yeah, which I was about to say, which now
it was 2017.
Which Jets team was it?
2017 he was hired. 2018 he was fired.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it was a learning experience.
But the Jets suck. Like not just him, like everyone that's,
Yep.
they haven't made, I think they've got the longest streak of not making the playoffs.
Thank you very much. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket. Hey, they're Lions fans all season long at UMCU, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions. And what an epic season the Lions had. Not only did they clinch back-to-back NFC North championships, the memories, all the highlights, the great wins, it was awesome right up until the end. But Jahmyr Gibbs also shared the record for the most touchdowns in a single season. And to celebrate all of that, UMCU has a great offer for you. Right now, earn 4% on CDs. That's right. Secure your funds and watch your savings grow with confidence, earning 4% on CDs. That confidence is like the confidence you have that the Lions will be back next year, competing again. Like your confidence in Jahmyr Gibbs, your confidence in Penei Sewell's only going to get better. Your confidence that they're going to be healthier. Well, make your bank account healthier. Celebrate the Detroit Lions with 4% on CDs at UMCU, and you only need $1,000 to get started. This promotion is available only for a limited time, so join the winning team today. I did. It's not intimidating at all. It's quick, easy. It took me 5 minutes. Get started by visiting umcu.org. That's umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Cater's out sick. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Thanks for being with us here on a Tuesday. Yep, Lions got their new offensive coordinator. It's John Morton. Spent a year with the Lions back in 2022 as a senior offensive assistant, which is kind of a vague title, but he obviously made an impression in that 1 year. Went to Denver and was a pass game coordinator and had Bo Nix and really built that resume. And a lot of people said, man, that is It's a hell of a job he did there, and now he comes back to Detroit. And I feel like this is a guy that kind of skips to the front of the line to become the Lions offensive coordinator because they were in-house candidates. But that tells you something about what Dan Campbell thinks of this guy. And I'm all right with that. I'm all right with that. Does that mean that others may leave? Yeah. I mean, is Mark Brunell disappointed? Was Antoine Randall, did he hear he wasn't going to get the OC job and he decided to bolt? They brought in Scotty Montgomery, thought that there was a chance that he could be a guy. Tanner Engstrand seemed like he could be a guy. Do they go looking for other jobs? Unfortunately, it's a big boy world, and this is what happens when you're at the top. The good news is players. They've got players.
Yeah, a little side note. I'm going to be watching, with the Bears and the Lions, who got the better Denver coach. I just find it strange that they both went to the Broncos, both went to Sean Payton tree for their offensive coordinators. So if you don't know, Ben Johnson hired the tight ends coach from Denver.
Yep.
And Doug just mentioned we got my man John Morton from Denver as well.
Yep. 248-539-9797. In fact, writer that covers the Jets for The Athletic is tweeting out at this hour, Lions passing game coordinator Tanner Engstrand is a name to watch for Aaron Glenn's staff. Got passed over for the Lions OC job. Got passed over is such the term passed over. You hear passed over?
It does not sound good.
No, it's just like, I don't know that necessarily he did.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He didn't get the job.
Doesn't mean he was passed over.
Yeah, does that mean he, hey, I didn't get this promotion. I got passed over. I mean, I guess it is what it is, but it feels like it's insulting.
Totally. You didn't get demoted.
All of us in our lives, everybody has been at one point passed over, but it doesn't mean you have to leave your job. It doesn't mean it's some grand injustice. But it sounds like it. The other thing I think is funny, and I think it was on display yesterday, is that every single year the same thing happens. And that is, in the hiring cycle, coordinators get first crack. People hire coordinators all the time. They have a tremendous responsibility. But I think what those teams are really after when you hire Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, I think the Bears want Ben Johnson's offense. They want Ben Johnson to be their offensive coordinator. And they're willing to make you a head coach to do so. But I have always found that the minutia and the X's and O's and the job of a coordinator is different in so many ways than being a head coach. Head coach is leader of men, hiring staff, coming up with game plans, delegating responsibility, dealing with egos. And coordinator is football, and not football only, but it's a lot of football. And yesterday, Liam Cohen got introduced as the head coach in Jacksonville. And let's just say that this dude's press conference did not hit. He sounded at times like he was trying to do some freelance poetry jam. Go Google search him saying Duval. It's the weirdest thing ever, which is that rallying cry they have in Jacksonville. I think that people want Liam Cohen, the offensive coordinator. Are you sure you want Liam Cohen, the head coach?
I totally agree with you, Doug. These are two separate jobs.
Yes.
There's not a correlation there that is to be made that just because you're a good coordinator means you're going to be a good head coach. That's why I think a lot of people actually think that Aaron Glenn might be better suited for a head coach than Ben Johnson. Now, this thing is going to play out, but because they think Aaron Glenn, from what we've seen and heard and everything, the reports that this guy is a true leader of men, can lead the entire locker room. As well, he knows the X's and O's, right? Ben Johnson, clearly a creative play caller, developmental of the quarterback, and offensive players. But can he lead a group of men, a locker room? I think you're right. Teams want the offense or want the defense that you did with your last team, but really, who's going to run the entire team?
You know, you sit there and you do this long enough and you start to develop philosophies, okay? And there are things that you believe in and there are things that you are like totally down with. And one of the things that years ago that I kind of shifted my focus, I'm like, this coordinator thing, I don't know that this coordinator thing is the best idea. And I started looking at successful coaches and I thought the one thing they had in common, one thing that they really had in common was the ability to get everybody on the roster to buy in to whatever role they had and to be all in for that team and to eliminate nonsense and to have everybody following your lead. And I think it's an incredibly difficult thing to do because you have these players are in their careers trying to make a living, and some of them are making $658,000 and some of them are making $19 million. And how do you get the guy that's making $658 to give it the old $110 for his minor role when you're going to need that guy to make plays for you? And how do you get the guy that makes $19 million to make any kind of sacrifice? And they're all looking for the next contract, and everything you tell them to do for the team isn't going to coordinate and isn't going to align with them doing whatever it is that helps them get the next contract. And that's why when Dan Campbell was hired and he had never been a coordinator, I did not care. And it's why, as a head coach, I didn't care. Aaron Glenn, okay, to me, in watching, Aaron Glenn seems like a guy that can get a room behind him. I'm not 100% sure of that, but I'm pretty sure Aaron Glenn has got leadership qualities. I am more sure about him than I am Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson very well may. But the window that we have into Aaron Glenn, I think there's going to be buy-in with Aaron Glenn. With Ben Johnson, there very well might be. The window just didn't crack open quite as wide.
Yeah, well, the issues the owners have is they want your offense or defense, right? There's only one way you can get that guy is you promote him and you pay him.
Yep.
Okay, you're not gonna they're not gonna take a lateral movement, and I don't even think it's legal in the NFL. And the Lions or whatever team would just give you that pay raise that you're getting from the other, because no one's gonna pay a coordinator $10 million a year. So what you have to do is you have to promote and pay him. So you get to promote and pay that guy to come to your team to be your head coach, even though really what you want is his offense. At that point, that's why I am more inclined to say, you know what? Call plays, because I want that offense. You actually just call plays while you're here and be the head coach, or call defensive plays and be the head coach, because I want that defense. Otherwise, you get in a spot where, like, I think the Dolphins are. They went and hired Mike McDaniel. I'm not sure he's a great head coach. I think he's a good offensive mind, but they had to give him the job and the title to get him away from San Fran, right?
Yep.
And same thing that's going on with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'm not sure Liam Cohen can lead a group of men, especially based off his press conference. But maybe he's a damn good coordinator.
Yeah. Well, examples of damn good coordinators that got head coaching opportunities, and you're like, what the hell? One of them's Adam Gase.
Dan Campbell got passed over for Adam Gase.
There you go. There you go.
He did.
Anyway, look, I don't, let me be clear on this too. I don't want this to sound like I'm trashing Ben Johnson. I'm not. But based upon the window that those guys let us in to see, Aaron Glenn showed more that I would say, that right there, that guy can command a locker room with many different personalities, many different wants and needs, and many different professional goals. Roy is in Toledo, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Roy.
Hey, yeah, I think what you're talking about in terms of them taking Ben for his offense and Aaron for his defense, I find that to be extremely true, and that's part of why they both got hired for a head coaching job. But they are, by proxy, the CEO of both companies. So they get to choose who their supervisors of everything are. And I think that Aaron can find somebody defensive-minded that he's either worked with before, played with before, or whatever, that can come along with what his defensive mind is, and then just work on however he pictures their offense to be. Whereas Ben Johnson has a lot of pieces already in place. So if he can get what he thinks is a movable offense for Caleb and the guys, all he's got to do is find someone who either has done offensively as a coordinator before similarly, or is very good, well respected, and can do what Ben wants in a heartbeat. I don't think he should call plays. I think he should trust who he hires through that whole summer ball and all of that and the meetings that they have, to trust that he can call those plays and then have the final veto if something else comes in. I think Ben's going to make the playoffs next year, and I think Aaron's going to be miserable for
Are they changing divisions?
Until another Aaron leaves.
Are they changing divisions?
I just think he can get some people to follow him for free agency, and I think he can, if he does a good draft in some spots and nobody leaves and jumps ship because of another Aaron already on the team, I think they could get a wild card. That's lofty, but he's a good mind. We have to admit he's a very
good mind. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Probably put more time into what the Bears are going to be next year, and I care too. But yes, look, I think I'm not saying Ben Johnson's doomed by any stretch of the imagination, and he definitely has more to work with than the mess over there that is in New York. But at the end of the day, for my list of characteristics. And this is brought on because Liam Cohen, that thing looks like, how does that guy become a leader of men? That was weird. It's Carson Anderson. We will. Kang's got a problem at home. We'll revisit some of this Piston trade talk, including a Malik Beasley quote that's attributed to him, I believe, from last night. It's really, really interesting. We'll get to that at 12:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. It will be really fun if Marco Kasper is blossoming into a star right in front of our eyes. 7 goals in the last 9 games. Last night, scored an absolute beautiful goal and at an empty netter late, which shouldn't sound like that big a deal, but considering how many times the Red Wings messed around and didn't finish the game off with an empty netter, Kasper did get it. But hey, look, I didn't want it to come play across as downplaying it earlier. It's awfully encouraging. I think short-term results, long-term conclusions, I'm always a little bit leery of doing that. But he could really be a nice find. 20 years old, and proving that he belongs at this point. Yes, please. That would be a great development. Red Wings have a game against Edmonton coming up on Thursday. Edmonton's got Connor McDavid back, and the Red Wings continue to hover on the outside of the playoffs, but just chip it away, keep stacking wins. We'll see what happens. Pistons, a bit of a sobering loss last night. Want to get to something out of that coming up shortly. Michigan basketball, well, look, they found a way. A little bit shorthanded with Vlad Golden, Russian Loivat out sick, but he played. He gave it a go. But considering how much of their offense runs through the 4-5 ball screen with Danny Wolf and Vlad Golden, the pick and roll at the top, and teams have countered that, and they've got to find their next motion out of that to, make sure that they, when Golden's rolling to the basket, if they're going to get as physical as they are, and they're not going to get a whistle, what's your counter? But they did find a way to get a win after being down 5 with a minute 50 to go. Winning by 4 was quite a strong last couple of minutes for Michigan. And now, given what their schedule is, they couldn't afford to lose that game. They really couldn't. If they're going to stay in the Big Ten hunt and try and be one of the top 4 seeds in a region in the NCAA tournament, these are not games you can lose because they got tougher ones coming up. There's a road trip to Indiana. I know Indiana's a bit of a mess and totally botched the end of that game against Maryland. Mike Woodson's under some heat, but that's not going to be easy. You've got Oregon, a ranked team, coming in. You've got Purdue coming in, and we saw what they did to Michigan last Friday night. You got the 2 Michigan State games looming. Rutgers isn't an easy out, especially in their own barn. They've got talent. This is a weird year where they went into a year with pretty big expectations. They've had some injury issues with the Harper kid, but between him and Ace Bailey, you've got 2 guys that are going to be lottery picks. So they couldn't afford to lose that game last night. All right, so I did want to get to this, and we did. Oh, the breaking news, of course, is that the Lions got their guy at offensive coordinator, John Morton. He's an offensive mind who made his impression in his 1 year here, and then followed it up doing good work with a rookie quarterback in Bo Nix. It strikes me that if he kind of jumps to the head of the line as a former guy here, passing over the guys that are here, you might lose some of the guys that are here. But knowing that, Dan Campbell must really value John Morton. Like, you wouldn't say, I think maybe Morton might be better than Tanner or Brunell or Scotty Montgomery or Antoine Randall or whomever you have on your staff, Hank Fraley, who they've managed to keep by making him the run game coordinator. But that marries well with the guy who was the pass game coordinator last year in Denver. But you would have to think this isn't close. This is the guy we want. And if it costs me other guys, it costs me other guys. But I'm intrigued to hear what Dan Campbell has to say about this hire. Of course, Calvin Shepard as well. They need a new linebacker coach. They did lose Terrell Williams, of course, to New England, where he's going to be reunited with Mike Vrabel. But they brought in Casey Rogers from Tampa. So we'll be hearing from Dan Campbell here eventually and see what he has to say about these new hires. The Beasley quote, you heard a bit of it there in the update. This came from Hoops Hype, and Aaron Johnson retweeted it earlier today. We opened the show talking a little bit about whether or not the Pistons, what they needed to do come trade deadline, because it's only 9 days away. And so they lost to the best team in the East last night. Cleveland methodically took them apart. I mean, it was. I don't know if it was exactly. It felt like 5-point lead at the end of 1, 10-point lead at half, 15-point lead at the end of 3, and they lost by 20. Well, they lost by 19. So let me see if that's accurate, because that's what it felt like in watching that game last night. And, hey, man, they're good. What else can you say? They're really, really good. So the Pistons now, they were down 3 at the end of 1, 7 at the end of 2. No, it's not true. 3 at the end of 1, 10 at the end of 2, 15 at the end of 3, and they lost by 19. So it was kind of along that pattern. So we talked about whether or not they need to make a deal. They're one of the few teams with cap space. They've perhaps shifted gears, given that they are a team that is going from, hey, we'll take on your salary, facilitate a trade for future assets, to a team that might actually want to add. They might actually want to add. And so the question is, do you just make a trade to try and win now? Do you make a trade? Do you still do the facilitate a 3-team deal and take on somebody's bad contract for future assets? Or do you stay the course? Save whatever flexibility you have for future use and just let this core group grow. Not take any minutes away from anybody. Let this core group grow. And then there's the case of Malik Beasley. Everybody in Detroit has to love what they've seen from Malik Beasley. This is a guy who has stretched defenses, opened up room for Cade. When Fontecchio's shooting it, it's even better. But Malik Beasley is a high-volume, 3-point shooter who's over 40% from 3. Was pretty bad out of the gate last night, came around. But regarding his future and the trade deadline, here is the quote credited to Hoops Hype and whether or not he'll be in Detroit long term. Me and Trajan have been talking a lot. We're trying to figure out what's going to happen. I still have to go through this trade deadline. There are some championship teams that want me. But I told Trajan I like where I'm at. He told me about the impact I've brought. Hopefully he agrees. He also told me it's a business. If a championship team comes with a crazy deal, the business is the business. We just waiting for the trade deadline to go through. After that, I think we'll start talking about maybe we can put something together. Now, Kang, what's the rule? The rule is on a 1-year contract, you cannot sign an extension.
Yeah, with the Malik Beasley, I'm not sure how much his veteran status weighs into it, but since he signed a 1-year deal, he can't sign an extension during this year. He's going to have to wait till the end of the season, and he'll hit free agency. And so the Pistons will be in a bidding war with anybody else that wants to get involved.
So they're in a spot where they've got he's going to get the free agency no matter what. So as Trajan put it to Malik, apparently, if a crazy deal comes along, it sounds like Trajan says, I might take it. Then you get into the whole weird, you can trade him and then re-sign him.
Yep, but that doesn't help you for the second half of this year, though.
A, it doesn't help you for the second half of this year. And B, it also doesn't, it almost never works out that way.
Yeah, everyone always says that.
They always say it. Oh, you could trade him and then bring him back. But when does that actually happen?
It's happened before, but not very often at all.
The question is, by keeping him around, do you increase the probability that you will re-sign him in free agency?
So this is very similar to the Jack Flaherty issue the Tigers had.
Yep.
Like you're in a position where this guy clearly helps our team. He clearly helps our team. But we also have an eye towards the future and gaining any assets we possibly can for a guy who's not guaranteed to be here at the end of the season.
Yep.
How do you walk this tightrope as the Pistons general manager and president, right?
Yep. And Flaherty's still on the market, by the way.
He is. I'd love to bring him back personally.
Pitchers and catchers report in some towns in the next 45 minutes.
I heard Jack Flaherty's in the best shape of his life.
Yeah, great. So, if I guess Flaherty's a candidate to do the rare thing
bring
of
back,
re-sign
right?
in
Yeah.
Detroit. He's available, but what do you do with Beasley? How do you turn down, as Beasley put it, if Trajan Langdon's telling him if a championship team comes with a crazy deal sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, you can't turn down a Godfather-type offer or a crazy deal for Malik Beasley.
But your season's over. And I don't mean you're not winning a playoff round without Beasley unless you're getting something to replace him.
Yeah, unless all of a sudden Ron Holland can shoot just as well as Malik Beasley, right? Yep. Or something like Ausar Thompson all of a sudden develops a 3-point shot. Yeah, that's not going to happen. That's why I personally, right now, barring an insane offer from somebody, I keep Malik Beasley and I take my chances because I think what you're doing when you keep Malik Beasley is you continue to win games, which you've never done it seems like in the last 4 or 5 years, right? Which helps build this young core's confidence. You see how well they're playing? They're playing together partly because not just they're getting better on the court, but the fruits of the labor are showing finally. You know, they're winning these close games. They're pulling out victories at the end. Cade Cunningham has developed because of that. I think mentally it's helped everybody. Jalen Duren, Beef Stew, Ivy before he got hurt. So unless someone blows me away with an offer, I take my chances and I keep Beasley.
Well, look, in the last almost 2 months here, they're 13-7. And, you know, you have to decide if they keep playing at that pace, honestly, home court is in play if they keep playing at that pace. And so keeping Malik Beasley, having home court as a goal, if you think this 13-7 is a product of them figuring some stuff out, Cade's continued improvement, getting Ausar back, all these things, I don't know. I don't trade him. I don't trade him. And I'm not sure that the Godfather offer gets it done. I mean, Godfather plus.
Because in the end, it's Malik Beasley. I'm not sure how much someone else is willing to give up, even if they're, he's a key piece to their championship run, right? If a team's looking for shooting, and obviously they don't have to pay Malik at the end of the year, what are they offering here? I mean, this time last year, what did the Pistons have, like 5 wins? We had a caller joke about it before. I don't know if you did the research on that, but it was something that ridiculous.
Very well could be.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. I mean, they got 9 days. So how many games are they going to play between now and the trade deadline? It is, 3 or 4? I don't know if it comes down to what they do in these 3 or 4 games. They're going to play 5 games between now and the trade deadline. I mean, if they're 3-2, 4-1, 5-0, the last one's against Cleveland at home, I have no problem with them saying no to a trade for Beasley.
So if you say no to a trade for Beasley, then the next question I ask you, Doug, is do you add?
Well,
do you add a second scorer? Someone of significance to help make the playoffs.
So it's funny because we've talked about adding, but who are the realistic guys they can get? Cam Johnson, yeah. Colin Sexton, yeah. What was the one guy? Anthony Simons, yes, please. But Bobby Portis, finally get my Bobby Portis wish. It doesn't feel like they're really in the mix for any of those guys, but we shall see. 9 days to go. Pistons, interesting. FanDuel Kick of Destiny is back, and this time it's every Manning for himself. The Super Bowl, 2 legends will take to the field. Sudden death field goal showdown. Peyton versus Eli, live from New Orleans. 1 kick to claim the ultimate family bragging rights. Who will rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app. And if you back the right brother, you will earn your share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's FanDuel Kick of Destiny. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in to watch Showdown Live during the Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 p.m. Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Doug and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. No purchase necessary, rather. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions to apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's a good night of sports last night. Detroit or state of Michigan teams take 2 of the 3 that you had Michigan and Penn State on BTN. Wolverines got a win there. Red Wings come from 2-0 down, get a 5-2 win over the Kings, a team that's like Detroit hovering in the West. The Pistons, unfortunately, sort of methodically taken apart by the number 1 seed in the East. Cleveland Pistons back in action tomorrow night at Indiana. All right, I want to bring this up because it sounded and felt familiar. Kang, you have a bit of a challenge in your household. You're a father of 2 beautiful young girls, the oldest of which now is 6.
That's correct, Doug.
Okay.
That's what her wiki says.
Yeah.
No, she does not have a Wikipedia, people.
Okay.
Don't text me. Don't at me.
So it's funny because my youngest is 17, and so you are making observations and saying things that I'm very familiar with.
You've been there.
Yes. One thing that has happened to you is Kang no longer sees movies, people.
Damn it, Doug. I hate that I made fun of you all those years. Happened to me. It's tough, man. It's tough to find 2 hours of quiet time.
Yeah. Yep. I get it. But I've been there. But now your kids are starting extracurriculars, right?
That's right. As I couldn't wait for that part, actually. Doing the weekend,
Sure.
activities, sports and whatnot.
Yep. And that's that's a big part of it. It's fun. The what we ran into our vacation, so oftentimes we were in places like Schaumburg, Illinois for soccer for 4 days.
Yes, the Troy of Illinois.
That's right.
The Troy, Michigan of Illinois.
You'll become familiar with Grant Park, which is just
Yeah.
north of Indianapolis, trust me.
Mm-hmm.
But you have a challenge that I never had.
Yeah, so the little ones wanted to try dance.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. That's cool. My wife was all about it. Like, hey, they want to try dance. I'm like, okay, let's get them in it. She found a studio and enrolled them, and once a week, super easy.
Okay, once a week, and for how many weeks?
This is like
10 weeks, 12 weeks,
no, it's
20
long.
weeks.
This is going into the summer.
Okay,
so it's like a 6-month thing or something.
All right,
if not longer. Yeah, we've already started.
25-ish weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And how's it going?
Pretty good. The girls enjoy it. Gets them something active, gets them around other kids.
Yep.
I'm cool.
All right, great. So have you taken them to dance?
I took them once. Usually my wife takes them because it's a short class. There's no need for me to go. You kind of just sit in the waiting room while they're practicing and doing their routine. So, but there was actually last weekend I had to take them because my wife was busy.
Okay. So
sat there, got their shoes on, and everything, sent them on their way.
Oldest is 6. And what's the challenge?
The challenge is now we got an email from the studio.
Okay.
My wife brought it up to me. Hey, we got this email. All right, what's up? They want to give us some free tickets to a dance competition. I said, oh, really? Nothing is free in this world, Doug. But I told my wife that. And she said, what do you mean? I'm like, listen, the first taste is always free.
Right.
There's a reason for this. And I told her, I understand. They're asking, hey, do the girls want to watch this competition? They really enjoy it. Then they can start getting more, competitive, more lessons. Better coaching. I have no idea. I'm not in the dance world. Okay. I know nothing about this. And so I was a little hesitant. And she's like, well, what's the problem? If they might like it, all stuff. I said, okay, that's fine. We'll go and see how it goes from there. But I feel like I'm getting hooked, crooked, and rooked into something here.
So they give you now. I want to.
They ask for how many tickets. We tell them how many tickets we want.
Okay, so the dance competition. I'm going to need a little help here because my daughter or neither of my boys did dance, so I don't know anything about dance.
Mm-hmm.
My question is this equivalent of travel sports / dance? Is this travel dance?
I think it is. I started talking to people I know that have gone through this circuit. I don't know if they call it a circuit. I just called it that.
Right.
But people that have had daughters and done dance, and they say, basically, you're on the road if you continue this path. Quite possibly, you end up in Schaumburg.
You end up at Grant Park. You end up in Orlando.
So
And
the
there's-
kids that are participating in this dance competition.
I don't know. Yeah, I think that's a possibility, Doug.
So your point is, I mean, you're going to support your kid and take
Of course
him, right?
I am, but inside I'm just letting you know, and my wife, like, hey, I don't.
You
First
don't
of all,
want, you don't want to do this.
I don't want to do this.
You don't
And
want to.
Yes, I sound terrible.
Is it you don't want to be a dance dad, or you just?
I'm not going to lie. That's part of it.
Okay, but
that's part of it, Doug.
Is part of it that you feel like you are getting sucked into the machine?
A little bit too,
Yeah.
and it's like a racket, right? And I know the same thing is possible whether it was soccer or volleyball.
There's no question.
or,
It's no
tennis,
different anywhere
whatever.
else.
Yes, exactly. And maybe it's because I'm not familiar with the dance world, and I don't want to be a dance dad or whatever. You know, I was sitting there in the waiting room thinking, I don't want to be part of this world. I'm looking at all everyone else like kind of chit chat and stuff, and I'm like, I'm just gonna pull out my phone and read Twitter. I don't know, you know, like.
So
I'm not into it, but I don't want to discourage my daughters at all. So I haven't said or done anything to them. You know,
So you're
about
going.
it.
You're going. If they want to do it, you're going to do it. But you feel already the pull.
Yes,
of you are getting sucked into the machine, and
then on top of that, Doug, this sounds terrible too. But I don't. What's the end game for dance? Like, do you like? You know what I mean? Like, I know they're not going to go pro in a sport or anything like that. I'm not delusional, you know, a youth parent like that. But what is the end goal in dance? Like, is there one, or is it just?
Well, you're familiar with the end goal in sports.
Yeah, it's like
even though you don't believe your kids are going to do it,
you could become a professional athlete, right?
Yeah,
I mean, does
but you-
Coliseum on 8 Mile call them up or say, "Hey, we want looking for dancers"? No, of course we don't want that.
What are you, high school? Between quarters of the basketball game, your daughter's out on the high school court. Is that the end goal? Varsity dance?
I don't know. I'm asking. Is that?
Here's the feedback. I just looked down at Twitch. JKL52588 says, "Did they approach you about competition team? A competition team, Kang? Quote: Your daughter's so talented, she should be on the competitive team. $2,500 a year, 3-week practices out of nowhere for a 6-year-old is nothing more than average. Get away from dance as early as possible. Those people are crazy."
Exactly. Oh, she's got something special there. You might want to tap into this.
I'm not sure travel sports is that different. I'm really not.
Really?
Just in terms of getting sucked into the machine, and B, being, told that people thinking that their kid is on the fast. I feel like in travel sports, I think dads are more willing to chase that dream than dance.
I'm definitely not living through my daughter through this. I'll tell you that right now.
All right, here we go. How does one dance dad? Because it feels like Kang's about to become a dance dad. 97.1 The Ticket. I feel like with most parenting issues, Kang, that you bring up, having been through it, I got 22-year-old, 19-year-old, 18-year-old, or 17-year-old, soon to be 18-year-old, and you actually have a challenge that I can provide some insight, but only what it's like to get sucked into the machine that is like travel sports. You were looking at the possibility of becoming a dance dad, and you can see it coming. And it starts with, here are free tickets to a dance competition. So these are going to be older kids that are basically practicing more and doing more.
Yeah, I don't think significant older. It might be same age group that are just more, they started younger. But yeah, I imagine from her age group up to, 12, 13, 14, 15, whatever.
Is it a safe assumption that what you are paying right now for dance is reasonable?
Oh, absolutely. Okay. Yeah.
So it's about
entry level, man.
So that's about to end.
Yeah, that's what I'm scared of.
Yep.
And the thing is, you went through the machine, as we call it, with your kids, but with things that you were probably familiar with.
There's
right?
no question.
Baseball, basketball, right? Soccer.
Yep.
Did you ever get outside your comfort zone where they said, "Hey, take us to underwater basket weaving competitions"?
I don't think so.
Yeah, see, I don't know this world.
Seriously, I tried. I in all honesty, we tried to diversify a little bit because my wife, she played 3 sports in high school. She's a sports fan, and she comments on the way that they play. I mean, it's not like and so our comfort zone is sports, and yet we were like, maybe we should try and get him into some of this other stuff, and it really went nowhere. There was piano for my daughter.
Okay.
That didn't really take. We took one of our kids this engineering thing. Didn't really take. So yeah, it was just and I guess it became so easy and we were familiar with it. We're just like, we'll just do sports. But 248-539-9797. The feedback apparently is extraordinary. We'll get to that coming up. Steve in Toledo, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Steve.
How's it going?
What's up?
Oh, I'm just going to warn you. This is a slippery slope.
Let's hear it.
Well, my daughter, I think she started dance when she was about 4 years old. Fell in love with it. She was in soccer and all those things. But dance was the thing that really got her going. And we started, and once you get going, it doesn't stop. And it was about $35,000 a year.
Oh, come on.
Oh, stop it.
Come on.
$30,000 a year?
We would go to Vegas. She was in L.A., Dallas, Chicago, Detroit. We were everywhere. Now, what you got to understand is, when you do these competitions, she could be in 12 numbers. And when you're in all these numbers, you're paying for the outfits. You're paying for the right to be on the team in every one of these dances. And you got to get hotels. You got to eat. It's a slippery slope.
Well,
you think I'm exaggerating?
No,
I'm not.
I mean the $30,000 sounds like it, but you start adding up. If you went to that many competitions and they were in that many numbers, and you had that many hotels and that much travel.
Oh yeah, that adds up.
I mean,
Schaumburg sounds like a
don't
dream.
Get me wrong. I mean, she loved it, and I wasn't aware. My wife makes a lot of money. I'm just a teacher, but I wasn't aware of all the money, and I didn't want to know. My son played travel baseball and wrestled, and they were a little more feasible. But this dance thing it can get out of. Well, everything can get out of hand.
Yeah, it's
but
true.
It was steep. She ended up dancing in college, and then now she dances for a professional sports team.
Oh, cool.
But it's neat. Don't get me wrong, but it's a lot. And
Any
it's a lot of
regrets?
weekends.
Any regrets?
Oh yeah, I'd have a cottage if I
did. See, that's the thing. I gotta tell my daughter, listen, do you want a cottage up north?
Or do you want to?
Or do you have fun with your friends? Come on. Cottage.
Okay, we have an anonymous dance mom on hold. Hello, anonymous dance mom.
Hi, how are you?
We're okay.
So I'm going to kind of echo what Steve just said. It is a very slippery slope. My daughter also played travel soccer, got into dance at a young age. They kept asking her to join the competition team. I kept saying no, 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 no. Finally, in 4th grade, she said, Mom, they're going to stop asking me. Okay, we'll do it. Ended up sticking with the dance. Our studio did not travel as much outside of the state. We would go to Ohio. We would go to Pennsylvania. We would not go to Florida, Vegas, California. I never added up how much it cost because I never wanted to know, but I would guess somewhere between $10,000 and $12,000 a year. My daughter, I think the most numbers she had one year was 12 or 13. And like Steve said, you're paying for all of those costumes. You're paying for the classes. When you go to competitions, you're paying for that dance to be in the competition. When you go to conventions, you're paying for classes, and you're paying for the dance to be on stage to compete also. My daughter ended up wanting to double major in college, got a dance scholarship, helped pay for some of it. I don't regret it. It was fun. It taught her time management. She was in excellent physical condition when she played volleyball in high school. She was in way better shape than her teammates. So I think it taught valuable lessons to her. Just an expensive financial lesson for the parents.
Well, and you had a travel soccer and a competitive dance experience. Is there?
She did not do travel soccer.
Oh, she never
played
did.
soccer more like at the lower level.
Okay,
So.
I thought you said she played travel soccer.
Yeah.
You could
Are
compare.
we referring to numbers? This is the second time it's been brought up. Is that like the dance competition? What's that mean? Numbers. How many numbers she's
So
in?
a number is a dance that they're in. So based on their
routine.
abilities, yeah. So they might be like my daughter's studio. They had a junior, a teen, and a senior group, and that was pretty much by age because the competitions group by age. And so by numbers, that means their routine. So my daughter was in 13 different routines one year.
So I got to limit the numbers.
Kang thought he was saving for a condo on Lake Michigan. Nope, he's saving for competitive dance. 248-539-9797.
Dude, is this like the most expensive activity you could do ever?
I don't know.
It's like
starting to sound like it.
Golf, honey? Want to try golf? It sounds a lot less expensive at this point.
Darren's in Clinton Township. Hi, Darren.
Hi.
Hey.
Big fan. Let's do rapid fire. I'll tell you some of the 16 years, 2 girls, competitive studio dance. Let's go behind the music, and I'll tell you some of the things that are going to change. First of all, man, you have to gauge whether the dads are going to be your best friends because they're going to be. Okay? My suggestion is if you go forward with this, you be a prop dad. Because it took me 5 minutes to realize I can't sit there for 12 hours and just go get food on a dime. Okay? I was all in prop dad. 16 years. Your life, it's a life-changing
What does that
decision.
mean? What does prop dad mean?
You pull in the props, you build the props, you carry the props, and after a 14-hour day, you got to take the props back to the studio and unload the props. Not to mention getting a U-Haul, or if somebody has a truck, and loading all the props at 4 in the morning on your way to a dance competition.
This is the best route for me?
The time goes quicker. We tailgate, cornhole, metal detecting, bocce ball, ping pong. We did it right. The best thing that came out of it are the relationships with a couple dads I have that will be forever. But your friend group will definitely be altered. Your first string friend group will be altered.
Oh, he's right. He's right. He's right. You're right.
I didn't. Real quick, a couple things I didn't understand. Oh, national competition. I thought it was like the cheerleaders on ESPN. Anybody can open a competition and say we're national champions.
Yep.
You know, there's no.
That's true of travel
regulatory
sports. That's 100% true of travel sports. I'm still making baseball schedules for my son's team, and I could enter 7 different national championships, one every week. And you're right about that. My first thought was, there are props? I had no idea. Did you have any idea?
I don't know anything about this world, Doug.
So that's one. 2 is, I think that's a similarity between travel sports and dance. The other parents, They do get elevated to first string friend groups.
Dude, he's right on
that's,
about
that's
that.
true
Yep.
about. I think that's there a crossover between travel sports and definitely. Well, shouldn't say definitely dance, but that sounds like a very similar experience.
Yeah, I was definitely scanning the lobby when I took them to practice. I'm like, who I can get along with? What are they talking about? How do they sound? You know what I mean? Like, just can I be in a room with these people for longer than an hour? Yeah, you gotta. All that comes into play.
Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law, which is why if someone in my family or I need a lawyer for an accident, I call my guy Steve and his crew over there at Michigan Auto Law. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine, right? Why would you do that with your lawyer? They care more, you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Roy writes in, oh my God, please send pictures when Kang gets roped into being a dance dad. If you want to scare Kang, look up the show Dance Moms. Oh my God, that's from Scott.
Yeah, we wonder why there's no show called Dance Dads.
I got this.
They can't handle it.
I got this from a buddy. Yeah, tell Kang dance sucks. I said, are you a dance dad? He said, sadly, yes.
Jeez. Well, by the way, it does sound more expensive than like travel hockey, soccer, and volleyball combined.
I don't know if that's the case necessarily. When you asked the one mom, how much money have you spent? She said $10,000 to $12,000. She never added it up. I'm like, I haven't added up how much money we've spent. Because if you start talking about, like I know our costs for baseball, because I run the team, we try and keep them under $1,000 per summer.
Yeah, you're like the Scott Harris of the team.
Kind of. But we've also found a way to, 3 years ago we bought jerseys that were a little too big, and we're still using them to this day because you don't really need new jerseys every year. And but you start getting to the hotels and the food and all of that, paying for practice. You got to get insurance for the whole team. It really starts to add up. Now I'm not paying it all myself, right? We're splitting the cost, but so I don't know I would think though, based upon my experience, travel hockey was the most expensive.
Yeah, that's what everyone says.
Travel soccer was next. Basketball wasn't really too expensive, and baseball isn't particularly expensive. It's probably more expensive than basketball, but I never did sort of what is every penny we spent on this? The gas to drive from here to Schaumburg. Spent a lot of time in Schaumburg. 248-539-9797. Grant Park, north of Indy, is at Grant Park. The park helps subsidize like the 20 hotels that are around it. They had this great plan. We'll help you pay, or maybe it was the inverse. I'm sorry. The hotels help pay for the park, which had like 30 soccer fields. The Colts hold training camp there.
That's crazy.
They have 3 indoor full-size soccer fields under one roof. There's also a bar. Let's go to John and Warren. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Well, brace yourself. Okay, I am a dual sports dad.
Okay.
Or I was. My daughter danced. Okay. Dance lessons, they weren't so bad. Costumes, they were insane. Had a son that played travel hockey. Started out cheap, turned into a house payment when he got to be 17, 18 years old. And then if he goes on to play juniors, it gets worse. But my daughter never competed in dance because she was my son's number one fan. And so she always kind of took a step back and let my son do what he was doing.
So she would rather go watch him play than go to dance competitions.
Yeah. And hockey got him somewhere. There's no doubt. 3 juniors into college, into the minor pros, did it all, got him an education. I'm not saying my daughter didn't get an education, but the thing you have to remember is that the people on your teams, okay, they're not your friends. They are not your friends. Okay, everything is fine while the competitions are going on, while the seasons are going on, this and that. When the season ends and everybody kind of splits and starts to go different ways, be it different teams, different studios, or whatever, nobody is your friend. Nobody.
So that's interesting. That's a whole different time. And I appreciate your phone call, John. Like you're talking about
the dark side of dance dads.
Well, I think my experience when the seasons end, right, there's a little bit of, do I need to be on a better team? That would go around. And we experienced it once where we were planning on returning to a team that ended up getting dissolved. And I was like, never again. And so I was the guy that always sent an email saying, our kids committed to this. If they're planning on coming, our kids committed to this team, but only if there's enough players for us to move on. Please let us know your intentions so that we can all make the most informed decision and don't have to feel like we should be looking for another team. But that's a whole different topic. Like, I feel like that's way down the road, but he is right in that there is, It can get tense.
I thought we were friends, Brad.
Well, you just do open communication. I'm always about telling everyone. I told everybody what our plan was, and you can do whatever you want. There's nothing wrong with leaving, but that's a whole nother.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like with any travel, right? Sport or elective or whatever. Yeah, there's always good pros and cons, good and bad. I personally don't want to go down this route. I
know you don't.
And we're getting a lot of feedback and calls kind of telling me, hey, just be careful. Of course, I know kind of what we could possibly be getting into financially. Well, I didn't know if there was going to be that much financially, but, all the stuff that could happen. But I also don't want to discourage her from doing things she wants to do. And then in the end, if it's a positive, right? Like physical activity, social, getting her social skills up, things like that. So I'm not going to say anything to her. But inside, I'm like, man, I hope we go a different route eventually.
Dance Dads, 248-539-9797. Kang is on the brink of becoming one. We go to Nathan in Lake Orion. Hi, Nathan.
No, it's actually Jason.
Okay, sorry. Jason, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Hey, Kang, how's your endurance, buddy? I just want to, invest in a little bit of Michigan Spinus edibles. I'm 20 grand deep.
Oh my
My
goodness.
wife
in edibles?
My wife is No,
I know, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, well,
20, yeah.
But what I'm saying is my daughter's in competitive dance. It was just tax season, and my wife's a CPA, and she likes to break everything down numbers.
Oh.
I'm like, so break it down for me. And she's, we're about, close to 20 with travel, gas, and you do have to pay for the outfits. And some, if they're in solos, they can pick their own outfit, but it has to be within parameters of color and design and, whatnot. But, $200, $300, specially made. It's no big deal, but you have to figure out how many dances they're in. My daughter was an 8 one year, so that adds up real quick.
Okay, what does one outfit for one number cost?
And I would say if it's not a solo in a team, coming from the studio, the one that they want you to get, I don't know, $150.
So these people that say they're in
numbers,
10 to 12 numbers are pushing $2,000. Whew. Dance Dads. Gang might be about to be one.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, because I start thinking about uniforms. Like if we go 2 new uniforms, a hat for baseball.
Yeah.
It might be $300. Might be.
Well, you know what else I saw?
Probably $250.
Doug, so we've done one recital so far. And what I saw before the recital was parents getting their kids like Starbucks orders. I'm like, Starbucks on top of everything? And this is just the beginning. Maybe they don't know what they're in for, but I'm not buying my daughter Starbucks. I'll tell you that one right now.
At the age of 6.
Yeah, and I don't even care if it's a non-caffeinated drink. Like, it's like, here, have a juice box. You'll be fine.
You're still in that Capri Sun.
No, but these girls are ordering like, it's speaking a different language for me as far as I don't order stuff at Starbucks. I don't even know what's going on there. But
Barry in Commerce Township. Hi, Barry.
Hello. How you guys doing?
Okay.
I'll take a different variation on this. I've got a daughter who is now in her junior year at college. We went through the whole dance thing. There's 2 pieces to it. One is at the end of the game, she is going to college at a private school on a significant scholarship for dance. You can actually get college scholarships for dance and do pretty well. So this can go somewhere just like any other sport in the world can, I suppose.
Barry, we kind of talked about that at the beginning, and it's clear that as being who we are not familiar with that as clear, as easy as it is for sports. We know what the sports can lead to, knowing what, and even if it's a long shot, we know where it can end up. But dance, we're not as familiar with, and that's why guys like you are helpful.
Neither am I. I play with race cars for a hobby and a living. This was going into an alien planet. But the other thing I can say is she teaches now when she has time at the studio she went to, and you do not have to go bankrupt and get a second mortgage to be obviously successful in the program. Her comment on her studio was that she found a studio that taught her how to dance rather than a studio that taught the kids a particular dance or series of dances just for the competition. So they looked at the competitions as the girls like to compete. They like to go there and they like to do good, but they were teaching them the process like a good baseball or football coach does. So it wasn't the win that mattered at the competition as much as it was the education and training along the path.
Barry, that's helpful. Thank you. It is Carson Anderson, and Kang is on the brink becoming a dance dad.
Not yet, Doug. Not yet.
Is this conversation helping?
I mean, for me, it's already like this is what I expected. You know, like as far as I didn't want to do this anyways, and this is helping me. But I mean, I got the wife to talk to. We'll see how we're gonna get through this quote unquote free competition.
Free competition.
And see where the girls are at. Maybe maybe the daughter's not into it, and maybe she is.
97.1. Okay, so every once in a while, I try and help our guy Kang behind the glass as a young father navigate challenges of parenthood, and sometimes I am very helpful. Other times I am at a complete loss. Today is one of those days in that Kang, his daughter, is participating in some 6-year-old dance. She's getting into dance. It's once a week. It's for like 25 weeks. It's not too expensive. But oh, look. You've been offered free tickets to a coming dance competition. And you can see it happening. You can see getting sucked into the machine. I have no concept of the dance world. I have experience with travel sports, and I can see how that machine works. And I want to make something clear, too, about travel sports. My daughters, some of her absolute best friends to this day, my daughter's best friends are from her soccer team. The coaches we had were really, really good. The experiences we had were fantastic. I liked most of the parents. Like it was really good and rewarding and worth every penny. But we also didn't go into it as this is the means to a college scholarship. And same thing with my boys and the sports that they have played. We've had really good experiences with travel sports. Travel sports can get a bad reputation. It's mostly the parents ruin it for one reason or another that I've seen. I've often said that.
That's why you say you like most parents.
Yeah, my personal experience was the craziest parents I saw. Not necessarily on the team we played for. We had a decent group, but it's a little bit of it. But it was hockey parents, travel hockey parents. Some of the least productive things I've ever heard watching kids play sports is one parent from one team screaming, "That's a penalty," and a mom on the other side of the rink screaming back, "No, it's not." I'm like, well, this is going to be a productive conversation.
Did they settle it, Doug?
No, of course not. And so sometimes there was one occasion where it was settled outside.
Oh, yeah,
like it was ridiculous.
Good.
And so
that's not good.
The point is travel sports aren't all bad. Okay. But there are some challenges for sure. I'm a big fan of our kids' careers and what they got to do. The one thing that's fun now is that, we've got like fatheads of them playing. They can have videos of all their games that they can watch. They get to do a lot of stuff that when we were growing up was kind of like only college athletes got this stuff. And they can get really cool uniforms and even staying in hotels. We had a travel hockey coach tell us early, look, the odds of your kids playing beyond you pay for it sports are pretty damn slim. We are here to help them fall in love with the game. And we are here to make sure that they have a great experience. And we want them, if all goes right, they're going to have great memories that are just as much tied into the games as they are to the trips and the playing knee hockey in the hotel. And he was right. He was 100% right.
But the difference was you were familiar with all the sports that your kids got into. This is a world that I know nothing about, all right? And it's absolutely, I'm going in blind if I go in at all. And I don't want to go down this path. You already know that. But I'm also not going to deny my daughters if it's something they're good at, something they really want to do. And there are a lot of pros that you just mentioned that come with this as well. It doesn't have to be soccer or volleyball,
We're kind of focused on the challenges because we're not aware of them when it comes to dance, being a dance dad, but Kang is on the brink of becoming one.
Yeah, we'll see.
Hank in Westland is next. Hi, Hank.
What's going on, Doug? What's going on, Kang? Man, I had to call in, bro. The dance is not the problem. Dance is not the problem. My oldest ended up being in the play with Lisa Ray and Genuine, and everything was cool. But the cheerleading competition, that's when the red flag come up. Man, we ended up going to Defiance, Ohio for the first competition, and they said, yeah, y'all have to be here at 7 in the morning. Okay, fine. Do we walk into the cafeteria? It's a bunch of 8, 9, 10-year-old girls just going nuts. And all I see is donuts and sugar everywhere. And I started having a panic attack. And I looked at my wife. I said, what time are they supposed to start the competition? She said, 10:30. I said, I'll be back. I had to check out. It was just so much screaming and stuff going on. And I'm like, why are they doping them up with all these donuts and juices and stuff? Dude, it was ridiculous. From the hotel to the competition to the start of it afterwards, dude. when you see cheerleading come up, that's when you got to really start doing life decisions.
Yeah. So you be there. You got to be there at 7:30, but your child wasn't performing till 10:30.
Almost to 11 o'clock. Yeah, they doing makeup. They're doing hair. They feeding them just donuts, dude. There was no food.
It's like a conveyor belt of donuts.
It was just like donuts everywhere. Dude, I'm like, man. I'm like, how hyped do they have to be? And it went all day. I could not stay in there the whole time, bro. It was ridiculous. I had my bowling ball. I went to a bowling alley down the street, man. Hey. Just bowled a few games until the competition started, dude. And I came back and sat through the competition and just waited in the car until it was over, dude.
Did you have any other dads that went along with you? Did you develop that network of dads that you guys would find a way out?
We were in the parking lot. Like, we were like tailgating in the parking lot. Like, wait. Swear to God, it was like 10 of us. We just sitting around tailgating. Like, yeah, we got beers and stuff. We're good. We just sit down and sit here and waiting on the phone call for the competition to end, man. It was ridiculous.
Hank, that's great.
I was so glad when my son came along, bro. Ooh.
So what did your son do?
Man, football, baseball. Yep, he 15 now, so he play in the band now. He don't do any of that. He building his own computers and all that stuff. So, yeah.
Hey, Hank, thank you for sharing. I want to get to some others, but I feel like we got to talk to Hank all day. Let's go to Rick in Trenton. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rick.
Hey, how's it going? I wanted to first say that all the dads have been pretty much spot on, Kang. The difference, though, is that right now your daughter is doing recreational dance, and that's obviously just like anything else. It can be expensive. But it's the competition piece. That costs us roughly about $500 a month. That's just for the classes, the 7 that she's in. But then on top of that, you get into the nationals and all these competitions. It's like a $500 competition fee, and then all the things associated with it, like, hotels, costumes, point shoes, $200.
Wait, what?
That's what it is.
Hold on, what's $200?
For ballet point shoes.
Yeah, point shoes, Doug.
Those are.
Come on.
Yeah. So, but the one thing I think has been missed, and I know the dads are just talking about cost, and all the dads care about their daughters and everything. Is I happen to be on the prop dad team, and it is awesome for. Yeah. But it's
second
awesome
vote for the prop dads.
Well, because you get to, do all the things backstage, but you're there with your daughter. And that, for me, to bond with her, she dances, I don't. So that's really, really cool, to be able to do that. And, yes, we do have a prop deck fantasy football team. We go out to the bars and stuff like that. So it's a great time overall, to be honest. None of us would change it, and I'm sure all the dads that called before and after, same thing. Because if you're not paying for that, you're going to pay for something else. So it's really not the money. It's just, kind of what you were saying. She loves it, great.
Rick, as we sit here and we both learn, and it's going to be applicable for Kang and probably not for me so much, what we're learning is it's prop dad life.
Yeah, I think
prop dad life is the thing.
If I go down this road, which I really don't want to, I think I might have to start looking at what goes on with the prop dads. Are these guys cool? Can I get it with this group? We start a group chat here, guys.
Yep.
You guys into fantasy football?
They're building props.
Prop poker league.
And drinking beer. All right, we'll move on. A lot of feedback coming in on the Pistons and what they should do with this Beasley quote. If you missed it earlier, we'll read it again. And people sounded off on the right move for Malik Beasley if offers are coming in, as we're 9 days away from the NBA trade deadline. Hey, Super Bowl 59, one game, two teams, endless possibilities, and there's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown or who will take home the MVP trophy, who will win the coin toss, FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets. Feel the thrill of every moment. With live betting all game long, you can jump into the action, adjust your bets, and ride the wave of excitement from the kickoff to the final whistle. Here's the thing. New customers can score $200 when you make your first bet. Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you get $200 in bonus bets. So go find a prop bet and you can have an alternate line like Patrick Mahomes over 125 yards passing. You bet that. Your $5 bet won't have a big return, but you get your $200 in bonus bets. There you go. FanDuel.com/Doug. Bet with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner, Super Bowl 59. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Hey, thank you for all the feedback. And I love the Dance Dad and the commitment to your kids, which is what it's all about. And you guys are awesome for doing that. The Prop Dad route is so hysterical to me that we've had multiple dads call and say, if you start working on props, that's the thing to do. I've noticed when I've talked to parents whose kids have done things like our kids played the traditional sports, kids that get into some of the Olympic sports, swimming, gymnastics, dance. What I have learned is one of the big challenges of those sports is that you can sit there for entire days, 12-hour days to see your kid compete for 90 seconds. It can be a long day. And God bless those of you that are committed to it and do it, but maybe that's why being a prop dad, staying busy, is the thing to do, Kang. And I look forward to you reporting back on what it's like being a dance dad. Starting, when does this start?
Yeah.
When does this start?
Yeah, we'll see, Doug. We'll see. She might not like it. And if she does, prop dad life for me.
I did see this. One thing down the road for Kang, I've seen girls who did solo dances work their dads into the dance routine sometimes. Kang may be pirouetting on a stage someday.
No way. More likely of me coaching the Watermelon Sharks than this happening.
I got to tell you, you just watch.
It makes the Watermelon Shark job look like a dream job at this point. If only I could just coach soccer instead.
So great. Okay. So we read this quote earlier, and it got some traction, and people are interested in what it means. Malik Beasley has been really, really good for the Pistons. He's on a 1-year, $6 million contract. They've more than gotten their money's worth. This guy has helped spread the floor. He's been a consistent three-point shooter. Everybody loves shooting. It's like you can't have enough pitching in baseball. You can't have enough shooting in basketball. We talked about some of the trades that could help improve the Pistons at the beginning of the show. And if you want to revisit some of those, 248-539-9797. There are trades that would be wonderful, but they're probably pipe dreams, like Cam Johnson or Bobby Portis or Colin Sexton. Somebody brought Anthony Simons. Or there are trades that are, low-key Kevin Looney, a Draymond Green. They could probably go get Draymond Green. I don't know if this helps you at all, but it would be a move. And then there's what do you do with Beasley if somebody calls for him? Quote today from Hoops Hype, retweeted by Aaron Johnson. That's where we saw it. Me and Trajan, we've been talking a lot. We're trying to figure out what's going to happen. I still have to get through this trade deadline. There are some championship teams that want me, but I told Trajan, I like where I'm at. He told me about the impact I've brought. Hopefully he agrees, but also told me it's a business. If a championship team comes with a crazy deal, the business is the business. We're just waiting for the deadline to go through. After that, I think we'll start talking about maybe we can put something together. So under NBA rules, and we got clarification on this as the show went on, under NBA rules, if you found a 1-year contract, you cannot sign an extension until you get to free agency. So he's going to get to free agency one way or another. And whether or not it'll be a free agency with the Detroit Pistons or with somebody else, we'll see. But what if a great trade offer does come along? If you trade Malik Beasley, you're probably giving up on the season. And by giving up on the season is reaching whatever ceiling this team maybe has. Right? Might be a good trade for the future. Hell, you might say, I swear to God, we promise we are going to make the best offer for you and we are going to re-sign you in the offseason. You can say things like that. Everybody talks about when they're trading a free agent to be, you can always re-sign them, but it almost never happens. It can happen, but it gets talked about proportionally way more than it actually happens. Okay, so if you trade Malik Beasley, whatever ceiling this team has, you're not going to achieve it. They are 13 and 6 in the last month and a half. If this is who they truly believe they are, I don't think I would trade Malik Beasley. If you're going to win 2 out of every 3 games, you're going to make a run at the 4 seed. If this is who you are, you're going to make a run at the 4 seed. And if you're going to be in a position just by keeping your roster together and having a home court, or at least having he's a 5 or 6 seed. I wouldn't say that they're for sure one and done. I wouldn't concede that. I think they can beat the Knicks. I think they can beat the Pacers. They can beat teams like Miami. They have. That could be their first round matchup in a 4-5 or a 3-6. So I think it's important to move up a rung on the ladder. And I mean, the trade offer for Malik Beasley would have to have me saying, whoa. And I don't think that kind of offer is going to come along. I'm not for trading Malik Beasley. I'm really not. Now, if in a private moment, J.B. Bickerstaff pulled me aside and said, hey, Karsh, come here. You know what you said about us? This is really who we are. And we're going to, we might not really be that. Go ahead and trade him. Like if they have a firm grasp on this is a heater, they're playing a little bit they're a little bit out over their skis, they're playing a bit above their actual capability, then I'm okay with them moving on from Malik Beasley. But I think it's worth keeping together if you're going to get into a 4-5 or a 6-3 matchup. If you're in the play-in game, it's probably not. If you're having to face Boston or Cleveland in the first round, it's probably not. And last night was a prime example of why I believe that. Cleveland was pretty methodical. Now, I thought Detroit had a really bad, I don't know if it was why. I don't know why. I'm not a basketball coach, but I thought it was, relatively speaking to what we've seen in previous weeks, a very poor offensive performance. And it wasn't just reflected in the shooting, although the shooting percentages, and we went through them earlier, the players, it was bad. But I think it was reflective of what they were trying to do. There was a lot of one-on-one, whether it was early in the shot clock or late in the shot clock. I was surprised by it. And so you see starters. Only one starter was above 50%, and it was Jalen Duren, 6 of 11. And I swear he should have been 9 of 11. Like, even the ones he missed were like that. He's going to make that more often than not. Tobias Harris went 1 of 9 from the floor. Asur Thompson, 0 of 6. Tim Hardaway, 3 of 8. Cade Cunningham, 9 of 26. And I credit Cleveland. They got better. They've been focusing on defense. They haven't played well defensively. And now, okay, Pistons back to the drawing board here a little bit. They got 5 games between now and the trade deadline, so they'll have a little bit even more definition. They go 4-1. They go 5-0. Even if they go 3-2, it's just more evidence that this is who they are.
Yeah, they'd have to go like 0-5 for me to even think about trading Malik Beasley. I don't want to trade him. I think he's brought so much positivity to this team that I want to continue that. I want to continue the growth of Asur Thompson, Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren, and I think their growth has a lot of reason to do with Malik Beasley being on this team and hitting big shots. They haven't had a consistent three-point shooter in years. And the quote from Beasley is great. I take it as a positive that he knows the business, number one. Like, he could get traded. He understands that. But number two is he understands fit and he likes where he's at, which means he likes the fact that he's played so well because he's in Detroit. He's under JB Bickerstaff's system. He knows that this may be his best chance to just really showcase his talents because the last couple of years, it can be up and down. Everyone knows he's a shooter in this league, but he hasn't been that consistent the last few years. This is what he can be, and I think the winning aspect in itself is such a good thing for this core that it's worth it to me to keep him. Unless a Godfather crazy offer does come along that you can't turn down.
It would have to be really crazy, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. It would be. And then, because this is kind of like, the analogy I used earlier was this is kind of like Jack Flaherty and the Tigers this past season, where a guy's helping you, and you kind of had these aspirations for the playoffs, but also you don't want to lose him for nothing at the end of the year, because that's the realistic. You have to look at that when you're Trajan Langdon. Like, as much as Beasley likes it here, and we like him being here, what if someone blows his doors off at the end of the season and gives him a contract that you can't come close to? Then you're going to lose him.
All right, 248-539-9797. Let's get your feedback. Talk to the people. Read some of these texts that came in. We're still getting Dance Dad texts. We'll read those because out of sheer entertainment. It is Carson Anderson, Gator out sick today. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. Thanks, everybody, for listening and all your feedback. I wish we could get to everybody, but we run out of time in certain segments. But some of this text, because they're just damn hysterical. There is this, though. I don't think you can risk losing Malik Beasley for nothing. If a good deal comes along, you have to take it. If the Lakers come calling this summer, he's gone. Well, I mean, this is one of those weird deals where you can't sign him until he hits free agency. So you can sit here and talk the talk. How much do you both believe in it? Like, do the Pistons say, I swear we're going to sign you, and I swear I'm coming back until he gets to free agency, and then he doesn't come back? Like, if you trade him to the Lakers, but he says, I'll come back, and goes to the Lakers and has an amazing experience, maybe wins a ring, or loves playing with LeBron or Bronny. Anyway, that's, you hope. But as Malik said in the quote, it's a business. John's in Troy, and he's on 97 The Ticket. Hi, John.
What's going on, fellas? How we doing today?
Doing good. Thank you for calling.
Good. I just wanted to hop in here. I mean, I love what you guys are saying about it would have to blow the doors off for us to trade Malik Beasley, and I think that's true. I mean, at the point we're at in the season, you look at last year, you look at where we were at, and we're obviously doing statistically better in all categories, but the shooting is what has brought the team alive. I mean, you know, even Jalen Duren going up and getting extra boards, it's definitely nice to know that we're knocking down those putback shots and actually hitting shots. But for me to trade Malik Beasley, it would have to jaw drop. You know, it'd have to be something where I'm like, okay, that's definitely something you can't pass up. But, you know, in my eyes, the way we're playing, keep them. Let's make a run at it. Like you said, let's go for the 4 or 5 seed. I mean, you know, we're like you said, if we win 2 out of every 3 games, you know, we're looking at the 4 or 5 seed. Why not take a run at it? I'm sick of trading, getting picks, and doing let's build up for next year. I mean, you got to start with a run somewhere. And if this is our year to strike the playoffs and give us that spark, why not?
Yeah, look, I always talk about the rungs on the ladder and moving your way up, and this team's ceiling, let's face it, is not NBA champion. It's not Eastern Conference champion, but can they get to the second round? Can they, get to that point where that becomes the new floor? It's easier to sell to free agents. Here's the other thing too, is you got to remember that this young core, they're not going to wait around forever either. If you're not making progress, players they're going to want out. I mean, I know money's the ultimate thing if you are an athlete, but you have to make this an attractive place for Cade to want to stay, for Jalen Duren to want to stay.
I absolutely agree with you. But I think the core that we have right now, they want to be there. They want to win. They want to see something develop. And I mean, quite frankly, we already have. I mean, the backcourt before Ivy got hurt was slowly starting to form. I had called in a few weeks ago, and one of you guys had said that they're finally learning how to play at an NBA level together. And tragically he got hurt, but I'm really curious as to see what it looks like when he comes back again. Can they pick up where they were leaving? I mean, they were getting hot together, him and Cade, Ivy.
Thank you for the phone call, John.
Yeah, not only do I not want to trade Malik Beasley, I want to add. I do want to get a little aggressive here. I think that they're in a position where, we already talked about seeding. They can move up in seeding here and avoid a Boston, avoid a Cleveland. I want to do that. It's going to help the mentals of everyone on the team. Like you said, that shows Cade, your star player, that you're willing to do what it takes to win. That shows Ivy and Duren and the young players hey, this organization isn't just going to sit back when the opportunity presents itself. They're going to do something, and why not make a move now? You already are in a playoff position, So, like I said, I prefer to not trade Beasley and actually add.
248-539-9797. From an unnamed texter, the only reason I'm in favor of keeping Beasley is to have to show Cade you're serious about winning. Giving up on the season is a bad sign to your superstar.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
I mean, we've been echoing those thoughts. Re-sign Threesley. Harris has been underwhelming, but Malik has been fantastic. That's from Nate in Hazel Park. Only trade Beasley if you can't afford to pay him. He's the best player on the team besides Cade. Well, look, he's been great. He's won me over. I was a skeptic when they signed him for all the reasons I stated earlier, but very, very impressed and kind of the perfect match for this team because of what he creates for everybody else, because he is a legitimate threat from the perimeter. And, we talked about, it's obviously what the game is now. And so you got to find a way to try and hang on to. If you don't hang on to this player, you're going to be looking for somebody just like him, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Pistons have had such a hard time finding consistent 3-point threat to space the floor out. Look at what Cade can do when the floor is spaced. He's been so much better this year, and it's not like he was bad the other years, but now that he's been good and better, and they're actually winning because of it, I don't want to mess that up. And so, yeah, I'd love to keep him after the trade deadline, and at the end of the season, hopefully they can work something out.
Let's go to Michael in Birmingham here next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Michael.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Great. Thank you.
I think like a big key to this Pistons development going forward is just like the expansion of Asar Thompson. I mean, we're seeing what his brother's doing over in Houston, and I mean, they're identical twins. They're the key to this team is unlocking him. He's just like an effective defender on all three levels. Can really take this team to the next level, and I think he'll be the key to unlocking everything, along with, developing and keeping around some veterans. I think we can make a good play at the trade deadline for someone like Alonzo Ball for a second-round pick.
I don't know about that. I would just say this. I agree with you on Thompson, and he's a classic example of what the NBA draft is all about now, which is, I don't know if you can play this game, but we think you're the kind of athlete that can play this game. And yeah, his brother scoring more. He had a game winner last night. Neither of them are great perimeter shooters, which would be awesome if you could develop that part of his game, but that's easier said than done. But if he starts to score with what he does defensively, the way he can hit the glass, yeah, that would be awesome. Just fantastic. And it's been fun watching his development.
Asar brings so much energy. And, the caller mentions defense. There was a possession. There's many possessions where you watch him cover three guys because he's rotating, he's switching. Defense a lot of times is an effort issue. And when young guys already have that, I think to develop other parts of their game comes easier, because they're willing and they want to. I see the same thing with Ron Holland. I'm really impressed by, the work ethic he's brought onto this team and how he's come in and helped already.
Yeah, it's good to see at his age. So
these are young guys, man. And Asar, he didn't get to start the year because of all the medical issues he was having. So I think once his minutes stop getting capped, because right now he's, I think, at about 20 to 25 minutes a game at most.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe, you start to see him develop even more, which we hope, and I think he can.
248-539-9797. Trade deadline just 9 days away in the NBA. FBG25 on Twitch says Pistons need more shooters, not less. From Big Pank 65, I would love to see them play Indiana in the first round. Yeah, I mean, there's winnable series out there. Just getting yourself into the position where you get those winnable matchups. I want to get to some college basketball stuff shortly here, including the latest Lunardi is fascinating. We will get to that in a minute. 248-539-9797. Kang, dance will bankrupt you after paying for a new costume for every competition. That's the scam. It's from Stephen Lake Orion.
Yeah, I feel like we're not being efficient with these costumes. I'm just parachuting into the dance world here. I think we could be more efficient, people.
Yep. Kang, stress sports. Dance moms are worse than soccer moms. You can get a dance scholarship. My daughter's friend dances for Western Michigan. That's from Whitmer. Tom in Waterford, take it from someone who's lived this nightmare. It's a financial black hole from which there is no escape. Greg in Garden City, Kang, run for the hills. Dance competitions and the studio classes involved are like the black hole for your money. Biggest racket around. I've had 3 more years in the machine. I have 3 more years in the machine until my daughter graduates.
The machine.
Yep.
The dance machine.
Follow up from my buddy, who I told you said, tell Kang dance sucks. He said, I love to watch my kids dance. 2 to 3 minute or 2 to 7 minute routines. I hate having to watch everyone else's kid dance for 2 to 7 hours.
Comes with the territory. You can't just leave, huh?
Apparently not. So, college basketball, Michigan, they have one guy to thank last night. We'll get into that. The latest bracketology is fascinating for Michigan and Michigan State. And Spartans is this a tricky game tonight? All that coming up, starting at 1:46. You're on Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, so Michigan State taking on Minnesota tonight. It's funny. I saw Minnesota earlier in the year and made the comment, this team's going to beat somebody. It turned out it was Michigan when they were 0-6 in the Big Ten. And, you know, they were 0-6 and they beat Michigan in one of Michigan's worst performances of the year. They come back, though, and beat Iowa. And then they beat Oregon. Oregon is ranked in the top 20. Now, we all know going to Williams Arena is a tough place to play, so it doesn't, but still, they beat a ranked team. They beat Michigan, which at the time might have been ranked. They were just coming off that great roadie to L.A. where they beat USC and UCLA. So Minnesota's won 3 in a row. But as I said, Williams Arena is not an easy place to play. Neither is the Jack Breslin Student Event Center. And Michigan State has won 12 in a row. I think if Minnesota stays close, it tells you what they're going to be the rest of the way. But I'm not sure they're going to be able to stay close. We shall see. Michigan. Okay, so they play first half against Penn State where they're tied at the half. But the most amazing thing in that first half is Penn State missed 13 shots, okay? It took 13 shots. There were 13 available rebounds. Penn State had 6 offensive rebounds in the first half. Michigan had 7 defensive rebounds. It was a 50-50 proposition when Penn State missed a shot. Who was going to get the rebound? So second half, that stuff kind of calms down and Michigan starts building a comfortable lead. And then you get to like the 6-7 minute mark and Penn State goes on like the 13-1 run or 15-3 run or whatever it was. And they made 3 straight threes. And the next thing you know, Michigan is down 5 with 1:50 to go. And at that point, they were in the midst of a terrible possession and the shot clock was starting to wind down and Dusty May called a timeout. Now, they're down 5 with 1:50 to go. Vlad Golden's not playing at that point because he was sick. They had tried him in that game, and he wasn't particularly effective. And Michigan's run so much through Vlad Golden in the screen and roll game with Danny Wolf, 2 7-footers doing that at the top of the key has been very difficult for other teams to defend. And they've gotten better as the year's gone on, and they got to figure out their next action out of that, and they got to figure out some other things. However, with Golden out, they were running none of that. They weren't getting anything consistently, and then Trey Donaldson took the game over. So first, Roddy Gale gets a dunk after a Trey Donaldson penetration and pass to Gale, who finishes the dunk after missing one like a minute earlier. So now they're down 3, and they get a stop, and Trey Donaldson hits a jumper just outside the paint. Now they're down 1, and Danny Wolf gets a block, and they bring the ball down the floor. They get it to Trey Donaldson, makes a little move at the arc, steps inside the arc, backs up, drains a cold-blooded three-pointer. So he had an assist, a basket, and a 3. And the next thing you know, Michigan is up 2. Penn State comes down, doesn't call timeout, tries a desperation 3, misses. Trey Donaldson gets the rebound and gets fouled. Now he steps to the line. They've got a 2-point lead. There's like 5 seconds left in the game. And at that point, Michigan from the free throw line in that game was 2 of 7. And he steps to the free throw line, drains them both, and they get a win, kind of a gotta-have-it win. And it's not a gotta-have-it win because this team's, to reach whatever ceiling they have, they couldn't afford a loss there. So they're still in third in the Big Ten, 7-2. Michigan State's 8-0. Purdue's 8-2. But one of the reasons that made it a gotta-have-it win is, I referenced this earlier, now I can actually bring it up in front of me, the schedule coming up at Rutgers, not a cakewalk. Oregon, ranked team. At Indiana, a mess right now, but a tough place to play. Then Purdue, 10th ranked Purdue goes to Ann Arbor. They go to Ohio State. Then Michigan State comes in. Okay? So that's their next 6 games. And what you can't do is lose the Penn State game. In this mix, you probably need to find a way to win the Rutgers game, the Indiana game, and the Ohio State game, or it can be a disastrous 6-game stretch. And they are good enough to beat all 6 of these teams. They need to be healthy, and they need to execute better, and they need to figure out what they do when teams are defending the 4-5 ball screen game better. But I mentioned it before the break. I know Gator, who's out sick today, hates bracketology. I love bracketology because bracketology is a great measurement from Joe Lunardi, who knows what he's doing, of what line you are on, what seed you will be. if the tournament started today. And it's just a progress report. That's what I look at it. It's a progress report of, okay, your resume so far has afforded you what? And it tells you what work you have to do. So I've always enjoyed bracketology. Now, the far as the matchups are concerned, well, I mean, that's completely irrelevant. The venues, which region you're in, that's a total guessing game. But for Lunardi, what line you're on, are you a 1 seed, are you a 2 seed, are you a 3 seed, a 4 seed, 5 seed? He does a pretty good job of that.
What kind of quadrant win was that last night, Doug?
Last night would
Gator wants to know.
That would probably be a quadrant 2, maybe a quadrant 3 win. It wasn't a great win, but it was a bad loss avoided. But anyway, right now he's got Michigan on the 5 line. He's got Michigan State on the 3 line. But here's what's funny. And this is the part that's completely irrelevant. This is sheer entertainment value. They've got Michigan and Michigan State in the same region. They would only meet in a regional final, but they are in the same region. And I'm going to ask a question. And Kang, you could probably answer it, and I think Spartan fans can answer it everywhere. Who do you think the 1 seed is in Michigan and Michigan State's region?
Michigan State?
No, State's a 3.
Oh, I didn't know.
Who do you think the 1 seed is in this region? Who would you imagine would be the 1 seed?
Ohio State?
No.
Duke?
Duke.
That was my next guess.
Of course, Duke. Isn't it always Duke? So that's the entertaining part. And that's a pure guess, right?
Yeah, of course. This is going to change.
That means nothing.
But I think, this is just like you said, this is the regular season is all about building a resume and then just getting ready for the tournament.
Yep.
I think you just got to look at what your weakness is, right? As you go through the season and make sure you perfect that for a run. And you got to just put it together for, a couple weeks.
Yep. And look, at some point during the year, if you are in Michigan State shoes, you want to prove that you can go out and beat quality competition back to back to back. That's what it takes to be successful in March. I think Michigan State has clearly accomplished that for sure. Michigan has some work to do. Like this 6-game stretch. I mean, it doesn't exactly mimic a tournament run, but it can. You can be facing teams with these kinds of resumes for a tournament run. I think the only one that's Rutgers is on the outside looking in. I think Ohio State is in the last right now. Their current progress report has them one of the last teams to get into March Madness. So this is kind of a 6-game stretch that can tell you what you need to do to have success in March Madness. Michigan State's a tournament team. Purdue's a tournament team. Indiana's on the brink of being a tournament team. Ohio State is a tournament team. Oregon is a tournament team. So is the only other one. Rutgers. I guess Rutgers is the outlier there. But that's why this stretch of games is big for Michigan to, string together some wins against quality competition. And if you do that, it just gives you that knowledge that, hey, come March, we can do it again. But Michigan State taking on Minnesota tonight. Spartans, every time they just put another pelt on the wall, they are getting closer and closer to trying to win the Big Ten regular season title, while everybody else needs some help. So there you go. And we'll find out a little bit more about how good Minnesota suddenly has become, or not. Rico Beard has made his way in studio. You're not going to that game tonight, are you? Michigan State, Minnesota? Okay, mic on. I turn the mic on.
There we go.
I know you're new here. You are going tonight.
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you think of Minnesota's recent run?
Garcia, really good.
Yep.
It's one of those, you put him on a better team, and you probably know who he is. But you don't, because he plays for Minnesota. But I think a lot of people take Minnesota and they fall asleep on him. Izzo is so high strung because he's like the guy on the hot dice roll in Vegas. Now he just thinks that every row, we're going to lose. We're going to lose. Like, or you got a pretty good team, Tom. I'm not saying they're great, but they're a pretty good team. So, good win for your boys last night.
Yeah, look, I mean,
way to finish on a 9-0 run to win the game.
Trey Donaldson, yeah, they'd proven they could blow a lead.
Yes.
That is something they proved this year, but Trey Donaldson really came through. Really came through. And on a night where they didn't have Vlad Golden at 100%, they had to figure out something else.
Yeah.
They got to cut back on the turnovers.
They did, 9.
Did you hear that stat that the distance between Michigan leads the Big Ten in turnovers. So the distance between Michigan and the second place team is greater than the distance between the second place team and the 18th place team in terms of turnovers. That sounds virtually impossible. But
they are quite generous. They're very Oprah-esque.
Well, go ahead and cut down on those. At least you know what the problem is. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, Mike's got something funny because he found that I may have a tie to horse racing. So that just warmed his heart.
Oh, my God.
Also, Doug.
Did you two just become best friends?
Well, yeah, kind of. And then also, we want to ask this, the swelling is now down a little bit. What stage of grief are you in? And I have the 5 categories and what they mean to Lions fans. Where are you at right now?
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
The Lions make it official, hiring Broncos pass game coordinator John Morton, replacing offensive coordinator Ben Johnson. Morton was part of Dan Campbell's first staff in 2022 as a senior offensive analyst. He was also Jets offensive coordinator back in 2017. Number 7, Michigan State looks to make it 13 straight wins when they host Minnesota in East Lansing tonight. The 17-2 Spartans, first in the Big Ten at 8-0, currently projected as a 3 seed in the Big Dance. Head coach Tom Izzo says one reason for that success, he's talking to his players differently. Minnesota's 11-9, but they have won 3 straight. Tip-off at the Breslin Center at 8. And CBS Sports has graded the debut seasons for Michigan State head coach Jonathan Smith and Michigan head coach Sharon Moore. Smith earning a C, Moore a B+. At the Corway Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in on a Tuesday. People, I have to tell you, I was very, very close to a dream coming true. And no, we're going to get to the Lions. We're going to get to all of the football things. But I stumbled on something last night. And I thought, oh, my God, I've got Rico dead to effing rights. No one has slandered the sport of horse racing more than Rico Beard. No one has had more patronizing, disingenuous, sarcastic, and self-congratulatory commentary as Mr. Rico Beard. So last night, before bed, as I'm apt to do, and I pop the Sleepy Time gummy and I'm laying in bed like Dracula, I will cruise the YouTube and just... YouTube offers suggestions like, hey, friend, you seem to be interested in this. And naturally, for me, a lot of it is horse racing. And I saw a race I go to a lot, and it was the 1992 Florida Derby. Now, what would this have to do with Rico, you say? I'm glad you asked, friend.
Is this in Sarasota?
No. Once again, honestly, if the ceiling collapsed and took us both out, I would take that deal because at least I know it got you. Okay. So look, what does this have to do with Rico? Well, 1992, a little-known musical artist from Oakland, California, had gotten into horse racing. And he owned a horse that was racing in the Florida Derby. That little-known artist was a gentleman named MC Hammer. That horse was named Dance Floor.
Mm-hmm. I remember that.
And Rico's cousin was one of Hammer's confidants at the height of Hammer's success, the venerable Benito, who we've joked about time and again. Well, as I clicked on the video, it wasn't just the race. It was the ABC Wide World of Sports complete presentation, including Tom Rinaldi-style background pieces on owners and sob stories. And here's MC Hammer and his entourage. We got MC Hammer shirtless at Belmont Park with 15 people around him going, oh my God, if Benito's in this video. Then they interview the whole Hammer clan. And then they show him live at Gulfstream Park in 1992. Hammer head to toe in a ketchup red suit, red shoes, red tie, people around him. I go, I swear to Christ, if Benito is in either of these, we have got a blood link that Rico Beard's family has participated in horse racing. And I had Rico comb the video, and I want to give Rico credit. He could have been dismissive. He could have lied. But David was sitting over his left shoulder. I was sitting over his right. And David said, God will know if you lie. Rico combed these videos in slow motion. And alas, Benito was not there.
It was close.
One
of the bodyguards who looks like him, I was like, it's Hammer's
You
actual
rewound
bodyguard.
it twice. Yeah. I was so excited. Yeah. But there was something charming about Too Legit to Quit as background music for a horse running. Yeah. And I want to say I'm a little bit heartbroken.
Sorry, buddy.
I was, because I could have sent you the video, but I went, no, this will give him a chance to lie or corroborate with Benito.
Why would I do that?
Because you could never admit your family likes horse racing.
I like horse racing.
Oh.
Mike, all jokes aside, here's the beauty of horse racing.
Oh, here comes a joke about nay bands.
No, it is not. That's Evan.
Okay. Oh, is this the one where the horses wear Air Jordans?
No, no.
Oh, okay.
Evan really had me believing like they wear chains on their feet. I was like, for real? He's like, and then I was like, Mike, do that? And he's just cracking up. And
Is
I'm
this
like,
another one of your endless jokes about horses wearing tattoos
No.
or branding
No.
shaved into their skin?
the beauty of horse racing is that the races are so quick that you can get into it whether you really are into horse racing or not. So you know what? You pick a number, you pick a color, you pick a jockey, you pick something that reminds you of your childhood, and you just root for it. And it makes no sense whatsoever.
Makes total sense.
But for 3 minutes, you're just like, okay, that was the name of my old street that I grew up.
My investigation into Rico Beard and his lineage continues. We begin today's show. Also,
I showed you the song.
Also, listen. Benito was really belting out a tune in that video you showed me. The idea that Hammer ripping off his shirt in the winner's circle of Belmont Park Theater. I will be combing. Hammer had another good horse named Light Light. She won the Kentucky Oaks, which is the female version of the Derby. Let me find a video of the 91 Oaks, and you let me see Benito there. It's over. You're done. I'm going to get you. There was a movie, I'm going to get you, sucker. That's exactly my words to you. Okay. I am going to, and
nice
let
reference.
me find a young R.L. Beard at the track. You show me Rico in Hammer's entourage at the track. It's over.
Okay. You know what, Mike? If you find it, I'll take you to the store and I'll buy you one rib.
I'm on to you. That's all I'm saying.
Just
all right.
one rib.
David.
How much for a cup? Just pour it in my hand.
We are going to get to a number of things today, one of which someone subscribes to my theory about Taylor Swift in the NFL, that she is Thanos, that she runs this deal. I have audio proof. We're going to talk about it. The Lions have hired an offensive coordinator. We're going to talk about, okay, how did they get better? What is your faith in this? Where do you stand? We got the 5 stages of grief. We also want to open up with the following. I wanted to dedicate a couple of segments to the Pistons of all things. No, not because they got blown out last night. Cleveland's an elite, mature, veteran team. They're not in the same spot as the Pistons. Pistons have been marvelous in their turnaround. But what I want to do, David, do you have the quote? I'd like you to read it as if it were scripture. So get serious. Right. I want you to make sense of this. Now, the NBA trade deadline is in 8 or 9 days, February 6th, I believe.
Correct.
And Malik Beasley has been a really nice addition to this team as just a dead-eye shooter, a veteran, guy who can guard, nice role player. Do you know where he'd flourish? Well, he'd flourish on a championship team.
Right.
He'd be that bench guy. He'd be that's really what he was with Denver. But I want David to read this, and I want you to make sense of this.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Okay.
I swear to God, if I ever catch your ass in one of these videos at the track, it's over for you. All right. Too legit to quit.
Oh, the 90s. Early 90s were great times, my friend.
Listen, just David, I want you to read the quote from Malik Beasley, if you'd be so kind.
Yes, here's the quote from Malik Beasley. Me and Trajan Langdon have been talking a lot. We're trying to figure out what's going to happen. I still have to get through this trade deadline. There are some championship teams that want me, but I told Trajan I like where I'm at. He told me about the impact I've brought. Hopefully he agrees. He also told me it's a business. If a championship team comes with a crazy deal, the business is the business. We're just waiting for the deadline to go through. After that, I think we'll start talking about if maybe we can put something together.
I want you to make sense of that. What's your takeaway from that?
Sounds like, at least from Trajan, he's saying that, look, dude, I want to have you here, but I also realize if somebody's willing to pay me a king's ransom for you, I'm packing your bags and you're leaving.
Oh, no.
That's what I got from that.
Okay.
The business is the business.
Yeah, but the business, okay, this is good. I'm glad we have a little bit of a disagreement. This is positive. Isn't the business right now we're done trading people for scraps. The business is Malik Beasley's 28, and he's unrestricted this summer, and he actually hasn't said, I'd rather die than play in Detroit.
Right.
He could shoot, clearly works with Cade. See, I'd actually ask the question, shouldn't this be the type of guy we sign? We don't trade.
And here's what I took from that is, yeah, I would love to have you here. You want to be here. But it was this quote right here.
Mm-hmm.
If a championship team comes with a crazy deal, the business is the business.
So what's a crazy deal in your mind? Jeez. I'm not quoting you.
No, I'm saying
like what's a deal where I call you up and I go, Rico, I got a good authority. Team X has offered this for Beasley, and you go, done, trade his ass.
I mean, this is one where you probably get some type of a role player plus a couple draft picks that they really feel like, you know what? They're in the F those picks type of stage. We need Beasley to beat the Celtics. We got to have him here. What do you want, Detroit? And that's where it's like, hey, Trajan, what do you want? You want draft picks? We got a ton of draft picks that we can never draft. You can have them.
I would love to know from you guys. And obviously, the Lions have taken up so much of the oxygen in the room. But the Pistons last year at this time had 4 or 5 wins. This year they got like 24. The point is, at what point do you get off the treadmill? At what point do you start building? Now, I am not going to scream and yell. I have said if people are going to be made to care about the Pistons and invest in this, they got to make a trade. They have to be in the headlines. They have to add someone. They have to kind of shock people's systems. This is not the Pistons' fault, mind you. So nobody down at LCA be all butthurt. I don't blame you guys for nothing on this. You're just a victim of circumstance that the NFL runs everything, especially in this town. But the idea of selling Malik Beasley, there's no trade that could be offered realistically. What I don't want are people or Rico or David calling up and telling me, well, what if it's 3 first-round picks? Ain't happening. There's no trade that could be offered that I'm accepting. Because the reality is you picked up a veteran. It worked. It's anti-Troy Weaver.
It is.
Remember all the veterans Troy Weaver would pick up and they would turn into Kansas soup?
It is.
Okay, so Malik is a guy I want on a 4-year, $80 million deal, no?
Right, it is. But I think it's one of those where if somebody says, like, think of like the Jack Flaherty trade for the Tigers.
Okay.
You wanted to keep him here, but the Dodgers were like, hey, well, how about these 2 top prospects we have? Ship him to us. We'll give you these 2 top prospects. And Trey Sweeney immediately got some playing time. And you're like, okay, maybe we have something to build. Did they want to get rid of him? No. But the Dodgers came forth and said, here's our number 8 and number 22 prospects. We'll give you that for him.
I still don't like it.
If somebody offers you a trade and says, hey, Trajan, we really need him. We're desperate.
David,
other than that, you absolutely want to keep him. But if a team is so desperate that they're like, man, I think we have a path to beating the Celtics. We got a path to winning the West, and he is the final piece of the puzzle, and I don't care about anything else, you got to take that call.
I'm going to say I got to keep the guy. This is good. It's a natural, organic disagreement. Zero talk pre-show about it. This works for me. It's not a blood war. But, guys, here's what I need. You know what? Okay, David often has these emotional needs, and he's like, you guys need to be nice to me today. I'm sensitive. Can we do one segment of non-Lion sports in this town, please? Can I get like 5 to 10 human beings that have an opinion on Malik Beasley in a metro area of over 4 million people? Can we do that? That's all I ask, because I don't want to trade Beasley. I don't want to take that phone call. I don't want to sell for the number 28 overall pick in 2026. I don't want to do it. If they've made this leap, Beasley's a part of the leap.
He absolutely
I want to keep him. And again, if he told me I'd rather throw myself off the Gordie Howe ass first than play in Detroit, that's different. Then you're like, I got to trade him.
But here's the question we always say. Do you feel like this team's going to win an NBA championship?
No.
So if that's the case.
But can Beasley be a part of a team that does win one? Yes, because he has been. Unless the dementia's setting in, he was a big part of the Nuggets run.
Fair.
So I just, look, 248-539-9797. Can you do this for me, people? Can we have one segment that doesn't involve Dan Campbell, kneecaps, or you guys being in your feelings about a team that lost 10 days ago? Can we do that? I give you the rest of the show. And you can have all your feelings. Can I have this? Help me help you. These comments bugged me. I do not want to trade Malik Beasley. I want to sign Malik Beasley. 248-539-9797. David, I'll get to your commentary momentarily. We are up against it. America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games. Best viewing experience built for you, the fans. And guess what? It's probably just as hot in Vegas as it is in this studio. Thanks for nothing, Karsh. 78 degrees. What planet are you from? 6 pools, 3 levels, and a view of the big screen with actual nature's heat. Not this Doug Karsh heating element studio. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, we'll get some ticket text, and then, yes, the callers. I just wanted to start with something that isn't Lions. And it irked me. I wondered where Rico was at with it. I think it's time the Pistons stop trading spin-offs and hoarding picks. Look, I understand they owe a pick. I understand they don't have a great war chest. But what I also understand is you haven't won a playoff game in 15 years, and you got a guy, Malik Beasley, who sounds like he's open to an extension. You know what I don't want to do? Trade that guy in the middle of one of the great turnarounds in NBA history. And I don't say that lightly. They were historically bad. They may end up winning 40 games this year, 42, 43 games. That is possible. That's on the table. Now, if you think I'm half an idiot for that, cool. But there's no deal. Now, you would have to present me something that is so unbelievable that the Pistons would be universally mocked for not doing it. Well, I have bad news. It's not happening for Malik Beasley. David, what do the ticket texts have to say? Both about me almost almost getting Rico, but also this.
Well, first one that comes through is Can't Touch This. That's Rico's cousin. But they are loving that you almost found him. Regarding the Pistons.
I didn't really realize this is what keeps him up at night.
I just want a link so you STFU about horse racing.
I'm just saying, man, if you want to go to Sarasota.
Shut your face, David.
Saratoga, Sarasota.
Regarding the Pistons, someone says, well, he gone. Pistons are going to be sellers, in my opinion. Shaking my head.
Let me say this once again. According to the quote says, if somebody offers that deal, business is business. That's the only way that I get rid of him. No, I'm not putting him out on the open market. Somebody would have to call Trajan Langdon and say, hey, seriously, I want this. And I want Trajan to hang up the phone. And I want the guy to call back and sweeten the deal. I want him to hang up the phone again. And if he keeps calling back and keeps sweetening the deal, eventually, like, as he told Malik B, business is business, man. I'm going to have to take that deal. Because your team is good. Your team will make the playoffs. But your team's not winning a championship right now. I understand he could be a part of that core, but you got to look to keep building if somebody's going to offer you a war chest.
See, there's the problem. I think that's false premise. I think that's a straw man. Who the hell's offering a war chest from Malik Beasley?
I don't know.
You are
like I said, Mike, all it takes is one.
So define it clearly. Somebody
GM.
offers you an unprotected first-round pick in 2026. You doing it?
Depends on the team, yeah.
Well, by your standard, it'll only be a team that's a championship caliber team. I'm not doing that. The 26th, 28th, 29th pick in the draft, that doesn't mean anything to me.
But I'm talking about, you get that pick, and then they also throw in maybe a couple other pieces that.
All right, have him throw in Michael Jordan.
You could take. You could find one that actually turned into something.
Okay, let's see what the people have to say. I mean, we got people on both sides of the fence, I'm sure. We'll go to Charles, 97.1. Charles, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how we doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Good. Yeah, so, Mike, I definitely agree with you. I think we need to try to keep Beasley around as long as we can. He's easily the best free agent signing we've had on this team, and I don't even know how long. And I definitely think you have a good point with, I don't think anybody's offering like a king's ransom for Malik Beasley. At best, like you said, probably unprotected first, which I don't think we trade him away for that. But, yeah, I mean, he's shooting the lights out this season, and as somebody who has been complaining about the lack of spacing and lack of shooters we've had on this team for, the past 4 or 5 years, it's definitely great to have a guy like him on this team. So I think we got to try to keep him around as long as possible.
Look, and understand, Rico's not wrong. It's just I don't think this is the player that will do it. And understand, look, Charles, in my world, I'd love them to be buyers. But I'm resigned to the fact they're probably not going to be. Because I look at the Tigers, the Pistons, and the Red Wings. It's one giant Spider-Man meme. Taking our time, wait for the kids, no urgency. I would love the Pistons to buy. I would love to move this thing forward.
So would I. Let me ask you something. Would you package Malik Beasley in a package for Booker if it were to possibly happen?
For Devin Booker?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd sell the Ambassador Bridge. Yeah. What, are you kidding me? Here, take the proprietary recipe for Fago. Whatever you like. What do you need?
What about the Gordie Howe?
Take it. It's not even done yet. Take the whole damn thing. Whatever you want. Oh, God, Charles, everybody on the roster not named Cade would be available. What, are you kidding me? Oh, God, yeah. My problem with Devin Booker is the following. I always got to hear, it was always my dream to play for Michigan State. Really? You went to Kentucky. Oh, I love the D. Look at my little Detroit hat. Really? You never demanded to come here.
Okay. And honestly, if I was a Kentucky person, that would really bother me that he went to MSU, hung out with Izzo, and got them special Devin Booker shoes. Like, wait, what?
It bothered me that Izzo let him in the door. You didn't play here.
Right, like, you easily could have gone to MSU, but yeah, he went there and made it sound like, I get LeBron. You never played college, so you could say Ohio State is my team, and if I ever went to college, it was going to be Ohio State.
Kevin Garnett, same deal, right? He always had an affinity for U of M. I think one of his kids goes there. The point is, you had a chance.
Like
MSU recruited you.
Like Devin, we all remember. You came off the bench at Kentucky. That was you.
God, why is it the only person who was born in Detroit who ended up playing for the damn Pistons was Stupid Josh Jackson.
Yeah.
Ugh. Sorry.
Well,
but yes,
Kansas finest.
Okay, I'm leaving it alone because I know the backstory. We're gonna go to Gino 97.1. Gino, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Mike?
How are you, sir?
I'm good, man. I'm not gonna say I disagree with you, but I don't think you realize like Trajan Langdon what he's doing. So basically, these championship teams are like capped out. They in the second apron basically, so they can't really do nothing, right? So let's just say, okay, somebody calls like the Words, and I know you probably saying like, well, they not a championship. Let's just say they get Butler, and then they want Beasley. So they say, okay, we'll give you Kuminga, we'll give you a future first. Now listen.
Okay, no. If I got that type of offer, no, I'm glad you called, Gino. You're presenting me something that if that was actually the offer, yes,
that's a crazy deal.
That's
a crazy deal.
That's an insane deal.
Now look, secondly, you cannot resign a Beasley to us. You can't do that. You have to sign him in the summer. He's an unrestricted free agent with the new rules. So he's going to be an unrestricted free agent regardless.
Right, but
so
you lay the seeds. You lay the seeds to the contract. Now, I know what you're going to tell me. You trade him and then sign him this summer.
Back.
Is that what you're going to tell me?
Don't nobody had no money, Mike. Don't nobody had no money. The championship teams. We the only team that has money. We have $14 million right now. We're in the driver's seat. I don't think people realize.
All right, so let me answer this question. Because, Gino, we do end up in a place where we got to talk about winning, right?
Yes.
How are you going to feel if they deal him and miss out on the playoffs?
How am I going to feel?
Yeah.
How am I? Just look. So look, let's just say we do deal them, and we stick around that 9th and 10th seed, right?
Yeah.
And we still make the play-in. We still keep our pick, and like Houston, the league rewards us because Cade now is getting media attention. They reward us, and we get a top 3 pick just like Houston did. How would you feel then, Mike?
Oh, now listen. You sell me. No. Sell me all that conspiracy. Oh, God, yeah. I mean, if I believe for a second the league cared about the Detroit Pistons, oh, hell, Gino, hell yeah. I'm just convinced
how many times has Cade been on ESPN in the last 2 or 3 weeks?
Listen, people are starting to pay attention because you're winning. What I'm saying is I don't want to upset the apple cart. It's a good conversation.
But I say I like where Gino's coming from because you could go back and get him this summer. We're not gonna win it. We're not gonna win it all right now. So let's gather more pieces, and I'll bring you back along with the pieces.
When has that ever happened, though?
If you really want him, you can go back and get him.
You had Troy Reaver, the idiot. I mean, you had idiots.
So now you're believing that you're going to trade a player away and then sign them back in the offseason. I've never seen that happen.
Hold on, though, David. I want to defend Gino. Hold on. I want to defend Gino on this. David, part of the conversation, if we approach it the way Gino is, in that quote, if Trajan and Malik, and more appropriately, Malik's representatives, come to an agreement, we want you. We want you back this summer. Do you want to go? Do you want to stay? If you empower the player and you come to a gentleman's agreement, then I would side with Gino on it. As long as I know I got him here for the long term.
Go to your new city, get an apartment, keep your house here.
See, I was dismissing that because I think that that's just crazy talk to me.
Not crazy.
To me.
The NBA is a soap opera.
And it is one of those that it's one of those.
Daytime or nighttime?
Daytime, the cheap ones.
Wow. You do it on a napkin. Hey, we're
1992, The Young and the Restless.
The Guiding Light.
That's
Benito.
Right. Yeah, but that's right. When Rico attended the Florida Derby. Because I know he was there somewhere.
Maybe we didn't go to a derby in Florida. Maybe it was other.
I'm going to find him.
Maybe there were other races and you're just in the wrong
I'm
state.
working on it. It's not easy to trace horse races from 32 years ago with decent video. I'll find him. All right, we're going to get more of the calls, and we'll get more of the ticket text. This Malik Beasley quote, it's interesting. I want to keep him here. The Pistons are finally putting it together. You know what I don't want to do? Sell. But if you can tell me you're going to keep Malik regardless and you get a little something, I'm not obtuse. Fine. I'll meet Rico in the middle on this. But they got to get off the treadmill. They're winning. Malik's been a big part of it. Play. Play. Be curious. Wait, please.
How about we be curious, Mike? Hey, guys. Okay. Radio, TV, graphic design artists. If you are one of those 3 things and you want to go into one of those 3 fields, Specs at LTU is here for you. They're going to help you get started on your new path, whether it's radio, whether it's TV, whether it's graphic design. It's very simple. You just need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and the graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. And you're like, Rico, what does that mean? It means you're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in the fields of radio, TV, or graphics design. And with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website. It's ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
All right, let's get to the people. We got a little football to get to. Obviously, Lions. We're going to talk about the new coordinators, kind of where you guys are at. We got a Stages of Grief thing to get to as well, but we did. We opened the show. Malik Beasley, who's been a spark plug for the Pistons turnaround, openly talking about, Trajan and I have to sit down and talk. I got to survive this trade deadline. You know, I like it here. I like where I'm at. Trajan saying this is still a business. I just offered it up. I'm not trading the guy. Within the realm of realistic offers. Now, if something insane, as Rico puts it, come through, well, naturally, I won't be obtuse. But when you've gone 15 years without winning a playoff game, and you're in a position to maybe play in a 3-6 matchup, and, I think you win a game, I think those are some important things. What I would compare it to is what the Lions did a couple years back, where keeping Aaron Rodgers out of the playoffs, winning in Lambeau, those were the bedrocks of bigger and better things. You have to, it's almost like erasing the embarrassment of your past. The Pistons have to begin deconstructing this brick wall of shame they've built. Okay. So I don't want to deal them.
Okay.
But I'm not going to be obtuse. I don't see a deal coming through that's going to be. Look, if they trade this guy and it's something where you and I look at each other and go, really? I think Piston fans reserve a right to be annoyed.
Yeah.
All 7 of them.
Right. Right. And I don't think it is. I think it's one of those trades where you're like, wait, he was worth that much to that team?
Got to show me that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But other than that, no, I'm not going to deal him. I'm not going to sit here and compare him to Skubal, but I feel the same way when we're talking about the Skubal trade this past summer. It's got to be a deal that you're like, okay, I'll take that deal. Other than that, move along. Nothing to see here.
Let's go to the people. Go to Evan, 97.1. Evan, what's going on, brother? How are you?
What's going on, bro?
How are you? What's up?
So, I'm doing great. So, if the right offer is offered, I think you've got to take it. I hear you guys talking about unprotected first. If you get offered any unprotected first, you take that in a heartbeat. In reality, you're going to get offered like 3 to 5 second-round picks. And if you don't like that offer, that's what you're going to get. So you guys are getting your hopes up a lot.
By what? Reality, by saying I don't want to trade him?
No, people are saying Kuminga in a first.
Right.
Here.
Yeah, I mean,
be for real.
Evan, all I was allowing Gino to do was if he wants to offer me that, I wasn't going to be obtuse or stupid about it and say, no, I wouldn't take it.
If you get offered that, you accept that immediately.
Oh, Harpy, you don't even call your owner. You don't even call the owner.
No,
I agree.
That is such an incredible offer. This is a one-year deal. If you look at the previous trade deadlines for one-year deals, they get offered like 5 second-round picks. And the way the NBA is now with the second apron, he's on a super valuable contract. So you're going to get a ton of offers. But with the second apron, you see teams get completely handicapped with it. And do you really want to handicap yourself with a Malik Beasley-type contract when you got to build a full contender around these young guys? You look at OKC, and you even look over West.
Evan, here's the problem. Now, see, hold on. This is where again, I'm not busting your balls, but you're making a false equivalency here. OKC had 19 first-round picks. Okay,
you can get some picks.
Yeah, but again, you just got done saying people are being unrealistic. You still owe a pick. The whole point I'm making to you, Ev, I'm only saying you're never going to be in a position that OKC was in. Therefore, do not compare yourself to OKC. They rebuilt. They tore it down. They got a gaggle of firsts. I think they had something like 19 first-round picks over a 6-year span. You can't compare to that. You called up saying people are getting their hopes up. Yeah. You can't then pivot and tell me, well, here, look, you might get one pick here. Do you know what that would do? It would draw you back to even. You're never getting +3, +5, +7. So don't worry about OKC. That's impossible to emulate. What I'm going to tell you is at the current state of the NBA, $20 to $22 million a year is replacement level for a starter in this league.
Yeah.
So when you talk about you can't bog yourself down, I'm going to ask you, if you don't like Beasley at that number, who the hell you getting that's going to do what he's done and do it at age 28?
See, the thing with Beasley is I would hope that if this happens, if you did move him, you go get him back. You like it here. We like you here. Go get a ring, and we're going to come back. Plain and simple. Unless the team that you go to falls in love with you and says, we're not going to let you go back. But it happens like that sometimes where it's like, you know what? I'm going to leave, and I'm going to go back. That's what actually happened. I think it was going to happen to X, except for the Celtics end up liking him. So they kept him. He did not move his family to Boston with him.
Which one?
He only has one
I'm kidding.
family.
He just says he had a lot of kids. That's all.
Has one family.
I'm about to say, whoa, breaking news.
He has one family.
He's a very virile man. True or false? More kids than 3-pointers at State?
No, he had more 3-pointers.
Okay. Let's go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, what's going on, brother? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Good.
So I'm in your camp, Mike. I'm a holder, and here's why. Because I think that with the development of Jaden Ivey's injury, where at first I thought season's down the tubes, and what we've seen is this system with Cade, it works better. without Ivy. I think we know the future of this team and how to build around Cade, and I think Beasley's a part of that. I think summer is the big thing with the money, with free agency. That being said, I will throw one idea out there. Jimmy Buckets.
Oh, no.
I don't want him here, but he doesn't want to be in Miami. They suspended him. If there is some scenario,
a three-way deal,
something can be arranged with multiple teams in a trade where we could get what we want as part of that, I think that would be interesting.
All right,
Otherwise,
thank God.
I'm holding on.
You scared the hell out of me. Thank God. You saved yourself right there. That was like an offensive rebound and a tip-in by you. I thought you were advocating to bring that unholy bleep hole to this town. I went, oh, dear God, Tom, no. Sure.
I'd take Bam, though.
Well, you think? Yeah, in a heartbeat. Tom.
Where's Wilt?
Call Gores. Tell him to take $50 million out of the bank. I'll put it in a backpack. I'll make Jalen Duren wear it and ship him out of town for Bam. What are you kidding me? 100%. That's how trade should be done.
Money in a backpack?
Backpacks of cash. Strap it to some dead bodies. There you go. Give me your best play.
What's local fast food joint.
What's in the box?
I mean,
don't worry about it.
Isn't that really what they happen when they say, we'll just keep the salary, you take the player, we'll pay the salary?
In essence, yeah. But no. Oh, by the way, Butler's suspended again. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that. Third time. Pat Riley ain't messing around.
No, and Riles doesn't care. He's 100.
I mean, I don't know what happened, but the first time I think Riley was like, okay, we're going to keep family business inside the house. And now it's just like, I can do this all day.
What happened?
I am Pat freaking Riley, and I will just keep suspending you, and I will always be right because I'm Pat Riley.
Just look at Jimmy Butler's life. He's perpetually unhappy. He's perpetually aggrieved. He is perpetually the victim. He never admits to wrongdoing. Every situation he is soiled. It's soiled with the Bulls. It's soiled with the T-Wolves. It's soiled with the Sixers. It's soiled now with Miami, which was his dream destination. It won't matter where he goes. They could trade him to play with the Space Jam All-Stars. He'll be pissed that Marvin the Martian got more minutes than him. It doesn't matter. I've told you for years, horrible guy. Horrible.
So, Michael Valenti, GM.
Yeah.
Death not an option.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler
Yeah.
or Kyrie.
Oh, Jimmy.
You have to take one.
Oh, no, Jimmy Buckets.
Okay.
One guy's a bleep hole. The other is like intergalactic cancer.
Okay.
I'll take Buckets.
Okay.
Jesus, what a Sophie's choice that is. All right. That was painful. 248-539-9797.
Hashtag Nabans.
Right. Personal injury. David Femininio. He's got you covered. He has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who've been injured. David is dedicated to ensuring you get everything you need, and he will personally handle your case because it is a personal matter. If you've been injured, call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Okay. I understand it has been, I've been informed the Lions will not be in the Super Bowl. However, we still are going to do a few Super Bowl things between now and then. One of which is, here's all the money you're saving by not being there.com. Blitz time.
You know what, David? Before you get started, a possible future Super Bowl team next year in the New York Giants. Just want to let Mike know. Jalen Milroe's tearing it up the Senior Bowl. So,
Whoa. What am I, Karnak? I told you this would happen. He's going to be Anthony Richardson 2.0.
Hey, he'll be a Giant.
Hooray.
And you'll be in the Super Bowl next year.
All right.
Let's have some fun.
Speaking of Super Bowl,
Hashtag
Rico,
Naybans.
let's get to it here because things are costing a little bit more this year. So I have prices on a lot of things. Let's start with the hotel prices. If you plan to go down there for the Super Bowl, maybe to just hang out, you don't have a ticket, but you need somewhere to stay.
What about all the rooms that the Lions fans just gave back?
Well, a local station down there, the NBC affiliate, actually went through and did some pricing for us. So they found that the average price for a room right now
Let's guess. Let's guess.
Go ahead.
Rico, do you have a guess?
The average price for a room for one night,
Yes.
I'm going to say $2,500.
$1,999.
Mike, you are closer. It is just over $1,000 per night.
That's way
That's
lower
the
than I
average.
expected.
That is the average.
Then again, you know what? I underestimated. New Orleans is an event, convention city,
Correct.
tons of hotel.
Correct.
My bad. But yeah, we overshot that a little bit.
did.
So the lowest price that has been spotted, what do you think the lowest price that has been spotted?
For a hotel?
Yes.
What, it's some like hooker shack?
I was about to say off Bourbon Street.
We'll get to that in a
Yeah,
second.
this is like the Rico Beard Royal Palms Motel or something.
Off Bourbon Street.
I'll say $389.
I will go Price is Right. I'm going to go $400.
Mike, you went over. It's $540.
$540?
That's the lowest spotted right now. Now, I looked before the show, and all I can see was 3,000 and 3,000 range. So that's just me looking.
Yeah, okay, so I question this local hillbilly network. But
Okay.
let's keep moving.
All right, let me give you this one because you talked about I'm not going to say what you said. And I'm also not going to name this hotel brand. I'm just going to say we'll leave the light on for you. They are going for $625 a night.
There's no scenario I want to see my team play this bad that I would do this stuff.
That is
Just stay there.
no.
No.
You know what that is? That is we're just going to have fun. We need a place to put our luggage down.
That's right.
Take a shower.
Fun question. Is Tom Bodett a real person? 248. All right.
No, but maybe. But I think that's all. That's a place for your luggage, for a shower, and by the time we get off of Bourbon Street, we'll finally have a place to sleep, and then we just get up and do it all over again.
So let's get to the ticket prices here. I have the least expensive ticket on StubHub,
Okay.
SeatGeek, and Ticketmaster.
Rico, you go first.
So
I've gone first
StubHub. Let's
twice
start
here.
StubHub.
I didn't realize there was that big of a disparity between the three.
Yeah, it is.
Sure there is.
Yes.
All right.
Fees.
StubHub, cheapest seat,
Yeah, the least expensive ticket to get in.
$1,200.
$999.
No. 44, just over 4,400. That's on StubHub.
I was off by just a little bit.
Let's try SeatGeek.
$70 billion. No,
Not too far. It's not too
SeatGeek-
far from StubHub.
So $5,000.
Is SeatGeek like a bougie StubHub? What like?
No, it's just
what's the hierarchy of secondary market?
Well,
tickets?
Ticketmaster will be, and we'll get to that last.
Don't
that's
even get me
So-
started on them.
That's
because
a seat plus 40% fees.
Yeah, I don't even start because they handle all the horse racing stuff. I need a better deal going to the Mafia.
Concerts, yeah. You'd be better
SeatGeek
off just
is at-
grabbing some equipment and being a roadie.
Is a little over 4,900 for SeatGeek,
Oh my God!
and Ticketmaster add $1,000 to that.
Oh,
$59, almost $6,000 is the least expensive on these sites.
Look, I understand. Believe me. But how would the Super Bowl be any less special watching it with your loved ones at home versus $12,000 on two horrific seats in a dump of a stadium. The Superdome is poop.
Here's what I need you to do. Take out the fact of who you are, and let's just be objective for a second.
Okay.
Think about it, especially here. If it was the Lions, it's the experience. If it was Buffalo, it's the experience. So
they'll go broke for it. Yeah, gotcha.
But the difference
if you're a
is,
Kansas City fan, you're there for the first three-peat ever. If you're a Philly fan, you're crazy.
They have said the demand has gone up 10% this year, probably because of the record they're trying to.
They're lying.
Hit.
They're all lying. It's all greedflation. None of this stuff is real. Asinine.
Well, if you're traveling from any city, from Kansas City to New Orleans or Philadelphia to New Orleans,
$2,500.
I have those prices for you. Southwest Airlines from KC to New Orleans, round trip.
Round trip. Hold on. Round trip?
They give me a range here.
Round trip would be $1,400.
I'm going to go $1,999.
Well, they're pricing it around $500 to $800.
How? That's a steal.
Round trip?
That's a steal.
That's what it says.
Boy, that's the, you know what that is? That's Southwest want to get away with about 4 stops in between.
A Delta and
that
American
trip will take you 23 hours where you could have just hopped in a car.
Rico's on that kayak matrix.
Right.
Bing, 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 bing. How am I in Salt Lake? Go ahead.
Delta and
Salt
American
Lake to Seattle. Yeah.
It's going to cost you $750 in the main cabin, $3,000 in first class. Let's try Philadelphia to New Orleans, where you leave Friday and return Monday.
I don't care.
You're nearing about $1,000 for that trip, leaving Friday from Philly and getting to New Orleans and then leaving New Orleans on Monday. And then, of course, everyone has now added extra flights from either location.
Not bad, though I would say this, and I would have gave this advice to Detroiters had they gone. But, David, if you're one of those people when you fly and you like to play the game and, you know what, go ahead and bump me and give me some incentive to take my seat, after a major event is the best time to do that if you have no place to be. If you have time and you can, like, hang around in that city for an extra day, you can make a killing because they're going to run out of seats.
This is a lot like our Malik Beasley conversation earlier. There is nothing you can offer me that would make me.
So what you're saying is fans from the losing team are ready to get home. Give
you're-
them your seat. You collect money.
This actually happened. I was on a plane once. I'm going to make this quick. I was on a plane.
I don't care. I'm here till 6.
And they were trying to get, they needed one more seat. So that the flight attendant kept saying, okay, $500 voucher, $600 voucher. She finally hit $1,000 voucher, and I was about to be sold. Before I could grab my bag, it was a woman jumped up out of her seat saying, I'm headed to Jamaica, as she danced down the aisle and gave up her seat. So yeah, I would have took that $1,000 voucher.
So if you're staying home, not flying,
Okay.
not getting tickets.
This is the wheelhouse here. We're watching the Super Bowl on the couch.
Mm-hmm. So food and drinks for 10 people, including chips, guac, beer, chicken wings, cost about $139. That's 10 cents more than last year. Not bad.
That's not terrible.
10 people, not bad.
Now, the chicken wings is going to be a problem.
Individually, the price of chicken wings have rose.
It's a huge issue.
7.2% amid growing demand. Frozen shrimp is down 4%, though. But it's still 2.5 times more expensive than chicken wings.
Who needs Jerome Powell? We have David Hull.
Frozen shrimp? Really?
Yes, correct. Frozen pizza, that's down 3.7%. Okay.
The
David,
price, chicken wings are out of hand.
Yes, it is.
Do me a favor. Cut his mic for a second.
What you got?
I actually had a pretty good frozen pizza.
From where?
Over the weekend. It was actually pretty good. And I said, honestly, it was like I bought it with sunglasses and a hat on for fear that Mike would see me like, put it back. Put it back. Put it back.
Okay, good for you. Frozen pizza.
It was like this. It was, I guess, a local company. It's actually pretty good.
Are things that bad? Like, no. I feel like you're John in Wedding Crashers. Like, have you? I mean, what is going on with you?
I'm sitting here reading books.
And then just so everyone knows, beer and wine is up 2% this year. So expect to pay more when you go buy your food for the Super Bowl
don't worry.
party.
Lion fans are going to lock themselves in their bedroom. They're not even going to watch the game.
Correct.
This is all a money-saving
You
measure.
don't have to worry about chips and dip. They don't have to worry about anything.
So My biggest question for that, though.
What?
Do Lions fans get refunds on all the stuff that they pay for already?
Well, did you click the refundable button?
I hope you did.
As long
or were you
listen,
that confident saying, I don't need that, pay that extra $200?
well, no,
We're going.
The airfare, it tells you up front. So you just make the choice. Hotels, I think the policy is simple. As long as you cancel out a week prior, you're good.
But for like major events, it's like they try to hold you hostage.
2 weeks for the Super Bowl.
They try to hold you
that
hostage.
That gives you enough time to cancel right at when you lose. You would have lost before the
tickets.
You literally got to be on the phone at halftime.
And the tickets, you just got to go secondary market. You don't have a choice. Yeah. Those, there's no refund. That's if you got them. Who gets Super Bowl tickets?
Taylor Swift got tickets.
Because she runs the league.
And she will spend $3 million for a suite. That's what the prices are. So
you
whatever.
Really think she's paying for that suite?
Well, Kelsey paid for it last year, so no, she's not.
Do you really think Kelsey paid for that suite?
Exactly. You know what's strange? It's like the ultimate full circle, like Lion King moment. Some people get so rich they can afford everything and pay for nothing.
They pay for nothing.
It's like this weird twist of fate. Wait, you're so successful, even though you could buy the team, we're not going to charge you for a Diet Coke or even the seat.
Right. Oh, no. That hot dog's on me. You go
on
ahead
the
and take
house.
it. Yeah.
Courtesy of the Kansas City Chiefs.
It is wild. That is your Super Bowl Blitz.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Red Wings are one of the hottest teams in hockey since the hiring of new head coach Todd McClellan. In the 15 games since he lost his debut to the Maple Leafs, the Wings are 11-3-1, now just 2 points out of the last wild card, 3 back, a third of the Atlantic. Detroit now embarks on a West Coast road trip that starts Thursday night at the Oilers. With all the talk about the challenge of the trip, McClellan says the Wings are really not looking that far ahead. Also on the road trip, visits to the Calgary Flames, Canucks, and the Kraken. Puck drop Thursday in Edmonton, 9 o'clock right here on 97.1. Number 7, Michigan State looks to make it 13 straight wins when they host Minnesota in East Lansing tonight. 17-2 Spartans, first in the Big Ten at 8-0, currently projected as a 3 seed in the dance. Minnesota, meantime, 11-9, but has won 3 straight. Tip-off NEL at 8. And the Lions make it official, hiring Broncos pass game coordinator John Morton to replace offensive coordinator Ben Johnson. Morton was part of Dan Campbell's first Lions staff in 2022 as a senior offensive assistant. He was also Jets offensive coordinator in 2017. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock, we can get to the business at hand, which, all right, Lions. Now, I have a feeling I know the way this will go, and it'll probably just annoy me to no end. The Lions have hired 2 new coordinators, out with Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, in with Kelvin Shepard and Bob Morton, or whatever this guy's name
John
is from
Morton.
Denver. Don't care. The point is, here are your new coordinators. So the question now becomes, it's not even about can you be the same team, because being the same team hasn't been good enough to get to a Super Bowl. It's can you be better? Now, I just come from a place where when you lose coordinators, plural, or you lose several members of your staff, 9 times out of 10, you're taking a step back. And often a step back doesn't mean it's catastrophe, but it's a step back. It takes a year to retool. No matter who you hire, they're going to want to, what would you say, Rico, put their fingerprints on it.
Yeah.
That they're going to do things differently. You're not cloning Ben Johnson. And I understand. Ben Johnson has made a comment that Lion fans are going to, tuck under their pillow and sleep with, which is, well, anybody could call plays with the core that's there. That's not true. It's blatantly false. Because if you mean that, it means you don't think Ben Johnson's special at all. That you don't think Ben Johnson's any good. That in essence, Ben Johnson is a Chat GPT creation. And that's equally disingenuous. So the question is just, okay, here's the hires. You promoted from within defensively. You went out and got a guy that was here, has made several stops in the league. He called plays for the Jets for 10 minutes. I'm not going to hold that against him. It was 7 years ago, and the Jets didn't have a lot of talent on offense, so not going to hold it against him. You know what else I'm not going to do? I'm not going to sit there and give him all the credit for Bo Nix. That's a Sean Payton production. So I'll wait and see. But do I believe you're going to even be as good as last year? No, I do not. Because that's the way it has worked my entire life in the National Football League when you lose elite coordinators.
Yeah.
Well, what about Andy Reid? He has Michael Jordan. It doesn't apply. That's like saying Phil Jackson left and the next guy kept winning.
Right.
You had Jordan.
But even with Andy Reid, Chiefs scoring went down after Bieniemy left. They still won. They just weren't as prolific once he left. So even Andy Reid took a hit with Michael Jordan. I look at this. Defensively, I think that it looks as if you're trying to keep the band together. A lot of you hire from within. You're going to kind of run the same schemes. You're going to kind of do the same things. Maybe Shepard tweaks it a little bit, but I think what you saw with Aaron Glenn, you'll see with Shepard. Offensively, that's where I think you're gonna see a difference, because you bring in John Morton, and you didn't hire from within. You didn't say we're going to just keep this the way it was going with Ben Johnson. As a matter of fact, Ironically enough, Ben Johnson went to the Broncos to get his offensive coordinator instead of hiring somebody from the Lions and going over there with. I mean, he took Randall L., but not as an OC. That leads me to wonder. I don't know what this offense is going to be, but I don't think it's going to be like it was this past couple of seasons because you went outside the family, and I don't know exactly what Coach Morton is going to do. If you're going to keep this status quo, you keep one of the guys you already have.
Yeah, they had Erg Strand. They had Scotty Montgomery, who's been a head coach, called plays, coach at ECU. I don't know.
You had Mark Brunell. You had a lot of people who could have just stepped up and said, okay, my turn.
Both guys start with a blank slate. But all I'm saying is, and if you disagree with this perspective, we could talk about it. I mean, it's not anything I'm going to get angry about. I don't care. It's simple. I think enough of Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson that it's insulting to act that you are just going to, in one foul swoop, replace them both at an equal, much less superior level. I don't subscribe to it. Does it mean it can't happen? Of course not. Sports tells us all the time that things that we don't believe can happen, happen. But generally speaking, not exclusively, but a vast majority, and if you need proof of it, go look at the Philadelphia Eagles. It took them multiple cycles to get this right. Do you want to tell me you're a better organization than Philly? You're not. Do you want to tell me that you're smarter than Philly? You're not. They're one of the 3 or 4 best franchises in the game. They still had to trip, get up, and make better hires. Then and only then, they finally landed on Vic Fangio. Oh, and by the way, let's look at how they got better. Their free agent acquisition has had arguably the greatest regular season in the history of the National Football League in Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
Both DBs they drafted are up for Rookie of the Year consideration with Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell. And Vic Fangio, the coordinator hire, up for Coach of the Year. That took 2 cycles. So the idea the Lions are just simply going to get all of it right and automatically elevate, no, I can't say that. I am not selling you doom. No one is here telling you your offense won't be good. But if you were the same people who called Rico and I, Ben Johnson's not going to leave his kids like their church. If you loved Ben Johnson and respected what he did, you don't get to turn around, use him as a bidet, and just act like anybody's going to replace him. I do not buy that. So no, I don't think you'll be better. And that's why I fear. Look, man, I don't do like hard windows in the NFL because so much can change. Right. But by 2026, Brad Holmes got a lot of work to do to free up a lot of cap space, and you're going to lose players. So it feels like this year would be the 3rd year in a 3-year window. And hey, again, you may think, hey, Mike, I think you can do 4 or 5 years. Other people, I think you get about a 3-year run unless you are a true outlier in this game and you have the unicorn.
See, Mike, I think this. I don't think you're going to be able to run it back next year. I don't think you're just going to pick up right where you left off.
Agreed.
Now, it could take some time. They could be great.
By December, have it running at a high level.
But maybe. I think it's going to take some time to implement their system, especially offensively, because I don't think you're going to be running it back with that same Ben Johnson offense. I think it will look different. I think it will be different and kind of go hand in hand with the small window that you have. I think if you believe that these coordinators are going to be 2 guys heavily sought after next offseason, I think you're fooling yourself.
Here's one thing. I'll throw the number out, 248-539-9797. And again, I don't expect anyone to have big takes because you don't know anything about these people. Neither do we. I mean, what are you going to do? You want me to do some big presentation on his 1 year as the GM of LSU football? Is that what I'm supposed to do? You want me to go back? I just told you I'm not using what John Morton did 7 years ago against him. I'm also not going to sit here and act like he reinvented the wheel under Sean Payton. Sean Payton's show. But they have blank slates. But I think the best way for them, Rico, to be better is I think you've got to take a look at the living embodiment of maybe what you have to do, which is I think you got to look at what the Eagles have done in running the football. I think the Eagles kind of had a look in the mirror moment and said, you know what? We get the best O-line in the league. Why are we trying to put up scoreboards? Why are we trying to show people up? Why are we trying to be flash and dash? Pound the rock. Your offensive line is elite. You're going to have to retool a few things. I do think Mahogany will play and start next year. He was very good for them. But, Rico, that's probably your best way forward. A damn near 60% rush rate.
You got two really good running backs.
It allows your defense to take its time, less TOP.
Well, here's the other thing. Guys, the proof is in the pudding. Jared Goff, when he was up for MVP talk, remember those games where he was 18 for 18?
Yeah.
Or he was 18 for 19. He wasn't throwing the ball a ton. You throw the ball 18 times, that's basically 9 pass attempts per half.
That was J.J. McCarthy.
You just turn around, hand it off, play action, throw it deep, safe passes. Amon-Ra or Laporta catches it, and they move down the field.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested.
You always lost games, or you were in shootouts when Goff had to throw the ball 26 or more times. That's not his game.
I'll be interested. I wonder what John Morton's going to do. And again, you're working for Dan Campbell. You are working at his behest. If he wants it done a certain way, it's going to be done a certain way. But I do wonder if they recalibrate, because I do have a hard time believing they just roll in and do exactly what they do. That's not how the league works.
Yeah.
So, listen, go ahead. You got 2 new coordinators. If you think they're perfect hires, great. God bless. 248-539-9797. It's just really hard to get these hires right. And I don't think you're respecting. If you believe that it's just BAU, business as usual, then I think you're disrespecting the guys who gave you everything the last few years, and Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson. Yeah. And I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, because I don't think you run it back.
I got breaking news for people. Moran Chevrolet, #1 Chevy dealer in the entire state. GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 24 all-wheel drive Blazer EV, $199 a month. 24 Equinox EV, $119 a month. Both 24 months, both $999 down. And if you need that certified service, you'll be ready to roll. MoranExpress.com. They got you covered. It's Moran Chevrolet on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, David, a few of the ticket texts. And again, I don't expect this to be high call volume because you can't have some huge opinion. I don't know whether these guys will be good or bad. I just use league data and history to guide the opinion. And the odds suggest you're going to take a step back. It's not impossible. Maybe they could be better, but I just, when you lose two guys and it's to become head coaches in the same offseason, again, if you want to sell me on the defense because you kept it in-house, you want to sell me the defense getting healthier, I can find a way there. The offense, the relationship Ben Johnson had with Jared Goff was very rare. So I would have to see it to believe it, that they're going to somehow be better. Much less the same. And the same hasn't been good enough to get to a Super Bowl.
Correct. And let me say this before I get to the ticket text, because
Thank you, David.
I don't want people thinking I'm being doom and gloom here, but it's just how I feel. It's just looking at things this weekend.
Oh, boy.
And looking at a timeline for
I'm not racist, but.
No. Looking at a timeline for the Philadelphia Eagles and what I see with the Lions coming up. We've always compared them because of the coordinator situation, and the Detroit's now dealing with their coordinators. It took Philly, you're right, Mike. It took them a year to figure that out. They had to reshuffle everything, bring in a new set. Well, for Detroit, that means in 26 is the cap situation. You have a Hutch possible contract extension. Everything jumps for Sewell and St. Brown and Goff and all this stuff.
The Jared Goff's number in 26
it's
goes
like $55 million.
It's 68.
Whew, even more than I thought.
Now they'll do something with the deal.
I'm sure.
But your point is well taken. You still got to pay Laporta. You got to pay Aiden. You got to pay Brian Branch. Hey, by then, does Ragnow play? Is Taylor Decker still here? So you're right to do what you're doing, but go ahead. Let's hear the rest.
But that's the part of it that worries me, and it makes me lean in the direction that the window is closed. That you missed your shot, and that, yes, you'll still be good, but we're talking Super Bowl here. Super Bowl is another level. And one more thing, because we talked about at the end of the 23 season, oh, well, they didn't deal with a lot of injuries, and they didn't in the 23 season. And we saw what happened with their defense in 24. But I'm not wishing it, but they also didn't deal with any injuries really on the offensive side. We don't know what happens in the future. We don't know if a Goff can get injured. We don't know if Gibbs can get injured, Laporta. That's why I think its window is very finite. You can get an injury and everything can change. And if that happens, now what does that do to your window?
I think look, I don't think it's closed. I'm not yelling at you. I think it's closing. Like, I think next year's their last real shot. Now, a lot can change and you can reshape things, but here's my problem. You watch championship weekend and you look at a team like the Buffalo Bills, a team that is built the right way. They have a unicorn at quarterback, and they've been going at it for years. Now, they did a little bit of retooling, and it was kind of masterful, to be quite honest. Losing Steph Diggs, losing some defensive pieces, wasn't good enough. They stayed good. But see, the idea of a Super Bowl window, I think people conflate the two, where it's like, be good, make playoffs, and then Super Bowl. I think those are two different things. Yes, you have to have A in order to have a possibility of B, but I think we know going into each season what teams are probably in a position to win it all. Now, look, I've just reached a point where as long as the Chiefs have Mahomes, nothing else matters. Plus, they have Taylor Swift and the refs in their pocket. More on that later.
Keep it moving.
But David, I don't think you should be vilified for saying tick-tock.
No.
I'm with you. I don't think it's closed, but if they don't, look, if I'm saying it's a step back next year, you're right. I can't project 26 and the cap and who will be here and an aging offensive line. You know what, David, maybe you're more right than I'm willing to admit. Go ahead.
And Mike, not to interrupt you, but I think you guys talked about this when I wasn't here last week. You have one more year to figure out the question, can you do this with Jared Goff? Because with that, if you extend him out, then he's your quarterback for a long time. Because now you're going to be handcuffed for him for another 3 to 4 more years. Or do you simply say, we're going to Kirk Cousins this guy, and we're just going to move on?
No, but the way it works,
draft somebody.
No, to your point, though, let's say, look, I believe Jared Goff will be here for a very long time. You can do both, meaning we had our little 3-year window. Now we got a year, we got to retool. Might take 2 years. Then you rise back up again. It's all these mini bubbles, like what the Niners did. Okay, so the Niners had this moment in time where it was Jimmy Garoppolo's team, right? Then it was, we're going to draft Trey Lance, we're going to go this direction. It didn't work. The only thing that saved you from truly retooling was you discovered a 7th-round farmer, rat-faced moron.
You could have stopped at farmer.
But my point is, look what the Niners dealt with. Now, they lost multiple defensive coordinators over a 3-year span. Right. You know what they didn't get right this year? The DC hire. And what happened? Your defense was trash.
Horrible.
So, again, now will the Niners retool it and maybe be able to give it one more run?
So they went out and got Robert Saleh and said, hey, let's run this back.
Now, it's possible, but I bet against it because they're getting old. They're going to lose some players. That's where David, I don't think you're wrong, but I don't know that you're right.
See, I think for them, they're in that same category as the Lions of this is the year. We could because everybody was injured, we punted until next year. And then after that, maybe you sign like a Greenlaw on a 1-year deal. You're going to get a lot of veterans on a 1-year deal, hoping they just want to keep the band together one last time, and then you go get your big run. And that's why I said with Goff, I'm not saying, he's not this great quarterback, but it does get to that moment where you ask yourself, okay, is he that guy that can get the trophy? Can he hoist a trophy? Will there be confetti raining behind him?
You can win it with him, but he has to be heavily insulated. I don't think that's changed. I'm not going to hold one playoff game. Look, here's the thing that's interesting, and none of us know, but would you currently sign a guy on a broken leg and try to get it done early? Because if Aiden bets on himself and gets off to a hot start next year, that's going to cost you another $50 to $75 million.
Yeah, if I'm his agent, I'm not signing a deal, but I get what you're saying.
So you're betting on yourself.
Oh, yeah.
So like that Aiden deal, what people don't realize, that Aiden deal is going to cost you 3 starters.
Yep.
He'll be the highest paid defensive player in the history of the NFL.
And that's where...
Full stop.
And that's why, once again, I'm not anti-Goff, but if you can find a rookie quarterback like Washington...
Oh, my God, what are you doing?
The world is theirs.
Oh, dear.
Because you have a quarterback that you're under control. You can put all the pieces around him for the next 4 years, and it's not going to cost you that much. Now, in 4 years, we're going to have to blow this thing up because we're going to have to pay this man a lot of money. But you don't have to do that right now. And that's one where if you had your offensive line and you got everybody else in place, you bring in a quarterback, you save yourself $60 million a year.
See, but to your point earlier, Mike, when you brought up what the Eagles did and realized they got an offensive line and we need to build around that and get Saquon, similar, you're bringing up Goff, you just got to know what you have, and you can still do it. Mid-season, I don't think any of us thought the Eagles were going to make that Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts did not look like a guy that's going to take his team back to the Super Bowl.
And maybe the Lions can emulate it.
That's what I'm saying.
That it takes 6 to 8, maybe 6, 8, 10 weeks to get it cooking. That's why. I'm not saying it's close. But the data suggests, you're not. Look, no team factually has ever lost both coordinators and won a Super Bowl. This just never happened. Could you be the first? Sure. I don't know. But yeah, David, if you want to sell that the Super Bowl window is a debatable thing, I can debate it with you. I'm not going to say it's close though. They have a lot of talent. They can get something done, but if you don't win it next year, you're right. The future gets a lot harder. Gets a lot more difficult. That's all.
Because that's where you got to make business decisions. Where how valuable is this piece over that piece?
You want to pay J-Mo?
Do me? No.
Okay. You want to pay Brian Branch or Kirby Joseph? Can't have both.
Brian Branch.
Well, too bad. That's not going to be sequenced right. See what I mean? You got to pay Kirby first. It starts to get really dicey. And the Aiden thing, that's that deal. If he bets on himself and has a good early season next year, oh dear Jesus.
Yeah, you're hoping that Aiden gives you kind of the sweetheart deal that everybody else gave you this past offseason.
No.
Like right before the draft when everybody was signing those deals. They could have broke the bank and said, I will take a few dollars less.
Oh, really?
To keep it going. Amon-Ra, Goff, Sewell.
David, how's 5 at 165 sound with 120 guaranteed?
I'm saying you're hoping that Aiden goes into that same that the other guy say, hey, Aiden, we could have took bigger deals, but we didn't.
Yeah, okay.
This is how we do it in Detroit.
Whatever you say, Boondele Save.
I don't think the NFLPA is going to like that one for him.
Boondele.
Ain't going to be no Saving. If I rep Aiden, here's the deal. That number starts with a 3 in front of it. On a yearly AAV, there's zero question.
Yeah, you're going for Bosa money.
Even more.
Yeah.
I'm trying to go
Donald,
over the top.
like back in okay.
Highest paid defensive player in the history of the sport. And I want my deal future-proofed.
Now,
that no one will leapfrog me in the next 18 months.
Boy, that's going to be something to see who signs between like him and like Thibodeau. Because
Thibodeau's not close. Thibodeau's good, but he's hurt, and he's on a terrible team. Aiden has shown the ability to be the best player on a very good football team. Kayvon's got to show that. Right now, he's lucky I roster him. I've had enough. I hate every Giant. Okay, be curious. We'll get to the phone calls. We'll do some ticket texts. Pay him. He's lucky if we provide meals and a training table. All Giants should starve to death.
But he does the New York mime sack dance.
Starve. I would starve every player. There'd be no food at the facility anymore. No water. No orange slices.
He's going to get paid.
No Gatorade. No heat.
Can they get a slice?
No toilets.
Can they at least get a slice?
Go poop in the swamp. Wow. We've had enough. You win games, we give you the toilets back. Be curious. We'll take the phone calls next. 97.1. All right, let's get to the people. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. Talking a little bit of Lions. They've hired both their coordinators. It's more of a wide-ranging conversation about what you could expect next year historically versus, what's in your heart, what you want. I'm not going to go as far as David to say the window's closed. No, I don't think there needs to be a huge retooling, but I don't think this will be seamless. And I don't think that's some outlandish opinion unless you're in just the land of delusion, to which I just don't care to talk to you. I'll go to the phones. David, I know I've been bad with ticket text today. That's on me. Let me get to Brett. He's been very patient, and then we'll get to the ticket text. Brett, how you doing, brother?
Good, how are you, man?
Good. What's up?
Good. Hey, so as I was sitting here listening to you kind of bring up, some really good points, and, it started to stir up some internal fear that I didn't even know was there about our window being closed.
Oh, no. I did not mean to do that, Brett. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. But I think as a fan base here, we're in unprecedented territory to really see who we are as an organization, and if we're able to sustain success in what does a step back look like now with Dan Campbell and our new ownership team and our new GM, are we able to sustain like a Baltimore or Buffalo, how you have to creatively retool, but you're still in the mix and your window doesn't get,
yes.
You don't start to fall out of it.
Yes.
Or do we find ourselves, what is our basement now?
I think you can start each season believing you can be a double-digit win team. But I think much like a Buffalo or a Ravens, it hasn't resulted in anything. And that's the danger.
And I think ours is unique, too, because you look at both of them and they have MVP candidates at quarterback, right? So the way that – and I know Jared Goff had a great season, but they're both aliens. The way that we're built with a lot of talent and a lot of depth at some other positions without having a Patrick Mahomes, without having – so it to me starts to feel a little bit like, are we like the Chargers with Phillip Rivers, right? Where they were always right. We were always right there, but they weren't able to get over the hump. So I'm interested to see going forward what this will look like. And now that you have hopefully some reinforcements coming in on defense, I've heard it likened to like getting Aiden coming back is like having the biggest free agent acquisition in the offseason, right? You've got the best defensive player coming back to your team. So I think winning is going to look different, holding teams to hopefully 20 points a game, and now we only need to score about 28.
Well, that's why I brought up that, Brett, if I'm Morton coming in here, and you kind of look at what the Eagles decided to do to help their defense out a little bit, commit to running the football. I mean, you're sitting here and you paid David Montgomery an extension, which I don't know that I necessarily love, but okay. And you have Jahmyr Gibbs cheap for another couple years. Yeah, I think you drill down on it and go, what's our way forward? It might be that. But no, Brett, you're built right. I don't know that anyone has come on the air and said you're not going to be good. No, I don't believe that. But I just think there is a definite separator between good and Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I like the ball control aspect. If we are able to run, limit the amount of possessions that the other team will have. I'm only saying it from, I think, again, in the next couple of years, I think we're good. It's going to be interesting to see, what we're stepping into if we have a long-term coach, which we haven't had, for a long time here.
No, and I think you're looking at it the right way. And look, here's the one problem. It's if Jared Goff's biggest crime is that he's not Patrick Mahomes, man, that's not a crime at all. Right. The problem is you're paying him like that. Now it's you're in a no-win spot as an NFL team. If your quarterback's good to very good, you got to pay him. But it doesn't mean he's great. I don't think Jared Goff's ever going to be great. So you have a bit of an issue there. Right. And Brett brings that up, and it's like there's no savings in having the lesser QB.
No, because here's the thing. When you pay a quarterback like that, you would like to think that if one game you have to rely on him to drop back and throw the ball 40-plus times.
That he could do it.
You can do it,
and
we can win.
Throwing at 40 or more this season?
It's like 1-3 or 1-4.
There's a reason you got into Harvard. 1-3. And the one was the Houston game. Where he threw 7 million picks.
Yeah.
So, you know what?
That's the thing. It's like, oh, well, I'm not asking you to be Mahomes, but what I am saying is for that amount of money, if I need you, running game's not working, We need to rely on your arm to win. Probably not going to happen. And that's where I don't need him to be mobile. I don't need him to rush for 50, 60, 70 yards. Okay, that's just who he is. But, like a Stafford, if you can rely on him. He can go out there and he can throw the ball. He can get it done. There's guys who can do that. That's my biggest problem with Goff. Goff is good when his game is controlled and he's throwing the ball for 23 or less times a game. He's great. He looks like a Hall of Fame quarterback.
But it has to be in that structure. That's why we talk about why this is a very delicate thing. Let's go to Mario, 97.1. Mario, what's going on?
Good afternoon, Michael. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
Good, good. I kind of so just a couple things. On David's point a few minutes ago, one of the things he mentioned, you could have a catastrophic year, et cetera. Well, if you think about it, this year with the 18 or so 22 players that we had, starters who were injured, it was almost like we had a catastrophic year from an injury point of view, even though we did go 15-2. So is that going to happen again? I'm optimistic that we're not going to have that kind of a year again where you have a lot of starters who are injured and where you got to pick up, people literally off the streets to run your team. That's my first point. Secondly, regarding Jared Goff, I agree with Rico and yourself. You guys have mentioned it. If you've got that offensive line that can insulate him and he doesn't have to throw 50 or 60 times a game, and you're using your running game, as I mentioned to you guys a week or two ago, that's a positive. And the third point is as long as you've got Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes running this team, I'm optimistic that the team will continue to play well. Do the loss of the two offensive coordinators hurt? Absolutely. But I think as long as you've got Campbell and Holmes, you're still doing well.
100%.
Regarding Goff, pardon me?
I said 100%. No argument there.
One more thing, Mike. Regarding Goff, this is the genius of Brad Holmes. So Goff's contract, the $212 million 4-year contract starts this year, okay, I believe. But remember this, only 171 is guaranteed. So in reality, you're only, I shouldn't use the word stuck. That's not a good thing to say about Goff. You're only committed to Goff, that's the proper word, for 3 years if you think about it, because in the last year, you only have to pay him out. If you want to move on from Goff, all you have to do is pay him out $12 million. That gets you to the 171 that's guaranteed.
Right.
So, I like what you said, Mike. I think Goff's going to be here for a long time. But the genius of Brad Holmes with that contract with Goff, you can literally move on after 3 years. You're really not committed to 4 years.
I agree with you. So I think the way it's written is there's a potential out after 2028. But here's the thing. Next year, like if you want cap hits, here, I just pulled this up so we can have the real numbers. So the dead cap and all of it. Well, obviously you weren't getting rid of him this year. That's just stupid. So 2025, here's his cap number. His cap hit will be 32. The dead cap would be 96. No shot. Now next year, 2026, the year David was referring to, his cap number is $70 million with a dead cap of 63. Now after that, all right, your cap hit would be 54 with a dead cap of 29.2. After those three, you could move. The problem is to continue making it a Super Bowl roster. Jared Goff's cap hit in 2026 is essentially 25% of your salary cap. What I would argue is, if you're going to keep this thing rolling, it has to be with Goff because you would redo the deal, kill that cap hit in 26, drop his number, kick the can down the road, spend that money to re-insulate, and keep this puppy rolling. So while you're saying, hey, we could get out or we could do this, my argument is if you want to stay a Super Bowl team, you have to marry Jared Goff. And I'm talking like David's church marry where divorces aren't allowed. You got to be in it for the kids.
And see, that's where I'm like, okay, are you sure you want to do this? Because
you better be. Because if you want to keep the window open, it's got to be with this guy. Mario, I apologize. We're up against it, brother. I'm so sorry, dude.
I may be the one in the back of the church clearing my throat.
I'm way over time here, but I wanted to stick with Mario's call. 97.1. All right. Winter can be hard on your roof. Come on, we live in Detroit. Winters are brutal. And whether it's staining on the ceiling, icicles on the gutter, maybe you just have suspicions you got a problem with your roof. You got to call Victor's. Listen, Victor's Home Solutions, come on, man. They're licensed. They will be out there immediately. They're open 52 weeks a year, no matter the weather. They can be at your home within 24 hours. They'll go through a full 21-point roof inspection. They'll go over their findings. They'll recommend a course of action. Then they repair or replace your roof, no matter the conditions. So if it is time for a new roof, Victor's offers an industry-best 50-year leak-free guarantee. That means if anything goes wrong, they fix it for free. Make sure your roof's ready to take on another Detroit winter, please. Schedule your 21-point roof inspection today. Call 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100. Or you can make an appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right. We'll get some ticket texts. We got to do something. We had a little fun yesterday, and David wasn't here. But football has dominated our lives, essentially, since mid-August. So while you were away, yesterday we did a college basketball blitz to catch you up to speed. Everything you missed, because who cares about college hoops while the NFL's playing? Well, up next, at 4, it'll just be quick. We're going to go roll round ball. Pistons are having a hell of a nice comeback here. And obviously, no one's watching the NBA because, well, the NFL's playing, and B, the NBA is largely an egregious product. Also, quick note, did you see who is about to get traded in the NBA?
I did.
Well, is it the same player I'm thinking of?
Is the West Coast?
Yeah. From Hillbillyville.
Yeah.
You want to know where I think De'Aaron Fox is going? Take a guess. Where do you think De'Aaron Fox? I've heard a little something about where De'Aaron wants to be.
You're saying here?
David, you're out of your mind. No. I don't know if they'll be able to execute it. No.
Really?
No. Think small market.
Indy?
Okay,
Similar.
see?
No, but you're on the right track.
Houston?
I said small market.
Oh.
Ready? De'Aaron Fox is going to go to San Antonio.
Oh, my gosh.
Pair up with Wemby, and then New Orleans will cut Zion this summer, and they'll put Zion out there with Wemby, D. Fox, and Wemby. And then the Spurs become a nightmare scenario.
If you're San Antonio, do you really want
You're getting Zion for free.
Zion?
You're not trading for him. He's gonna
Yeah,
get cut.
you'll give up assets, yes.
And then you just have to think about Wemby and De'Aaron Fox in a pick and roll. And then you've got that Brahmer Bull and Zion for some isolation candy.
I'm done watching the NBA. If this
How about De'Aaron full speed going down the floor with Zion and Wemby on his flanks?
I didn't even think of. Wow.
I'm just telling you, that is his preferred destination from what I've heard. Not that old Mikey knows it.
I thought you were going to say Indy. I was
No. Let's keep D. Fox out west. We need the Pistons' ascent to go uninterrupted here, okay? I don't need any old world players coming to the east. That's it.
We're just waiting on Zach LaVine.
Oh, don't, man. You don't want that.
No.
Like, I know you're a horse's ass, but you're not that big of a horse's ass.
Wow.
You don't want Zach LaVine. No, because you're a ball breaker. But you don't truly want him. You just know it bothers me about Zach LaVine.
No, it's just the funny thing is his name is constantly being brought up with the Pistons. At that point, it's like there's a lot of smoke.
Remember when they tried to trade for him? And then he's like, I'd rather have surgery.
Oh, I remember that. Like, Zach, it's still 70 games left. Don't care.
Zach, how did you fall again? Don't worry about it.
Don't
Cutscene.
care.
He had his Nona take a shovel to his ankle.
It's like
I'd rather get cut up.
Right, it's like Brian Greasy in the stairs. Nah, I hurt myself at home.
Who was the player in baseball? He got hurt carrying deer meat up the stairs. He was a Rocky. Was it Clint Barmas?
Clint Barmas, yes, it was.
There was that one. There was Jeff
Broke his
Kent.
collarbone.
He got hurt washing his Jeep. Remember that one?
Yes.
Zumaya got hurt playing video games.
Allegedly. All right, so
yeah.
David, ticket text, and we'll get to a quick update. But yeah, keep your eye on that. The Kings, man. Just 2 short years ago, light the beam, story of the league. It shows you how fleeting it all is. Now they're out here maybe trading D. Fox.
With Wemby. Wow.
He's awesome. Go ahead.
Between the new coordinators.
Should have been a Piston.
Sorry, I didn't pray. Between the new coordinators and a brutal road schedule next year against elite AFC quarterbacks, picking the Lions to only win 10 or 11 games feels reasonable.
Yeah, but it's also very solid. Like, if you go 11-6, you're making the playoffs, you got a chip in a chair. All you can ask for is to get in the tournament.
And if you're a Lions fan, not to rub salt in the wound, you don't need to get the number 1 overall seed.
You already committed a personal foul that should have gotten you kicked off the radio station today for what you did to Cookies. You were out of hand.
I did not do anything to Cookies.
No.
Cookies brought that on himself. If you're talking about the Jalen Carter thing.
That's you were out of hand.
No.
He's very fragile right now.
Yeah. Cookie shouldn't have did shows where he told me Jalen Carter's just an overrated nose tackle. He won't amount to much. He's just a no. Like Cookies, he's actually a lot more than that. No, he's not. You don't want to draft anybody like that.
But did you have to rub his face in it at his lowest point? The guy can barely get out of bed.
He brought it back up.
Today?
And he agreed with me.
He did bring it on the air today, yes.
He agreed with me like, well, if you had to do it over again, would you take him? And I'm like, yeah, I would.
He said that.
Yeah.
Was he immediately kicked off the air by Tecumseh Tom?
Yeah, they weren't that happy with that. Like, well, Gibbs is, would you honestly take, Gibbs and someone else? Like
no, my point is you could have found a different running back. If Brad Holmes is this genius, is it mutually exclusive to everything but the running back position?
I had this conversation over on the J side. Like, well, Gibbs is, he's just transcend. Like,
he's a very good football player.
He is, but I'm like,
what big-time running backs on his original team?
With the offensive line, you know who we don't talk about anymore? We don't talk about Jamal Williams. Why? Because then David Montgomery came in, and then Gibbs came in. Why? Because the offensive line is that good. Yes. You've reached a point where there's certain teams where you can kind of stick anybody back there.
Here's your problem. The problem in all of this is there's a reason Jalen Carter's not here, and it's Jalen Carter. Yeah. Let's just say he did some things that were not in line with how the Lions want to do business. Nothing criminal, nothing nefarious. It was all from an attitude standpoint. Think,
it was a little criminal.
Well, I'm talking about just draft stuff.
Oh, okay. I was like,
no, he had an issue, but I'm talking. Think Deion Sanders and what he told the Giants, that type of thing. From what I've heard, that was kind of like, I ain't gonna be around when you're picking me. Okay, son, cutscene. You just went on the escalator past us. But if you're talking talent, I think you win with big people. I can't knock Gibbs; he's a fabulous player. But yes, Jalen Carter.
Come
next to Liam McNeil.
Come a few years from now,
Jalen Carter will get paid.
Philly will be ridiculous to let him walk, where the Lions will have to make a hard decision because, yes, tell me the elite running back that's still with his original team.
Bro, can we already just do those shows? I'm not paying Gibbs. 248.
Well, you have to because did you see the difference that he was? I'm like,
he's awesome. Again, I'm just not going to pay him $20 million a year. It's not happening. I don't pay running backs.
It is a risk that you're taking. It's the Giants said, hey, we're not going to play Saquon. Now, it hurts this year, but you may end up being right.
Can I just already premeditated for 2 years from now? Can I have those shows off? I do not want to be here for it.
And you did it wrong, Mike. You're supposed to snap. And then I'm supposed to say it. We don't pay running backs.
And then I can already predict what the listeners are going to do. But the Eagles paid Saquon. Okay, there's your one example of it maybe working. Cutscene. They don't beat the Chiefs in 2 weeks. Guess what? It didn't work.
You know where else it didn't work? Well, the Ravens. I was going to get that. Well, the Ravens went to Derrick Henry.
Didn't work.
The Niners and Christian McCaffrey.
Houston and Mixon. I'm just, naming guys.
You know what? You're right. Houston and Mixon.
Oh, David.
Jacobs and the Packers.
Oh, no. All right, listen. Everybody calm down. David, promise me, any Gibbs, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do what Stoney used to do back in the day. Remember Stoney used to get the days off when Springsteen would play in like a 500-mile radius?
Right.
Any Jahmyr Gibbs contract shows, I'm going to build it into my next deal. I ain't going to be.
Like, Mike.
Leave me alone.
Up next. Hey, Mike, where you going?
We're sitting there pre-show. Yeah, I think we're going to do. He just gets his stuff and walks out.
No. What time? David hits the music for breaking news. There's a vapor trail out of here.
No, what time are we doing the Gibbs topic? We're going to do it at 3, Mike, main stage. Okay. At 2:57, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
2:57, Mike fakes his own death and is selling meatballs in Mexico.
Mike, am I alive? I think he's dead.
Bro, you're on your own for those shows.
All right. Bro, I'm telling you, and people were ready to fight me tooth and nail. Like, you absolutely are. Like, name me one guy.
All right. Listen, can you save it for the spring of like 2027, please?
Gotcha.
All right.
He'll be in the Hall of Fame at that point.
We are working. David, just hit the effing button, will you please?
The Pistons conclude their 5-game road trip tomorrow night in Indianapolis against the Pacers. Detroit's 2-2 on the trip, wins over the Rockets and Hawks, losses to the Magic and Cavs. Guard Malik Beasley says finishing this road trip strong and with a 3-2 winning record is important. At 23-23, Pistons 8th in the Eastern Conference, but only 4 games out of the 4 seed. Tip-off 7 o'clock tomorrow night right here on 97.1. And also in the league, this developing this afternoon, the Kings are expected to open up trade talks for star point guard De'Aaron Fox. Chiefs-Bills on Sunday was the most-watched AFC Championship game in NFL history, averaging 57 million viewers. And meantime, former Bears head coach Matt Eberflus has been hired as new defensive coordinator of the Cowboys. And number 7 Michigan State looks to make it 13 straight wins when they host Minnesota in East Lansing tonight. Tip-off from the Breslin Center at 8. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, David, we've got a remix for Rico. Here's very exciting. You guys haven't paid attention, and rightfully so. You've been busy with football in your life. Let's get you up to speed. David, hit the button.
Nice little Round Ball Rock remix. We'll see what happens with this song when NBC gets it back next season.
While you were away, edition.
Yeah, let's start here in Miami. Real simple, okay? I'm going to go through the timeline with Jimmy Butler. So his contract was not extended during the offseason, so that created an issue. Because on January 2nd, he told the media that I want to see me get my joy back playing basketball, and I'll go wherever they'll have me. Well, he got suspended because of that. Then he returned, then missed a team flight for a dinner party and suspended a second time. Returned this week. Then he walked out of practice after finding out he's not going to be the starter anymore.
Yeah.
Now he's suspended indefinitely. Does he get traded before the deadline next Thursday?
I'll let Rico handle that. I'm just here to tell you the following. If you can't find your joy while you're making $48.8 million this year, and you get to tell your employer whether you'd like to make $52.4 next year, you can F off to the sun. Here's
Mike,
Rico about trades and things.
Joy comes at $55 million a year.
You're
Everybody
35
knows
years
that.
old, Jimmy. You're older than Methuselah.
But have you seen my hair?
Is he going to get traded, yes or no? Answer the question,
No.
funny man.
No, I don't think he's going to get traded because I don't think the Heat are just willing to give him away. But I also think that Pat Riley's willing to just say, son, I'll eat the cost for you this year.
Now, mind you, Jimmy Butler takes up 35% of their cap this year, 34% if he triggers that player option next year. Enjoy, David.
Let's start from the beginning of the season. Well, the draft. Just give people an update on what Bronny James is doing. He was drafted by the Lakers. He debuted. Him and his dad made history, and now he plays in the G League.
Because he can't play NBA basketball. Rico was all over this. What do you want me to say?
Nothing. Just give people the update. That's all.
Here's your update.
Right.
He's going to be selling tile at Home Depot.
Does he still have the deal where he doesn't play G League on the road?
I think he's playing on the road now.
Oh, okay. Because the first it was like he only stays in LA. When the Lakers are home, he's a Laker. When his G League team's at home, he's with them. He doesn't travel on the road until I guess Dad realized you're never going to get better doing this. So go on the road and maybe I'll buy your team a bus.
So let's get to the top of the East and talk about the two top teams there. First, the Cavaliers. They are 37-9 in the East. First there. The Cleveland Cavaliers, they kicked off the season with a historically hot start. They started 15-0 until they lost to the Celtics on November 19th. The Celtics, the Cleveland Cavaliers are always good, always up there, but is this the year for them?
No. They're fake. This is all window dressing because once the playoffs start, Celtics will pay attention. Denver, yeah, look, they're not winning a championship, but it's cute.
Yeah.
Enjoy. They'll dine on the bullet in the playoffs.
Yeah, they'll be a great regular season team, but I don't think they're built for a championship run.
So you mentioned the Celtics there, Mike. I wonder, is it just them being bored? Because they did start the season at 16-3. They've been 16-11 since then, 5.5 games behind Cleveland. And the Celtics have now blown a fourth quarter lead 9 times this season, including last night to the Rockets. They were up 12 with 8.5 minutes left.
I'm aware.
Is it them just being bored, or do they really have a problem?
It's a little of both. I mean, these players aren't wired to be great. They won it once. The idea that they'll be motivated. Look at the money these guys are making. The biggest thing with the Celtics, by month, October, November, December, January, it's gone down from three-point land. Yeah. If they're making their threes, they destroy everybody. If they're missing them, they're going to blow a bunch of fourth quarter leads. I still believe they'll dial in and get where they need to go and make a deep, meaningful run. But David, after they won a championship last year, I don't care. I got what I wanted.
Yeah, there's not real competition in the East if you've paid attention. If you're not, this is what this is for.
Well, David,
Knicks are there, Bucks are there, Pacers there. I mean, not much.
No, I would say they're bored. There's another team out there that I think is problematic. But it's not the Celtics. I don't want to steal your thunder because you may bring them up
I
a
want you to
little
give
bit
it to
later.
me right now.
The Warriors. The Warriors, that's problematic.
Think so?
They're done. We are witnessing, in a second, you're going to have to go and take the keys away from Steph and say you can't drive anymore. Okay?
So is that era done? Steph Curry era over?
That era is done. They just don't realize that it's done. But yeah, they're going to try and probably do some ridiculous trade at the deadline. When the players are openly talking about a big trade, you're done, you're desperate, and that's where the Warriors are.
Well, that's a good segue to the West because let's talk about OKC. OKC is the best team in the NBA record-wise right now at 37-8. Yes, people, if you're not paying attention, Oklahoma City has the best record in the NBA, and this is why. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is averaging 32 points a game, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and a block. He's shooting 52% from the field. Probably the MVP right now, but Jokic is also balling out as well. Can SGA do what Durant never did in OKC and win a championship?
Yeah, but he needs more help. Yeah. Look, again, they're very similar to Cleveland. They're really good. They're really young. They're fun. Chet breaking a bone in his leg is just unfortunate, but they got to make one more move. There has to be one more dog there. And they've got the picks. Yeah. It's just Sam Presti's got to decide who that is, what he wants to do. They're one of what? Pistons, OKC. I think there's one other team with cap space.
Yeah. Now,
what?
See, I don't think he would want to go there.
No.
Okay.
You're not doing this again with Jimmy Butler, are you?
No.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
No, I was going to say, would they actually jump the gun and maybe try to bring Zion there?
I wouldn't do that.
So
I'll pass on that.
No, I'm not talking Jimmy Butler. I'm just saying.
I wouldn't do it.
No, I'm saying Zion, man, he'll be free in the offseason.
That's different. Yes, then you could just pay him. I'm not giving up anything for him. He needs to give up the ho-hos.
Well, it's not much in OKC.
Just find him gnawing on a cow.
Right. Corn and wheat.
And just giving people all the information. So the Houston Rockets and the Detroit Pistons were in the gutter at the same time. Houston is now the 2nd seed in the Western Conference. Are they truly a good team, or is this they just kind of overshot their first half of the season here?
I just think the cream will rise to the top in the playoffs. I don't think they're ready to make that type of run. Are they dangerous? Sure they are. But I don't think they're... Now, if you ask me who do I believe in more, Cleveland or Houston?
Yeah.
Probably...
I would say Houston.
I probably lean Houston. The East
I think
stinks.
I think Houston's a lot closer to the very top than maybe we want to give them credit for. But yeah, it's happened fast, but it's kind of like, really? Yeah.
I also think Cleveland's gotten fat and sassy in a god-awful East. Look at the Eastern Conference. Come on. And I'm not knocking the Pistons. You play who you play, and they try, they care. There are 3 good teams in the East.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, and part of that reason why there's probably 3 good teams in the East is because this gentleman has only played 13 games this season. Just to catch you up, if the last time you saw him play was in the Olympics, well, that was the last time you saw him play. It's Joel Embiid. 13 games this year.
I've gotten to the point now where, and I really hate to question how a man feels about something, but I don't know if he likes basketball. I don't know if he really wants to play. if he just sits there and says, I'm rich enough, I have no motivation to get out of bed and do anything, because that's what it seems like to him. There's no carrot that drives him that I want another title. I want a title. I want this. I want that. It's just, yeah, I'm rich. I'm tall.
What you've outlined is here's what you've missed while you were watching football. Nobody's watching the NBA because these players are wholly unlikable. What Rico just described, how about Jimmy Butler? How about Joel Embiid?
Why Leonard didn't play until January 4th?
Okay,
please.
Kawhi Leonard is the poster boy for load management. Seriously. When he plays, that's when you hit the breaking news sound.
And you all talked about Zion. Well, I looked him up, and he played, of course, November 6th, start of the year, but then didn't play again until January 7th, and has played basically every 2 games since then.
David.
That's what makes the NBA hard, because, once again, you don't know from night to night who's playing. Like, I would never bet on any NBA game.
Can't do it.
Because you're lighting your money on fire.
That's why you got to respect what the Pistons are doing. I'm not telling you they're any good. They're not going to win a championship. They're not going to win a playoff series. They like each other. They play hard, and they play every night.
Yes.
I know who's playing.
Oh, and by the way, David, to add on, since you haven't been watching basketball, when teams come to Detroit to play the Pistons,
they actually play.
They actually play their stars. They don't show up to Detroit and sit down and say, put the scrubs in. You actually get good games downtown in Detroit. There you go, David.
Well, I hope that caught you up, because the trade deadline is now next week. So hopefully you're prepared now for the deadline at 3 p.m.
Oh, by the way,
February
LeBron
6th.
James is still balding and annoying. In case you missed it.
Do you think I was going to mention LeBron?
He's a billionaire. Just go get a few of the plugs. What is he doing?
Because if he does that now, then people are going to make fun of.
I would love him.
No, wait a minute.
Gracefully.
No, hold on. I'm not saying go Carlos Boozer and paint your hair on. I'm saying you can tastefully fix this.
At this point, just go gracefully. That's
fine.
Yeah, go gracefully out of the NBA. I'm tired of seeing.
David, you're just a hater.
Thank you for your career and your contributions. That is your NBA Fast
Love and
Break.
Mercy this Sunday at Greater Life. The holiday season is behind us. The football playoffs are here. I need high-speed internet that is reliable. That is Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with that great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps, all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from all the football action, Xfinity allows me to stream all of my favorite shows. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
If your furnace isn't running right in this cold, you need it fixed, and now. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years, and they're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators, too. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they're going to take $50 off that next day service call. Ask about the Winter Bundle Up discount. It's mastercraftheating.com. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. I don't have anything to report to you Tigers related. We did talk about Malik Beasley had something to say, and I thought it was interesting. And I do think it's time for the Pistons to kind of plant a flag, stop trading guys away for spare parts. It seems like Beasley wants to be here, and we had a nice conversation about it in the first hour. You want that, you can go back and get it. Also, please subscribe and like to our YouTube. Why? Because it helps Evan, and we like Evan. David, Ticket Text, we'll get into a little bit more football as well. We had a long conversation about the Lions, new coordinators, etc. It's all there for you.
Yeah, someone says, I believed in the Thunder in June and put a plus 800 odd on a future for them to win a championship. Mike, you say they need more. What do they need to make this happen for me?
I think you need one more veteran. I think you need one more guy, an alpha. Like the group approach, look, SGA's, it's clearly his team. But when you look at how they're put together, it's a lot of guys, and it's hard to say in the fourth quarter of a closeout game of, let's say, a second round or conference final, who's the other guy I'm running the offense through? Who's the guy that I can count on to be a killer? So I just look, I think they are awesome, and they could win the whole damn thing. But when David asked me the question, sometimes it's like ice cream. You have too many players, too many good young contracts.
Too many flavors.
That in the end, you still need to distill it down and probably have no more than 7 guys who play, and primarily in the fourth quarter of these big games.
Yeah.
I need who's closing out? Who's the two-man game? That's just how I see it. They could absolutely get it done because, as I said, the East stinks. Cleveland's not good. The Celtics might be bored and ace out. Bucks blow.
Yeah. Yeah, the Bucks, I don't understand. I think the Bucks got drunk off of winning a title and thought that it was easy.
Well, they catered to Giannis, traded for Dame. Dame doesn't like it there. Plus, he went through a divorce. It's a disaster. This is what happens when you cater to a superstar.
Yeah, I got drunk off to winning a title. Hey, I think your Celtics will be fine. Matter of fact, they'll probably – I would pencil them in as the Eastern Conference representative.
All right, call Adam Silver. Let him know. I like this. That sounds like a plan to me. Go ahead, David.
Then you'll tell us how bad they are and how they can't win. Like Mike,
perfect.
They just won their back-to-back title. Yeah, but
perfect. That sounds good.
Someone says Beasley for De'Aaron Fox, who says no. Then we sign Beasley back.
You're done. Lay off the crack.
Yeah.
Someone says, what is wrong with Zion? He needs to give up the ho-hos. It's true. Like, that guy has a problem.
Listen, it's what's wrong with the NBA. Adam Silver can't come out publicly and say it, but the problem is these players are detested by a vast majority of this nation. Because while the average guy gets no choice but to go to work at a job they hate, making money they're not happy with, and they're still falling behind on their bills, I got to listen to some 25-year-old kid who doesn't want to play on a back-to-back when he slept at the Four Seasons the night before and he's making $36 million? You can blow it out your ass. And whether it's the Zion thing, whether it's the Ben Simmons thing, whether it's the Embiid thing, it's all wah, wah, wah. That's all the NBA is. These aren't even real problems. Jimmy Butler, I got to find my joy. What? You're making $40 million, $45 million, and you get to tell the Miami Heat if you'd like to make 52 next year. You're missing team flights to go to dinner? Nobody likes you.
Yeah, I think for the NBA, David, a lot changed when all of a sudden players start saying, I want to play, but I only want to play in certain cities with certain people. Where it used to be back in the day, you got drafted by that team and you just made that place yours, and that became your team. Whether you won or lost, you thought, going way back for the Atlanta Hawks, it was Dominique. You knew he was going to be there.
Now, nowadays, he would just be like, I don't want to be here until you can trade me with somebody else. And that's what the NBA has turned into. If you're not a part of a super team, I don't really care. My friends aren't here. I hate this city.
You just wait in time till you can get to where you want to go. Yeah.
It's an unwatchable product. This is no negativity about the Pistons. But we're talking about why can't people get involved or why don't they care? Well, A, the Lions own everything. But B, every team shooting 40, 45, 53s a night, even the teams that can't throw it in the ocean. Then you add what Rico just said about guys basically being soft, entitled children. Who wants to watch this crap? I dare you to sit down and watch an NBA game and tell me it's a good product. It's a horrible product. I'm an NBA, and I loved the NBA, but I have never watched less than now.
No.
That was at Game 5 of the Finals. Don't tell me I don't like the NBA. I do, but I don't have to bleep on your shoes and tell you it's raining.
No,
it's garbage.
It is, and that's one of the reasons why people are like, well, you like college hoops. I'm like, it's different. Well, the athletes aren't the same. I'm like, you're right. NBA athletes are better. I get that. But college hoops, I'll see different styles. Everybody just doesn't jack up a ton of threes. Some people will play defense. They'll do a lot of different things. And yeah, it may sound like a cliche, but a lot of those teams, the players play for the name on the front, not the name on the back. And try-hard guy is out there trying hard. And you see a good game, and it's like, wow, okay. Yeah, but they can barely score. I'm looking at the effort because the NBA is just, it's homogenized. You could literally have guys out there in black and white uniforms, take the names off the back, and all the games will look the same. If you put them back in the bubble and you didn't give them uniforms, you really wouldn't know which team won it all because they all play the same way. So that's one of the reasons why I like college, because at least I see a little bit of variety. So,
please. You know what?
What?
I'm not even doing it with you. No. I know you love college hoops.
No.
You want to talk about an ass product. That college basketball should be presented by Colin Blow.
Wow.
That sport sucks.
No.
Sport's awful.
No. Why is it awful?
Because no one knows the players. You can't figure out who plays for who. No one can shoot the ball. Rico, it's terrible. These coaches don't even have a chance to teach these players. That's what made college great.
Right. And I guess I'm not talking about the elite teams because, yes, the elite teams change now every other day.
Every team now.
That's not every team. It's not every team. There are some good teams out there. There are some.
But the roster changes from year to year now, which means the style will change from year to year.
Right, but it's one of those things, David. It's like the NFL is probably insulated itself to be the only sport that really doesn't change year to year. But every other sport, if you're comparing it to what it used to be, you won't like it because it's nothing like it was 5 years ago.
Guilty.
Name every sport outside the NFL, they've all changed.
I'm guilty. And that's why I said
it's okay. You can talk about college hoops. I'm still going to love it.
And I know you love it. And I don't want you. I'm not telling you not to. It upsets me so greatly. I miss it. That's all. Look, what Patino said the other day.
Yeah,
people,
true.
I encourage you to go watch this. I forget the kid's name. Shame on me. I don't know Seton Hall's best player from last year. Who cares? He's on St. John's now. I know, bro. I'm done. I've opted out. The point is, he goes. He's not here because he wants to play for me, and he's not. He didn't leave Seton Hall because he didn't want to play for Shaheen Holloway. I just got more money than him. This is great. So it's a hostage situation. That's heartwarming. You can go watch it. It was in a press conference.
David, even watching your boys last night. They go on a 9-0 run in the final minute, 20 seconds and beat Penn State.
Can I ask a quick question before I know we're up against it? Is Michigan good or not? Because I feel like when I've watched them, they got a 7-footer who can handle it, the Wolf kid. Vlad Golden's a known commodity from FAU. Okay. The problem is, I'm not trying to be rude, I don't know that they have guards who can dribble.
They don't.
That may be a bit of an issue.
What you have is what is called, we'll just call it good Donaldson versus bad Donaldson.
Got it.
When it's good Donaldson, you get the end of last night's game. He hits the game-winning 3.
Mm-hmm.
He goes on fire. He's NBA Jam. Bad Donaldson, you're looking at 22 turnovers. you're looking at just bad things happening to this team.
Okay, I had to ask.
So that's
because
why.
It's been a little up and down lately with them, and I trust your guys' opinion on this.
Wolf's been off his game. But yeah, Donaldson, he's the guy. He's the point guard that when he's doing his job last night, I think they had 9 turnovers, which is their season low for them. But when he's awful, oh boy.
That says it all.
I mean, there is no middle ground with him.
Okay, then. Thank you for that. All right, David, hit the button. 97.1.
All right. The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who will be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You two can get in all the action on ESPN Bet Sportsbook. If you want a Saquon Barkley parlay, you can go ahead and sign up for that. If you want a Mahomes parlay, you could do that as well. ESPN Bet's big game giveaway promo is offering a chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Download the app and opt in today. Odds and lines are subject to change. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. You got to be 21 years or older. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
FanDuel Kick of Destiny, it's back, this time with the idiot Manning brothers, Peyton versus Eli, live from New Orleans. One kick. You pick who you think's going to make it. FanDuel's handing out your share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny. So make that free pick. Obviously, tune in to watch the showdown live for Super Bowl 59 on Fox, 3 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, may the best Manning win. That would be Peyton. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/ticket and bet with FanDuel, the official partner of Super Bowl 59. 21 and up, present Michigan. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. So, top of the hour, we are going to get to a story that Rico considers me crazy, but someone agrees with me. Super Bowl, NFL related. I have some audio for you. We're going to have some fun. Odyssey.com rewind if you want conversation about the Lions. We covered it all. We even did a little Pistons today as well. But David has an update on something else. And you know what it is. Well, David is telling me the White House has spoken. DroneGate.
They have spoken.
Let me hear this.
White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, in her first briefing, gave this update. After research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons. She continues, many of these drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones.
Not the size of SUVs.
In time, it got worse due to curiosity. This was not the enemy.
All right, time out. Then here's what I would ask for. Then show me the FAA approvals and who you approved. Now, I understand there is always a space in this life of things that we, the public, should not know about. That is how the military operates. There's always going to be an Area 51. There's always going to be, special ops. I get that. But hold on a minute. If it was that simple, why the hell did the White House not come out with this when it was actually going on? Boulder Dash.
I'm with you.
What do you think? You're rolling your eyes over there. What's your problem?
Well, you're going to put on your tinfoil hat a little bit later, so let's put mine on now. Or maybe the panic and everything that happened was part of the experiment.
What, seeing how much they could get away with?
No, let's put some drones out there and let's see how people react. Let's just do this and not say anything.
I still believe it is a high level.
That's just what happened.
Oh, and this is tinfoil in your mind? I still think it's a very high level, like need-to-know basis, interstellar clearance type thing here, where that is military ops, data collection, something they intend to use on the bad guys, and they needed to give it a test run. Mm-hmm. And look, what's in New Jersey? Picatinny. Army base, military base. Is it a smart idea to do it there? No.
You do it in the middle of nowhere, like out in
I agree.
Iowa.
But if you're trying to collect data or do some form of recon, or I don't know, man. I don't think that's tinfoil.
No, I'm saying it's tinfoil because sometimes, Mike, you just do things in plain sight and you act like I don't know what you're talking about.
Like Michigan cheating.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Wait, David, I didn't think this was on. I'm sorry.
No, but sometimes the biggest con is the what do you mean? I'm watching you do this. No, you're not.
That's Connor Stallions in a CMU hat. No, it's not.
It's not. No, it's what? He wouldn't just walk on the side. Okay, it's like gigantic drones. Are they though? Really?
Now, and here's the thing.
That big? Yeah, wow.
The White House, technically, if the military was going to do this, there would be FAA clearance, I believe. So it's not a lie. But I wish we could
the fact that they didn't get shot down told me everything that I knew.
Because we have the technology. You could do an EMP attack.
Because you think
magnetically drop them.
And that could be maybe what they were trying is, you know what? Let's see if we could just target an EMP pulse.
Yeah, everything gets protected. We are in the New York area, New Jersey, easily. Whatever, throw them out there, send them out there, and take care of them.
David, because I'm thinking that it was, can we target and just knock out the power in a car or a city block or a couple of houses or whatever? And in that New York area, it's a metropolis. So you got a bunch of people. So you'll know instantly if this works or not. Because if the entire city loses power, well, it's
Rico's right. Rico's right, though. By the fact they didn't get shot down, that was the first tell they were American.
Right.
I agree.
There's no scenario that could be a foreign presence.
I mean, you remember
and
that
they get away with that.
That weather balloon or whatever, and people we're going to shoot it down.
Don't even get me started.
But this was this was calculated, and this was, trust me, you don't need to know what we're doing, but we know what we're doing. Seriously, this was one of those.
You buying it?
About 20 people knew. And that's the only 20 people who
this
needed
isn't
to
the answer
know.
that Canada got, because I'm pretty sure they called. That's close enough to them.
Mike, we still don't know what started the blackout.
What are you talking about?
Years, what was it?
2003?
Yeah, like 20-some years ago. Were you here for that?
I've been out here since '98.
Yeah, the blackout. That
What blackout?
Yeah, everything went out in Ohio, Michigan, New York. Yeah,
Part of New York,
part of New York.
Canada.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
okay, you're being funny right now.
No, I'm being. Listen, guys,
Mike, it was during the summer.
I don't remember
And
what
all
I
of a-
had for lunch yesterday. I don't know.
It was during the summer. All of a sudden, all the power went out. and
Maybe
it
I was
just-
in Saratoga.
The power went out here, Ohio. Like, it
How
went
don't
out.
I remember this?
It was a large chunk of the
They
United
call
States.
it the Northeast Blackout.
Yeah.
So parts of Canada, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York.
Well, how long did it last?
About 4-5
Weeks.
days.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Give me the dates on this. I'll corroborate it. I'll let you know if I was here. I don't remember.
August 14th, 2003 is when it happened at 4
I might have been in
o'clock.
Saratoga. I probably didn't care.
Or I'm trying to think, was the power out there too?
No.
Apparently not. Because, yeah, like, how did, like,
I had family that was at Cedar Point, and the rise just stopped. Everything in the middle of it.
Talk about a hellscape.
I mean, it was the weirdest thing. I was flying around Detroit, and it looked like a Hollywood
Excuse me?
set.
When did you get a pilot's license?
I was with the pilot. I was in Skyfox.
Oh, welcome to
Oh,
your
I
Thursday.
forgot about that.
No, I'm
you know
looking
what?
at a bunch of debris in the left lane.
No, here's valuable lesson I found out. When your shift is over, just go home. Don't stick around when your shift is over.
Oh, things are a mess up here.
All of a sudden, the memo came out and said, yeah, anybody in the building, you're still on the clock.
Our traffic lady kills me. Oh, welcome to your chilly, crummy Friday. I'm
So,
like,
yeah,
don't welcome me to that. It's 7 degrees.
that really bothers you.
I can't stand it.
You know what? Do it more. Yes. But no, it was like we flew around the entire city. We flew over the airport, and it was weird because every plane was at a terminal. And you've never seen that before, like only in movies.
Do we have any video of you doing the weather from up there?
I wasn't doing the weather.
What the hell were you doing?
No one knew what was going on, Mike.
So you just decided to hop up in the bat chopper?
No, they told me, hey, can you go up in Skyfox?
Hold on. So there's this huge mystery.
Right.
It's DEFCON 1. They call Rico Beard to go
No,
up in a
I
helicopter.
was still in the building, and I was one of the few people who like going up in Skyfox. So no, people were calling like, oh, they're doing this, they're doing that. So no, it was just, yeah, it was like 5 days.
Were you
6
doing
days.
live reports?
Not me, but no, because we couldn't. There was no power.
Fascinating. All right, let's get to
I
business.
can't believe you didn't know this.
I had no idea, but I could. I don't want to waste the people's time. You and I will talk offline about this. Amazing. Rico with that stupid little headset and a chopper. It's really messed up here. I have audio to play for you. Someone buys into my NFL conspiracy. We're going to talk about it next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Number 7, Michigan State looks to make it 13 straight wins when they host Minnesota in East Lansing tonight. 17-2 Spartans, first in the Big Ten at 8-0, currently projected as a 3 seed. Head coach Tom Izzo says one reason for the success, he's talking to his players differently. Meantime, Minnesota 11-9, but they have won 3 straight. Tip-off 8 o'clock at the Breslin Center. Oakland head coach Greg Campy's been suspended for Thursday's game against Green Bay. That's due to his conduct with the officials, according to the Horizon League, after Saturday's loss to Robert Morris. Lions make it official, hiring Broncos pass-game coordinator John Morton to replace offensive coordinator Ben Johnson. Morton was part of Dan Campbell's first staff in 2022 as a senior offensive assistant. He was also OC with the Jets in 2017. And CBS Sports has graded the debut seasons for Michigan State head coach Jonathan Smith and Michigan head coach Sharon Moore, Smith earning a C, Moore a B+. At the Core Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I'm not going to sideswipe what we're doing here, okay? And I'm not mad at Luke Sloan for the update. But I don't know what kind of classroom you're giving Jonathan Smith a C for year 1 at State. Try an F. You didn't make a bowl.
I don't think that's an F.
It's an F.
That's not an F.
Okay, great. Well, you let Rutgers come to town and impregnate you. Okay? F.
Not an F.
Whatever.
F is if going winless. That's an F.
Oh, for God's sakes. Okay, you know what?
No, that's an F, Mike.
You don't make a bowl at a Power 5 school.
Everybody's not either you win it all or not.
Win it all? I wanted to go to the... You could have put him in the Rancid Mayo Bowl.
I'm saying, to me, I probably would have given him a D+, but yeah, you didn't lose every game.
Okay. I don't want to sideswipe it. I never should have reacted to it. In what world is that a C? All right, let's play the audio because this is exciting for me. Truly. I have said I believe Taylor Swift runs the NFL. The Chiefs are just handed calls. And I believe it borders on a fix. And I have some stats that I have used. I even have a new stat to delight Rico with today. But I wanted to play this audio for you guys. And I need to know who's with me. Because the person in this clip is with me. I just need to know. And I don't think it's tinfoil. I don't think I'm insane. I think the NFL is simply a different version of wrestling. The WWE. I want to play this for you. And David, thank you for doing what you did, because I know it's a pain in the ass to splice audio, and Kenny's busy taking bong rips and enjoying a long weekend. I don't want to hear it. He's not sick. He's partying.
He's sick.
He's using his hot dog roller, and he's doing a bunch of weed. Now.
Or he could be sick. Go ahead.
Either that. Mine was a better story. I want to play this for you from a god-awful radio show that I don't even know where it's available, called The Rich Eisen Show. But Bill Burr, who I happen to think is very funny. But Bill Burr talked about this. Just listen before you judge whether you like Bill Burr or not, or Eisen.
Nah, he's funny.
Take a listen to this, because this topic came up.
Oh.
Now, and it's true.
Oh.
Rich Eisen's a joke. He works for the NFL Network. He would never challenge it. Come on. But Bill Burr said Taylor Swift's presence drives viewers. That's true. Taylor Swift being attached to the Chiefs being in the Super Bowl makes more people watch the Super Bowl. People who don't care about football, people who don't watch football, she is the most powerful woman on the planet. In fact, she may run the planet as a part of some interstellar governing body. The point I'm making is, listen to me.
Who had Illuminati on the bingo card?
Listen to me, my good man. Bill Burr is onto it. And the NFL, if you look at how they're classified, they are an entertainment product. They are not. They leave themselves room. So again, when push comes to shove, if the refs can impact the game and help the Chiefs, it always happens. Case in point, the spot the other day. Which ref overruled the call? The one who didn't have the view, but he was the one that came in from the Chiefs sideline. Here's another one. In the 8-game win streak of the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs, do you know how many roughing the passers have been called on Patrick Mahomes?
6.
Yes. Do you know how many have been called on the opposing quarterbacks?
Not 6.
0.
That's not 6.
0. Because Taylor doesn't want that. So here's my point. I know you make fun of me. I'm telling you, I've arrived at a point where the money in sports is so outrageous. These TV deals are so insane that, yes, Taylor Swift and Patrick Mahomes, that is, I don't know what the comparative would be, but it is just this, it will drive so many eyeballs to their most important broadcast of the year. You can't tell me that her impact, that they are not fixing this, that if you don't kill the Chiefs, I'm talking end of, was it Casino or Goodfellas where they killed Pesci and his brother with a baseball bat and buried him alive?
They're the same movie.
If you don't do that to the Chiefs, the league is going to step in and do what they want. Who is with me?
Okay. You done?
I think so.
Okay. I'll say this, Mike.
Let me hear it.
I hear what you're saying. And unlike you, I don't judge. I hear what you're saying, and I'm listening to it. You have some valid points. Now, this would make a lot more sense if all of a sudden Taylor Swift was dating like somebody in the NHL, and all of a sudden their ratings skyrocketed. And I was like, you know what? You're onto something. The NFL was already king. They didn't need Taylor Swift. People were watching the Super Bowl at historic rates regardless, and the Chiefs were winning.
But does she increase it?
Chiefs were already winning without her. It's like if all of a sudden both things happen at the same time, I would be right there with you.
I understand. It's not both, but it's taking great and making it greater. And what has the NFL shown you? Greed is the only currency. They're selling individual games. They're making the average fan, if they want to watch every game, pay almost $1,400 a year to watch NFL football. Taylor Swift, Super Bowl, that is an increase.
Now, here's where, kind of going back to our whole drone conversation that we had.
Taylor's flying the drones.
No.
Tell me.
No. Sometimes the best way to hide a conspiracy is
right
to
in
put
front
it
of
right in your face.
Yes.
Remember a few years ago when the NFL came out with a commercial talking about the script, and they did a read around the table, and they were all like, okay, here's the script for this year. Oh, wow, I can't believe that's going to happen.
Yep.
And I'm sitting there like, these SOBs are really embracing this. So at that point, I'm thinking, wow, maybe they just threw it right in your face and said, yeah, there's a script, but you won't believe it's a script.
I think there is a heavily massaged impact here. And don't give me the Jordan rules.
Now,
this is different. There is a...
Now, wait.
It ain't criminality, but
No.
it's close.
This may be with the Jordan rules, Mike. If they come out and win, then I will put it right up there with Michael Jordan and the Bulls and his 9 months of playing baseball. And then 9 months to the day he decided to come back to the NBA. I'll put it on that level of conspiracy because I'll never believe he just decided to walk away.
Oh, no. He was asked to go away. I've always believed
Oh,
that.
wait. You're going to play baseball for the same guy who owns the Bulls.
But just look.
But this,
the Chiefs
if
calls,
they win,
the fact that they get every call, the fact that any time the refs can play a role, it feels like they are absolutely being instructed. And don't tell me Don't tell me that refs haven't been compromised before. We've seen it. Tim Donaghy. And you think he was the only one? Give me a break. I just believe whether it is a mandate, whether it is suggested, or whether it's just cryptic. Maybe it's some kind of secret society.
See, but
I'm telling you, I watch these games. Look at the Texans-Chiefs game. It's Rico, you said it. Sometimes you just do it right in front of everybody.
Right. Now, the only problem was like last Super Bowl, there's nothing that I can say, man, the NFL just screwed the Niners. The Niners screwed the Niners. Greenlaw's Achilles just pops. Like everything that could possibly happen.
That was Taylor
bad.
Swift.
Okay.
She pointed a ray gun.
Okay. Shot him with a BB.
Well, you know what? I did laugh at this, but I mean,
I'm selling you.
Somebody had to make the call on that catch that wasn't a catch.
Xavier Worthy, that wasn't a catch.
No.
That ref was so intent on ruling it a catch, he didn't let the play out. The ball's still in the air, and he's doing the Macarena. Come on. That spot? How the hell is the guy with no view overruling the guy with the view? And he just happens to be on the Chiefs sideline.
It's
Taylor Swift.
It's because they told him in his head, you got to move.
Taylor Swift was in the earpiece.
But like I said, I would buy that except for the last Super Bowl. They won in overtime, and it was nothing that I'm like, I want to say, oh, the refs didn't do anything in that
But
game.
the refs don't. No. You just choke. That's what you do best. The point is, when the opportunity arises,
You proud of yourself?
No, I actually feel terrible that I hurt you that way.
Okay.
When the opportunity arises,
They get the benefit of the doubt.
they don't get benefit of the doubt. They get outright handed games. I'm telling you. And it's all to do. They need that team in the Super Bowl because Taylor Swift is a global force.
There was no way they were losing to the Texans because it was Taylor Swift and Caitlin Clark.
Did you see the two?
And Caitlin Clark were both in there.
Right. Did you see the two egregious penalties against the Texans?
Okay.
You couldn't justify either one of those. The second one, they didn't hit Mahomes. They knocked each other out. It's all based on her. She represents millions of viewers. I can't take anymore.
They didn't get fined for those hits, by the way. If that was a late hit, you usually get fined for those,
Yeah,
right?
because the guy got hit for that hit Goff, got fined
They
later.
didn't find those Texans.
248-539-9797. Who's with me? Who's with Bill Burr? Super Bowl 59. Let's talk about it. FanDuel. Predict the next egregious call that Taylor Swift gets the Chiefs, huh? FanDuel makes it easy for you to place bets. Feel the thrill of the Chiefs being handed a Super Bowl and do it with FanDuel. Plus, you can make the Super Bowl more fun. New customers, $200 in free bets when you make your first $5 wager. If you win, you get the free bet. Simple. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/ticket, and you can bet with FanDuel, the official partner of Super Bowl 59. 21 and up, President Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's get to the people. I stand with Bill Burr on this. We go to Rich, 97.1. Rich, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Mike?
How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm okay. I need to know if I'm crazy like Rico paints me.
No, not at all, man. I am Team Bill Burr. I'm Team Mike Valenti. I was just having this conversation this weekend with a few friends and my wife. And my wife's a Swiftie, and everyone's just like, I'm not watching the Super Bowl. The Chiefs are in it. Like, I don't understand. I get all the calls. At the end of the day, Mike, it's all about money. It's all about viewership, and you nailed it. Taylor Swift is a global icon. Every game they show Taylor Swift, and your typical NFL fan is like, I'm so tired of seeing Taylor Swift. But then you get the Swifties like my wife that's like watching the game just because she's there, and she's not asking questions about the game. She's asking, did they show Taylor yet? Did they show Taylor yet?
Oh, that's right.
But it's all about the viewers, because the NFL knows that if the Chiefs are in the NFL and Taylor Swift is at the Super Bowl, or I'm sorry, if the Chiefs are in the Super Bowl and Taylor Swift is there, all the Swifties are going to be tuning in, which increases the viewership. And I got a quick confession, Mike.
Yes.
I spent the last 10 years in Phoenix. I sacrificed the Super Bowl for my wife. There was a Taylor Swift Super Bowl party going on in downtown Phoenix that I attended, and it was all the Swifties just watching with their Kelsey shirts on, and they know, the NFL knows.
That's
that
right.
The Swifties tune in, and you are 100% correct, man. I'm Team Bill Burr and Team Mike Valenti.
Thank you.
But Rich,
Thank you.
The only thing is, people watch the Super Bowl regardless. So, yes, you now you're just adding bacon on top of this burger, but they were gonna watch regardless.
But let me say this, Rico. Yes, in the United States, they're going to watch regardless, but you get some across the country. Swifties in other countries are going to maybe tune in, not because they like the Chiefs, but because they're Swifties and they just want to watch. So I think it's going to gain additional viewership outside of the United States and outside of your typical, American football fan.
And think about this.
So guys, so real quick, so does this mean that win or lose, they've already won? So if the Chiefs lose,
yes,
it's no big deal.
Yes, because they got them there. They sold the jerseys. They upscaled the rate on all the commercials. And to Rich's point, they get her there. I mean, Christ, half the people watching this game are going to go, who's in the luxury suite with her?
Exactly.
I'm telling you.
Caitlin Clark, the two, think about it, they're the two most popular female entertainers.
It's all a show.
In one.
Rich, it's all a show, brother. That's it. And that's where it loses me, because it doesn't feel authentic. Like the Chiefs get these calls every game.
It's egregious, Mike.
Thank you. Rich, I appreciate you backing me as I am dealing with the assault of Rico Beard here.
That's not assault. I'm actually listening to you. You assault. I listen.
I know. I just.
But it's to the point where because of who it is, yes, whenever they get a call, it's going to feel that way.
See, but Rico,
I like to liken it to Duke and Cameron Indoor Arena. It's like you just already know Duke's going to get every call.
Well, then I'm glad you brought that up, because how does Kansas City get the calls? Most times it's after the play has happened, a receiver or Mahomes looks at the ref
and Taylor Swift's earpiece.
Flag.
Make the call or I'll kill you.
It isn't like they're throwing it, it happened. No, it's after the fact.
Aggressive DB.
And you'll never convince me. You will never convince me they were going to call a penalty on Buffalo late in that game. And Jim Nantz is like, well, hello, friends. There's a flag on the field.
Oh, because he dropped the ball.
And you know what happened? Pick it up, you bastard.
It was
flag disappears.
So it was just a yellow towel.
Yeah, he was like, I was told there was a flag. I was told there was a flag.
Yeah, that was weird, because it was like, no, there's a flag. It's like, okay, well, was it holding? What? Because I thought it was holding at first. I'm like, oh, I guess it doesn't matter because that play wouldn't have counted. But yeah, you'll just decline
the world
it.
may never know. Let's go to Cameron, 97.1. What's up, Cam?
Mike Valenti, thank you for giving me this outlet.
Okay.
Almost 2 years ago, you said anyone going to that Taylor Swift concert ought to think about selling their tickets. And you know what? I regret not doing that. And I'm saying this as a reformed Swiftie, as a former Swiftie who now despises her. She goes against her principles and everything. But yes, I completely agree with you. She is running the league. It is going downhill, and we will all suffer for it.
Listen, I don't have an opinion on her. I don't care about her. I don't listen to the music. I don't like her, dislike her. I just know the NFL is using her to make money, and that benefits the Chiefs, and that affects my life. Because what I can't take is what I view as Tim Donaghy level officiating. This is Game 6, exactly. Kings and Lakers. This is some bad stuff.
I got to remember this.
And I got a lot of friends who are all like, oh, Taylor and Travis, and I can't stand it anymore.
Well, listen, I'm numb to it because if you're involved with the league the way we are, where am I going to go, Cam? You know what I mean? You're stuck. You got to watch it. I mean, I don't care. She can do whatever the hell she likes. It's the league's decision. Remember something. Did any of us ask for Black Friday football? No. Did any of us say, man, we got to move some of these games to a streaming platform, like where you buy, canned green beans on Amazon? No. The league, let's do a Nickelodeon broadcast. Who asked for that? Let's play every day leading up to Christmas. Hey, let's play on Christmas. The whole point is greed rules the day. What makes the money? Taylor Swift and the Chiefs. Think about how many jerseys. Think about the con that the NFL executes where they make the military pay for patriotism. Instead of the NFL doing the right thing and going, let's honor these warriors. Hey, we're gonna do breast cancer stuff. Here, we're gonna sell a bunch of pink shirts. Like 10 cents goes to cancer research. But what does it do? Sells merch to the female audience. Hey, we're doing the whole, hey, we love the Army thing. Hey, they make money off it. Taylor Swift, this is their freight trainer revenue.
I think you're crazy, but
this is inappropriate.
I couldn't be more prouder than right now.
Why?
Because you're going full conspiracy theory. Now, you're the same guy who makes fun of me on a lot of my takes.
Because you believe in aliens.
And you believe that Taylor Swift runs the
I just
NFL.
believe that the league has a vested interest in handing the Chiefs football games when given the opportunity.
I'm just saying.
That's as far as... No, I don't believe she runs the league.
There are official documents.
Of what?
That about aliens that got released by the president.
Go watch another episode of Star Trek.
Google it.
All right.
I'm so proud of you right now.
Okay.
I am so proud of you right now.
Well, thank you.
You know what?
Maybe.
I'll buy into it just because.
The people buy into it. They know what they're watching. These calls are inexplicable for the Chiefs. The only way to explain it is Taylor Swift.
Okay. So how do you explain it when it was the Patriots?
Tom Brady.
Because the Patriots used to get every call.
The principle is the same.
So the league picks a team and just says, we're going to ride this team.
Yes, because if you...
now that I can buy.
And all I'm suggesting to you is the Chiefs have something the Patriots didn't. While the Patriots had Tom Brady, they didn't have the celebrity.
But see, the Patriots got caught cheating.
Didn't matter.
And it didn't matter.
Because they were... You loved the Patriots or you loved to hate them. You watched them. This is a whole nother level. You're going to watch regardless. You love the Chiefs or you hate them. But now we can loop in an audience don't give an F about our sport and have the Chiefs. That's why I said to you, if you want to beat the Chiefs, you have to treat them like Jason from Friday the 13th. You gotta stab them to death. You gotta cut the head off, light the body on fire, and launch it to the moon. You literally have to take the Chiefs and put their
them up
corpse
in 50 pieces and put them to 50 different states
in a space pod and launch it to some of the planets you like to look at in your telescope. Yes, because if you don't, Tay-Tay and the league are going to get you. That's the point of this.
Mike, you went to the bottom of the ocean on this one.
See, Mike,
I'm proud of you.
Mike, I know why Rico doesn't believe in it because he's a.
Wow. Be curious, will you please? Wow. I did not do that.
I'm messing with you because that's what he called Rich Eisen on the NFL. That's all. I'm just messing with you.
Saying, I get what you're saying, and I do think that the league props up certain teams. But I'm just saying, without the Patriots, they didn't have Taylor Swift, and they flat out cheated. And they still got away with it. All right. David was mean. David was judgmental. You know where you won't get judged? Planet Fitness. Planet Fitness will not judge you the way that David just judged me. If you're getting started on your workout plan, you don't have to worry about David Hull making fun of you at the gym because they don't do that at Planet Fitness. It is a judgment-free zone, $1 down, $15 a month, and you could work on yourself. There's over 50 Planet Fitness locations throughout the Metro Detroit area. A lot of them have brand new strength training equipment. A lot of them have brand new cardio equipment, but they all have free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus specifically on you if you need assistance. So you just need to go to any of the local Planet Fitnesses right now. $1 down, $15 a month now to the end of this month to get started on your Planet Fitness membership. You owe it to yourself. You promise yourself. They have convenient hours that'll fit your schedule and your routine. There's no excuses. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone, $1 down, $15 a month. You can go to any Planet Fitness to sign up, or you can go online at planetfitness.com.
All right, Detroit, simple. I know our season's over, but football's not. Sports certainly not. So the next time you got a big game to watch, Hungry Howie's has got you covered. The mix and match menu. Pick an item, any two, $6.99 each. The whole menu is your playland, from the Howie bread to the flatbread, salads, subs, and yes, medium one-topping pizzas. $6.99 each, mix and match, and your game day or game evening is set. Like Rico tonight with Michigan State, Minnesota. He'll be one of 11 people watching. It's Hungry Howie's Mix and Match anytime. Take advantage of the deal, as it is a limited time only. Only at Hungry Howie's. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything? We covered a lot today. Pistons as well. Don't sleep on it. The Malik Beasley stuff was interesting. They're interesting. But I can't be mad. I know no one's paying attention. And I know why. I mean, it's Rico and I talk about it all the time. The NFL takes up all the oxygen in the room. And the NBA's got a real problem on its hands. It's not watchable. We also delved into the Lions, the coordinators, the Super Bowl window. Rico, you've got something for tomorrow that I think people will find interesting, the stages of grief.
Yeah.
But you're going to present it with some flair and some options for people.
Right.
So we'll go to that. And, of course, I finally cemented that I'm right about this Taylor Swift thing. It's tremendous.
I'll give you credit for this. Here's it's an interesting thesis. Okay? I like the theory. I like to think that I'm a person that can broaden my horizons.
So the professor is not rejecting the thesis.
No, I'm not. David, I don't have to agree with what you say. I can listen to it and
Right,
be
it's
like,
a lost
okay.
art in our country, honestly.
I really can. And where I would say, okay, here's what the positive thing. The final play, what was it? Kincaid misses he drops the pass. And a flag was on the field. That mysteriously was never on the field, which leads you to wonder, had he made that catch, would it have been offensive holding, back them up, 4th and 15, do this all over again? But after he was dropped, because the announcers were like, well, there's a flag, and everybody's scrambling. Well, what's the flag? Well, what? Speculation. I don't know. Because normally they can rattle off, oh, it was holding on 76. Yeah. I saw it. I don't know. You knew. Here's one thing you knew it wasn't going to be. You knew it wasn't going to be pass interference. You knew it wasn't going to be defensive pass interference at all. Correct. So I thought maybe it was offensive pass interference. At that point, I'm like, oh, you
just needed to give Taylor time to get in the earpiece and tell him to pick that flag up. We don't need none of that here. That's all. I'm telling you. This is my passion project. All right.
Maybe it's as simple as if she has a cup in the left hand, throw the flag, cup in the right hand, no flag.
I think she has access right into the earpiece of the officials. Hey, what an occasion. Wojo's here to work for 12 minutes. This is exciting.
We got an hour, dude. Come on.
What's going on?
Leave us some snacks or something. It's going to be a long hour.
Poor thing.
You admit, with him, an hour is like 4 hours.
No, it's different.
Hey, you're fine. He's already done a show.
I know.
Me doing a show with him is different than you.
Yeah.
I am able to corral him. I am able to bring the best out of Jeff.
I love
You
how
allow
it's
him to just run wild like a bronco.
No, I tried to stop
like
him.
one of those horses Mike watches in those races.
Right. Except you're a troll on the back of the bronco with the tall orange hair.
That would be my horse name.
I tried to stop him, and you yell at me for being mean to him and yelling at him.
There's a more effective way
and
to do
now
it.
I'm yelling already.
See?
Guys, I'm here, okay? I'm in the room.
Oh, believe me, I heard you across the building.
Mike, let's talk about the Jeff problem that we have. What do we do about it?
I think part of it is Jeff needs structure in his life. And I think
structure.
if you don't do well with structure. Your calling card has been organized chaos and irreverence in your radio career.
Yeah.
So I think it feeds into what he wants to do.
Okay.
Then you
all
two
right.
end up bickering aimlessly versus I come on the air.
Structure,
And if Jeff
okay.
has worked with me or Rico works with me.
Okay, structure.
Jeff, I'm going to present you a topic. You're going to play by these rules or I'm going to take a chair to you.
How about medication? Can we try that?
That's not the answer.
I've already tried everyone. Yeah.
Rico's disgusted with all of us. What's coming up next?
I'm disgusted with us too.
Why? Well, yeah, we have, and kind of building off your topic at 3:00, we have some stats. Some stats, actually inarguable stats, that tell you the Lions take a step back next year. And I want to give them the Bob and
who?
You.
Oh.
And you could say if it's negative or it's reality.
Well, it's negative. If
But
it's coming from you.
we'll definitely do that for an hour.
Data can't be negative. It's just data.
Right, and it can't be arguably.
Rico taught me something years ago, and it is a wise point.
What?
If you walk away from watching the news saying, I agree with the news, you didn't watch the news.
Yeah, no.
You watched propaganda. Data
Which is most of the
cannot be
news.
negative.
Yeah.
Data is data.
Data is the house burned down. Propaganda is why the house burned down.
I thought the best advice Rico ever gave you was don't bet on the ponies.
No.
That wasn't it.
No. No.
Quite the opposite.
Quite the opposite.
Bet on the ponies.
Although we do have a bit of an issue with that in the state of Michigan.
I got some advice for Rico. Don't waste your time. Michigan State, Minnesota. You're going to win by 1,000.
Okay, you need to be quiet. You're a loser who stays up for Michigan on the West Coast till 2 a.m.
Oh.
Stand down.
No, it was like 1:30.
Stand down.
They were both wins.
Rico,
they were
go
both
live your
wins.
best life.
Yes.
Right.
Go get that
Rico's not going to get home until 1:30 in the morning.
Have a melting moments for everybody.
Go get a
We'll
hot
talk
dog.
to everybody tomorrow at 2.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Red Wings are one of the hottest teams in hockey since the hiring of new head coach Todd McClellan. In the 15 games since he lost his debut to the Maple Leafs, the Wings